A quick grimace of pain flashed across his face as he stepped down from the vestibule, then realizing Brigar waited at the study door and contemplated him with close attention, he steeled himself against any further display as he made his way to the study. In the parlour, Alaina barely followed the uneasy chatter of Eleanor Darby, for in her mind the memory of those blue eyes resting upon her was far too vivid. Lately it seemed a recurring affliction that her thoughts should be solely occupied with Cole. Mrs. Darby hardly dared pause in her long-winded discourse, afraid she might waver in her resolution to accept Cole's proxy marriage without further inquiries. Carolyn was too busy trying to sort out the details of his tour in New Orleans and make them match with what she had heard at the table to give her mother much heed. The house was amazingly quiet, beyond the drone of Eleanor's voice. Then, abruptly, the serenity was broken by a shattering of glass and the roar of Cole's voice. "Damn it, man, I've heard enough. Cole, listen. Get out. Get out of my house before I throw you out." The women were jolted by the command. Helplessly, Alaina rose with the guests and followed them into the hall, where she quietly bade Miles to fetch their wraps. Brigar burst from the study and strode angrily down the hall, his face red, his eyes blazing, as he muttered to himself, "Damned ornery cuss." He cut his words off sharply as he met Elena's worried gaze. Murmuring an apology, he took her hand, but Cole, bracing a hand high against the door-jamb of the study, glared at them, until Brigar, seeing the burning rage in the blue eyes, stepped away. He nodded crisply and, pivoting on a boot heel, stalked out of the house. Bewildered, Eleanor stared at Cole for a long moment before she followed her son. Just as confused, Carolyn took her cloak from Miles before she turned to Alaina. She opened her mouth to speak, reconsidered, and took her leave as gracefully as she could. Miles closed the door behind them, but refrained from meeting Elena's gaze. Dutifully, he went into the parlour to bank the fire before making his way toward the back of the house. Alaina faced Cole, seeking some explanation for his outburst, but meeting the question in her eyes, he only snorted in derision, stepped back into the study, and slammed the door. Elena's chin came up. She felt as insulted as if he had slapped her. Stiffly she mounted the stairs and sought out the privacy of her bedroom. If the master of the house could sulk in solitude, then so could the mistress. The house gradually settled into the quiet routines of late evening. For a while, Annie and the servants could be heard cleaning up the dining room. Then Peter closed the back door as he departed for his father's house. Soon, all was silent, and no sound intruded upon the stillness of the bride's chamber, except the low creaks and groans, the ever-present mutterings of the stone and brick manse. Even the chimes of the clock seemed somehow subdued as they struck the midnight hour. The tension and excitement of the evening waned more slowly and left the young bride wakeful and depressed. Sitting solemnly before the fireplace, she stared into the brightly flickering flames, pondering the state of her life. In her desire to show herself reasonably dressed, she had spent what money she had earned on her trousseau and Saul's passage. There had been precious little, and to leave even a few coins in her purse, she had sacrificed on the least important items. The nightgown she wore was threadbare, and had been repaired too often to bear any resemblance to a bride's negligee. She fingered it distractedly and lifted her gaze to the mirror. The silvered glass gave back to her the portrait of a woman, no longer thin or bony, but slender and softly rounded. The long hours of toil had not been to her disadvantage, for the sleek, healthy tone of her body brought as many admiring stares as Roberta's ever had. Still, Cole was not satisfied. He would have her wear the clothes he had purchased for her, the rich, elegant gowns she craved to wear but could not afford. And his purpose? To have her continue with another charade, and thus convince the world that they were a most loving couple, while all the time the animosity between them still raged. Alaina stared into the troubled grey eyes reflected in the mirror. She knew what plagued her, what bore on her mind more than anything. Those moments in the hotel. She could not strike them from her mind. Each touch, each kiss had been branded on her memory with a clarity that set her body aflame and left her aching with her own needs. Uneven footfalls sounded out in the hall, and Alaina tensed, listening over the wild hammering of her heart. Would he come to her this time in anger or in lust? Did he expect to stand above her bed and watch her sleep again? Or was there some other purpose to his coming? The steps halted at her door, and abruptly the portal was flung wide, bringing her to her feet. Cole limped across the threshold, his jaw set, his eyes red, his brow furrowed. He still wore the narrow black trousers and silk shirt, but the latter had been opened to the waist and revealed his firm, well-muscled chest. The suspicion that he was drunk penetrated her consciousness, but it was only her instincts that warned her, for he displayed none of the obvious signs. Indeed, he seemed well in control of his faculties. The long moment stretched longer, as his eyes bore into her, and Alaina could find no strength in her limbs. The oil lamp on the table behind her silhouetted the womanly shape of her through the thin, loosely flowing nightgown, and his eyes ravished the bounty of her meagerly clad charms. Her breath trembled from her lips as she waited, frozen by the chair. Then he limped nearer, spurring her to seek the doubtful protection of her robe. "Do you wish to discuss something with me, Major?" She moved past him to close the door, not wanting to portray herself as some weak-kneed schoolgirl. His eyes followed her, and she returned to the hearth where she sat cautiously on the edge of a chair to ease the trembling in her limbs. In a half-hearted attempt to set aside the thing that was gnawing at him, Cole tried a gentle approach. "You were beautiful this evening, Alaina." Her unanswering silence chafed. He limped to her wardrobe, and with the tip of his cane stirred the hem of the petticoat that she had left hanging over the armoire door. He was clearly displeased by its tattered state, and prodded the door open with his cane. Though the wardrobe was stuffed once more with rich garments, the black dress was easily accessible to hand. "When you came across the gangplank yesterday, I almost expected Al to be lurking somewhere within these skirts." Alaina looked at him askance. "You always had a problem with that." "But it's obvious that Al has departed forever." Despite his care, his words sounded coarse and curt, and he berated himself as he saw her chin raise slightly in defiance. "The lad was never really appreciated by anyone, Major." "There are some who would argue," he murmured distantly. She raised her eyebrows and stared at him in mild amusement. "Really, Major?" The title irritated his sorely strained good humour. "Damn it, Alaina!" The curse was sudden and explosive, startling her. He threw open the other door of the armoire and flung his hand toward the contents angrily. "You have a full closet of finery at your disposal, and I come in here to find you in rags?" Alaina rubbed her slim nose with the back of a knuckle. "Quite right, sir. Beggarish though they be, they're mine to wear. She sat proud and stiff-necked in the chair. "Did I disappoint you this evening? Did I embarrass you in front of your guests?"
"No, of course not."
His tone was harsh as he waved away her inquiry.
"You were a credit to my house."
"Thank you, sir." The reply was prompt, but the title smarted a bit. He did not meet her gaze, but glanced restlessly about the room. Everything was neatly in its place. Not at all like Al, he mused, but very much like this switch of a lass he was just beginning to find out about. "I thought perhaps I might have displeased you," she said softly, folding the flap of her robe over her knees. "You frowned so much."
"It was only that damned pompous ass, that licentious Lothario who wheedled his way to your side. Undoubtedly he has been much attracted to you from the beginning."
His eyes raked over her, making Alaina acutely aware of the scantiness of her garb. His voice deepened.
"But I do not intend to share you with him."
As soon as the words left his lips, Cole had the distinct impression that he had just foolishly stirred a volcano and was about to see it erupt in his face. On a later day, he would decide this had only been a warning whiff of smoke. The sting of his insult brought Alaina immediately to her feet, and she faced him with eyes blazing. "I don't think you need worry overmuch, Dr. Latimer. I'm not a pawn to be used at anyone's convenience." She strode irately about the room, questioning almost sneeringly, "What kind of man are you? What kind of man is it who invites people to dine, then orders them out of his house? Your skill as a host leaves much to be desired. Indeed, you behave just like an army mule."
Cole cut her off with a snarl. "I only ordered Brigar out."
"Why do you hate him so?" Alaina demanded, whirling to meet his gaze. "Is it because he's still capable of being a doctor?"
"Doctor? Pah! That ham-handed—"
"Enough!" Her voice was sharp as she realized he intended to give only insult to the man.
"He too bade me chop off my leg,"
Cole raged on, unmindful of her command.
"Cut it off and be done with it," the man said.
"Stop it!" The rising fire of the volcano showed in her eyes. "I care not for your hard-minded ravings. You've grown hateful and mean."
"Odds blood!"
He laughed caustically.
"I vow you and Roberta were closer kin than you claim. Hateful and mean? Her exact words on many occasion. You set upon me with the same fangs your cousin laid to my neck."
His voice was hoarse and cracked. His eyes blazed fiercely with the battle that raged within him. He could not shake the lustful cravings in his loins or the urge to clasp her to him and smother her struggles in a passionate embrace.
"But you have done your cousin one better. She promised what she could not give. You deny me what you can give."
The volcano rumbled. Alaina's own eyes flashed a dangerous steely blue as she took a step toward him. "I warned you about comparing us before, Bluebelly."
"Ah, yes, the innocent now."
He trod the trembling ground with a fool's boldness.
"You left, she came. Trick the Yankee, trap the Bluebelly, drag him down, tear him apart. How much did your bitch of a cousin pay you to waste your virgin's blood on me?"
Whap!
The sound of Alaina's hand striking Cole's cheek echoed in the room.
He caught her wrist, and in the next instant she was crushed unmercifully against his naked chest. His open mouth plummeted down, covering her protests in a brutal kiss, his lips forcing hers apart and his tongue thrusting through with overwhelming savagery. The restrained desire broke through him in a rush, and he yielded to the rutting heat of his lust, lifting her feet clear off the floor until her soft thighs were snugly settled against the manly fullness in his loins. Elena's whole being burned with the brazen boldness of his onslaught. She could not draw a breath. Her mind would not form a sane thought. Her breasts ached against his hard chest. Her loins throbbed with the scalding heat of his arousal. She could find no strength to hold him off, nor the desire. Then abruptly, Cole released her, and she staggered back, breathless, drained of all anger.
"Be warned, madam,"
he rasped hoarsely, shattering her trance.
"I have known the follies of marriage much too well. But no more. You are mine, and I will take from you whatever I desire, and whenever."
"You agreed." A weak, unconvincing whisper of denial was all she could muster.
"Whenever, wherever,"
Cole reasserted. He retrieved his cane from the floor and limped from the room, closing the door behind him. Like a sleepwalker, numb, stunned, Alaina moved about the room, lowering the lamps until deep shadows filled the chamber. Robe and all, she crawled beneath the covers and curled herself in a tight ball, hugging her knees. Yet the haunting pressure of his excitement still burned in the depth of her being. It was a wee small hour in the morning before sleep finally came to her dazed mind. Chapter 31. The early morning mists still wreathed the valley when Alaina rose and carefully dressed herself, intending to confront Cole about this matter of their vows. They'd either have a marriage or they would not, but she would not straddle the fine wire of his mercurial disposition. When she descended the stairs, Miles came rushing from the back of the house, hurriedly shrugging into his vest. As she moved toward the closed study door, he positioned himself obtrusively before it. "Good morning, madam." He was still knotting his tie. Alaina gave him an elegant morning smile. "I was just going in to see if my husband is up and about." Miles moved to block her way more completely. "Begging your pardon, madam, but the doctor gave me strictest orders that he was not to be disturbed by anyone, and—" He swallowed nervously. "Begging your pardon again, madam." He cleared his throat. "Most especially not by you." He lowered his gaze quickly and fumbled with his watch fob. In the brief silence that followed, Alaina could hear the off-rhythm thump of Cole's cane beyond the study door, as if he paced the room. As graciously as possible, she released the poor butler from his embarrassment. "I understand, Miles." She ate breakfast alone, while the chair at the far end of the table remained conspicuously empty. Cole's service had not even been set, and though tasty, the food on her plate was barely touched. Alaina left the dining room to retire upstairs, and as she entered the hallway, Mrs. Garth was just raising her hand to knock on the study door. The housekeeper paused as Alaina passed and slowly lowered her arm. In her other hand, she carried a silver tray that bore an unopened bottle of brandy. It was obvious to Alaina that the woman was deliberately waiting for her to leave. In quiet dignity, Alaina crossed to the stairs and mounted them. Just before reaching her room, she heard the light rap of Mrs. Garth's knuckles against the heavy oak of the study door. Alaina frowned. It seemed as if everybody else in the house knew what was going on and was determined to keep her apart from it. If Cole was attempting to drink his problems into submission, then the servants had their orders. He was not to be disturbed. Well, a finely shaped jaw thrust out defiantly, that too would pass. He has to come out sometime. In the afternoon, Oli dragged a chair into the hallway and leaned it back beside the study door. There, he reposed in guardianship while Miles attended other duties. Through the thick oak door, Cole's voice drifted, chanting a sing-song ditty, the words of which were slurred beyond recognition. In the evening, Peter took up the station, and the next morning, Miles was up earlier, puttering about in the foyer when she came down. Appraising the situation, Alaina made no attempt to approach the door, but answered Miles's greeting with a nod of her head and went in to breakfast. Sometime around the noon hour, Peter returned to guard the study door. At the evening meal, no sound came from the study, though Oli was taking his tour of duty. The third morning, Alaina came down slightly later than usual. She had been especially careful in her toilette, brushing her hair until it fairly gleamed and pinching her cheeks to a brighter colour. Surely, she thought, even Cole had taken enough solace from the bottle. But the door was still closed, the study quiet, and Miles was, as usual, present before it. Annie brought Alaina's breakfast under a silver cover, and again the mistress of the house ate alone. Heaving a weighty sigh, Alaina took a cup of coffee with her to the large window that provided a splendid view of the river. All her resolutions of confronting Cole had mellowed to a desire just to see him, but even that seemed too much to hope for. The first sense of being watched was a crawling of hair on the nape of her neck. Yet this time, Alaina continued sipping her coffee until the first flush of fear died away. There was no threat here, that much she realized. Without giving an indication of her intent, she whirled. The kitchen door creaked as it swung closed. There was someone. Alaina dashed forward, setting the cup on the table, and threw open the betraying portal. She took a step through, then stopped, listening carefully. No one was in the room, but she heard a low humming, a wordless song coming closer. The door leading from the fruit cellar opened, and Annie stepped into the kitchen, cradling several crock jars against her plump bosom. When she saw the new mistress in her kitchen, she stopped in surprise, ceasing her melody. "Did you see anyone come through here?" Alaina queried in confusion. "No, Mum." The portly cook heaved a breathless sigh and set down her burden. "As ye can see, I was down in the cellar fetching some victuals. How would I know if anyone came through here or not?" "I guess you're right." Alaina chewed thoughtfully on a lip as she returned to the dining room. She grew vexed with herself, because it seemed as if she had resorted to chasing shadows through the house. It almost had her doubting her own sanity. She realized with some irritation that she had been doing too much sitting and thinking of late. If this was the best she could find to occupy her time, she'd soon be in need of some of Cole's brandy to fortify her wits. The interior of the house was well kept, but the exterior made many silent demands. The rose garden was there, waiting. Quicksilverishly, her mood changed as she found something to distract her thoughts away from Cole. She hurried upstairs, and, giving no serious mind to his disapproval, she donned her meanest dress, the widow's weeds, leaving off the dainty cuffs and lace-flounced collar. She found a pair of old shoes she had brought with her and a kerchief to gather her hair in, another to tuck in her waistband, and a rather ancient pair of gloves. Alaina approached the rose garden with caution until she was sure the drapes in Cole's study were tightly closed. Having acquired a shovel and a rake from the tool shed at the back of the house, she set to work with diligence, on her knees, snatching out handfuls of dried weeds and leaves, and carefully replacing the small border stones that had been tumbled away. Her need was as much to let off tensions that had mounted within the last days as to improve the appearances of the small garden. The warmth of the autumn day and her labours began to find her, and she straightened to loosen the neck of her dark dress and unfasten the buttons that trailed to the elbow, rolling back the sleeves. Using the shovel, she turned the earth until it was fresh and brown beneath the thorny bushes. The work was hard, and after a time she stepped back, as much to catch her breath as to survey the results. The soil clung to the front of her skirt, resisting her best effort to brush it away. She pulled the kerchief from her belt and wiped the perspiration that trickled down between her breasts. Then, patting dry her neck, she raised her head and froze. Cole stood casually watching her through the open window of his bedroom. He was neatly groomed, fresh of shirt, and here she was, sweaty, dirty, and wearing the dress he hated. Leisurely, Cole took the cheroot from his mouth and blew a long streamer of smoke toward her. Alaina dropped her gaze and stared at the stone facade of the house, seeing nothing, despairing all. She groaned inwardly in frustration. 3 mornings up, 3 mornings dressed to the hilt, 2 days of waiting for the master to appear, and what good had it done her? The window above her closed with a snide snick, and when she glanced up, Cole had retreated from view. "Oh, why did he have to catch me like this?" she fretted aloud. "My apology, madam," a voice responded from the front of the house, wrenching a startled gasp from her as she jerked about to face the intruder. It was Briga, sitting on the back of one of his long-legged thoroughbreds. "Would it suffice," he called as he dismounted, "if I went back and promised not to look this time?" He picked his way through the remains of a picket fence, draping the reins of his horse loosely over the slat of a decrepit arbour. Alaina wiped apologetically at her soiled skirt, hoping that the blush on her cheeks was not too apparent. "Dr. Darby, I wasn't expecting visitors." "Be that as it may." Briga loomed over her as she bent to retrieve the kerchief she had dropped. "I shall simply have to make do with whatever beauty is at hand." With the last word, he reached out to assist her to her feet. For a brief moment, Alaina stared at him in open confusion, then laughed as she realized his compliment and accepted his hand. She enjoyed his game and dropped into a curtsy. "You are most gallant, sir, and you have boosted my spirits as much as this fine day." She swept her hand about to indicate the vibrant blue of the sky and the rich autumn colours of the hillside. "If your winter is at all like this, I think I'll be able to tolerate it." "Winter!" Briga snorted. "My dear innocent Alaina, I shall warn you that this is only a brief warm spell of Indian summer. Better that you brace yourself for the winter that's on its way." He gestured to the rose bushes. "You know they'll be dead come spring if you leave them that way." "Oh?" She glanced back in sudden dismay to think all her labour might be for naught. Briga assumed his best lecture tone and enjoyed the opportunity to discourse. "Perhaps if you will heap the soil over them and top them off with a thick layer of leaves, they'll survive." "Is that all?" "I think so." But he suddenly appeared doubtful. "It seems to work on ours." Alaina smiled. "And you came all this way to help me tend the roses? You're truly a gentleman of the first blood." He swept his hat from his head. "Madam, I would come 1,000,000 miles to glimpse your fair face." She chuckled disbelievingly. "Sir, I must tell you truly, I never heard Blarney quite as rich as yours." "Madam," he pretended injury, "do you believe me insincere?" "I am somewhat sceptical, sir, of Irishmen and Yankees," she rejoined pertly. Bregar peered at her with laughter sparkling in his eyes. "And you've come to tame us all, eh, Alaina?" She nodded stoutly. "As much as I can, Dr. Darby." "And you'll do it, too, I'll swear," Bregar vowed jovially. Alaina removed her gloves and tucked them within her apron. "I didn't think I would see you again after the other night." Bregar grew serious as he admitted, "Cole and I have had our differences before." He sighed heavily. "I came." The usually glib tongue was at a loss for a moment, and she waited patiently. "I felt a need for some kind of an apology." Alaina slowly shook her head. "I can give you none, sir. It will have to come from Cole." No. He waved his hand in a half-angry gesture. "I meant from me. I guess it was my fault. I just can't seem to talk to Cole of late. Whatever the topic, I always say the wrong thing. I don't know what it is." He stepped aside, and they strolled together toward the front of the house. It could be him. It could be me. If I am the cause, I don't know what to do. But Cole has been different since he came back from the war. With obvious agitation, Bregar stared into the distance. He volunteered, full of patriotism and loyalty, boldness and courage. But I could see no reason to risk my life in this foolishness called war, so I paid another to go in my stead. Bregar gathered his horse's reins, and they walked along in silence, while Alaina thought of her own father and brothers. Finally, she halted, and when he too stopped, she caught his gaze and held it with unwavering grey eyes. "In a way, you're right," she stated bluntly. "It takes a special kind of man with a special kind of cause to go into battle. I can't agree with you. I won't approve of your actions," she shrugged, "but I won't condemn you either. There were several times when I might have fled had I been given the chance." Bregar studied her a long moment. "You're a special kind of woman, Alaina Latimer, and you're kinder than most. Is that what Cole holds against me? That I am whole, while he is less so?" "I think not," she murmured. "Somehow that just doesn't seem to fit." Bregar was greatly perplexed. He tossed the reins over the horse's neck and settled his hat into place. "Maybe someday I'll find out what's eating at him, and then we'll have it out." He touched the brim of his hat in a quick salute and mounted his steed. "With any luck, I'll see you again. Convey my apologies to your husband. I have a rich patient with the gout waiting." Alaina was standing on the porch watching him ride away when the door opened behind her. Certain that it was Cole, she waited until he came to stand beside her before she spoke. "You needn't worry. He's gone." No answer came, and after a long pause, she sighed. "He came to apologize." She faced her husband squarely, "for whatever it was that he said." Still Cole made no reply, and Alaina's eyes lowered uncertainly, skimming the tall, lean narrowness of him, which was complemented by the flawless tailoring of white silk shirt and dark pinstripe vest and trousers. He looked tired and drawn, even pale, and Alaina thought to herself that it was a shame he abused himself so. "I've been waiting to discuss some matters with you." She broached the subject tenderly, but without hesitation. "I'm sorry, madam." He glanced down at her briefly. "I was indisposed." "So I noticed," she retorted crisply, then bit her lip. She hadn't meant to sound so caustic. Cole made no excuse, but stared off across the field to the sunlit hills. "We had an understanding, Major," she began, but lost some of her purposefulness when his brows gathered in a harsh frown. She finished in a barely breathed whisper. "You accost me whenever the urge strikes, and I wish to know your intentions." Cole gave her a quick, curt bow of apology.
"Why, honourable, of course, madam. Was that not part of the vows we exchanged? I believe something was said to that effect, for better or for worse, until death us do part."
Her pride was nipped by the brusque manner in which he dismissed his actions. She could have been Al as much as he seemed to care for her feelings. Perhaps, once again, he had trouble thinking of her as a woman. He had admitted the existence of that problem whenever she wore her widow's garb. Irritably, she folded down a sleeve of the black gown and began to button it. She could not fathom the reason for the resentment she felt toward him at the moment. "We had an agreement, sir," she pressed, hoping to probe some reply from him that might assuage her pride. "You promised, and you've broken your word."
"I have taken many oaths, madam," he interrupted. "One as a doctor, one to my country, 2 as a husband, and I have come to the realization that in the taking of them I have made many contradictions." The conflict of vows had become apparent to him when he had been ordered to leave the wounded and retreat from Pleasant Hill. In outright disobedience of that command, he had chosen to stay. The consequences of his defiance of orders gave him little ease from pain, although he had been honoured as a hero. Still, he had felt it his duty to stay and find conveyances for the wounded. His oath as a doctor had conflicted with his marriage to Roberta. She had repeatedly lied to the patients who had come calling, turning them away. The last had been a tiny, gravely ill girl who had been brought to the house by her parents. Roberta had seen the family coming and had met them on the front porch to inform them that he couldn't be reached, though he had been no farther than the cottage. Bregar was favouring a comely patient at the time and was not available. The child, as he learned later, died that same afternoon, but when confronted with the truth, Roberta had only shrugged indifferently, sneering that the world was better off without the likes of that backwoods trash. Thus, it seemed that every oath he had ever taken had in some way turned its sharpest edge toward him, and this last one no less than the others. "You mention honour, sir?" Alaina prodded him from his thoughts with the reminder. She was not about to let her question die a beggar's death. "But the vow was threefold. What of love and cherish?" A brief moment's pause ensued before Cole chose to give her an answer. "I cherish you." She could find no satisfaction in his reply. "And what of love?" Cole chafed uneasily. "I have always been suspicious of this flaring thing that occurs on first glance," he muttered. He favoured her with a quick glance and spoke with deliberate slowness. "How can I determine what love is? When a man and a woman begin to understand each other, love begins small and grows with the passage of time. It is that which a man holds within himself until it blooms to its fullest." Angry frustration ran rampant through every fibre of Alaina's being, and her argument burst forth in a torrent. "With all due respect, Major," she curtsied politely, "but I think you're a blind, bloody fool. A baby is begun in a few brief moments, but it endures a lifetime. An acorn will lie in the crevice of a rock for years, but when the winds tumble it to fertile ground, then it sprouts in the first warmth and wet of spring to become the mighty oak which will last a century or two. As for the holding of love, it's the only thing that must be given away to be held dear in one's heart. It must be shared, or it withers." Her eyes flashed, and expressions changed her face in a fleeting panorama of emotion. "You, Major,
Like a huge black cloud on a hot summer day. You rumble and crash and fill the air with great sounds. Your lightning flashes with awesome power and sends small, frightened creatures scurrying for cover. But until the rain falls, until that which you hold within you is shared, the land and life will remain as parched and dry as they were before. Until then, you will only tumble and roil and tear yourself apart. In other words, sir, until some good is done, the noise and show are all for naught." Before Cole could lift a brow in amused condescension, she turned and stalked across the porch, leaving him to watch the tantalizing twitch of her skirts as she flounced into the house. His entrance into the hall was much more orderly, and, as he descended the foyer steps, he saw the last flick of petticoats passing the upstairs balustrade. Then a short moment after, he heard the definite closing of her bedroom door. Miles glanced his way warily, and Cole subdued the smile that threatened. "Have Peter fetch the madam some water," he requested. "She'll no doubt be wanting a bath."
"Yes, sir. And will you be wanting your breakfast now, sir?"
Cole's affirmative nod seemed to relieve a small measure of the man's anxieties.
"Annie will be happy to hear that, sir."
Cole seated himself at the dining-room table and accepted a cup of brandy-laced coffee from Mrs. Garth. He struggled to shake a feeling that was familiar from his childhood. The one thing his father had been intolerant of was willful foolishness, and Cole had learned at a tender age that if he persisted in an obvious folly, his father would usually seek out a pliable willow switch and firmly instruct the son on the rewards of travelling such paths. Afterward, the son had suffered deep chagrin at having tested the limits of propriety with such inane boldness. It was this self-same chagrin Cole struggled with now. The only thing missing was the sting of the switch, and yet he could not truthfully retrace the line over which he had obviously stepped. He finished his breakfast, choosing to ignore the plate of fried potatoes, and sat back to sip the steaming coffee, even forgetting to add to the second cup the usual draught of spirits. He wished now that he had paid more attention to Alaina's words. It had taken an extreme effort on his part to maintain a stern demeanour and disguise his fascination with her open bodice. Her glistening bosom had heaved with each angry breath, as those soft lips berated him. What he could remember of her lecture, he sensed in it a hint of sincere wisdom that belied her years. But he had already recognized that behind that comely face was a brain, and an active, alert one at that. Alaina's snarl came from the hallway, and Cole set his cup on the saucer in surprise, pushing his chair back just as she rounded the wide doorway from the hall. In the next instant, there was a flash of yellow and black as her evening gown was hurled into his lap. He started to rise, but realized she was suddenly near, almost treading on him. She planted her small feet firmly between his and furiously shook a fist before his nose. "You blue-bellied swamp rat!" she hissed like a fighting mad wildcat. "I'll go naked before I wear a stitch of the clothes you bought." At very close range, Cole saw the burning, spitting rage that fairly sizzled in her clear grey eyes.
"I wouldn't mind that, madam," he drawled calmly. "But what has brought this on?"
Alaina snatched the dress from his lap, and at the violence of her movement, Cole half expected something more disastrous to befall him. "Don't patronize me, you mule-headed Yankee." She shook out the dress for his inspection until his gaze was properly directed toward the large, charred holes burned through the bodice and skirt.
"Do you think I would do that?"
He raised his own incensed glare.
Be damned, woman! I did not.
Alaina fingered the burned edges as she remembered her desire to please him, and she could not restrain the tears that came into her eyes.
Alaina!
Cole's own wrath ebbed as he confronted that misty gaze. He laid a hand on her slim waist as he attempted to console her.
I cannot imagine who in this house would do such a thing. Is it not perhaps possible that a gust of wind blew it into the fire?
There was no fire, Alaina murmured softly. Her ire had fled, but was replaced with a growing tightness in her chest. Someone lit the kindling in the fireplace and threw the gown on top of it. She folded the gown carefully over her arm and smoothed the unsinged sleeve with her hand.
I ask you to believe, Cole tried again, that I would not do such a thing. But who would? Can you name anyone else?
It doesn't matter. She spoke so softly, Cole had to strain to hear her voice. She clutched the dress closely and, sniffing, turned her face away from him. It was one of my best. Mrs. Hawthorne helped me to find it. Her voice began to break. I wanted you to be proud of me, not because of what you could give me, but because of what I could bring to you. Cole had faced Roberta's tantrums until they had become just another fact of life, but he felt helpless and unsure before the tears of this small wench. Oh, damn! The wisdom burned in his brain. Chide her, get her dander up a bit. Anything is better than this, he thought.
What am I seeing? He pondered aloud in a gentle, half-teasing tone. Is this the one who took a mop to a man? Is this the one who dragged me from the river and saved my life in the middle of a war? Is this the same one I see crying over a spoiled dress? Is this Al?
Alaina faced him, and Cole realized his failure in the same moment. The tears flowed freely now, making light paths through the smudge on her cheek. Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs. I was a young girl, with hair hanging past my waist, raised in a fine family to be a fine young lady. She breathed deeply, trying to fight the heartache and tears. I watched them all go, one by one. I buried my mother. Then I had to cut my hair short and ragged. I had to rub dirt into it and on my face. I had to wear old, stinking clothes from somebody's rag bag. I had to learn to walk like a boy, talk like a boy, fight like a boy. I had to listen to you prattle about giving me a bath. She was sobbing aloud now. When I felt so filthy I could have died. She leaned forward, and the grey eyes searched his face in wonder. Don't you understand? Don't you know? Her voice broke in a sorrowful wail. There was no Al. It was always me. She beat a clenched fist against her bosom. I have always been Alaina. There never was any Al. The sobs broke, and Alaina fled, still clutching the yellow gown. The sound of her grief dwindled until the bedroom door shut them off, leaving him to bear the oppressive silence, alone. Chapter 32. The gown was irreparable, but Alaina was of much more sturdy stock. By nightfall, she had come to the determination that she could bear the loss of the garment sufficiently well. In this calmer state, she realized she had, in her dismay, thrown herself on a deep green velvet chaise that had not been in her room when she had left to tend the garden. She found it rather strange, the way items of comfort were moved in during her absence. She surely had not expressed a need for any of them. First, there had been the standing mirror. A day later, the mantel clock, then the thick oriental carpet, and finally, the rich, overstuffed chaise placed in front of the windows, where she might relax and enjoy the scenery. She could no more explain the reason for these additions to her room than she could the damage done to her gown. The night echoed its misery through the house. The wind changed, and howling gusts whipped the trees into a frenzy, stripped the last leaves from the branches, sending them scurrying, and left the bare limbs to twist as if in agony before its fury. Blinding bolts of brightness lanced across the night sky and faded to deafening crashes of thunder. Rain spattered the windows forcefully and washed down them in tiny rivers. Then, as quickly as it had descended, the storm passed, and all was quiet again. Serenity settled into sleep, and the house grew dark and still as the lamps were blown out and each sought his own bed. Late in the night, Alaina thought she heard the restless roaming of her husband down below in the study, but even that eventually ceased. The moon broke through the clouds, and she came again to the fringes of sleep. In a floating limbo of darkness, serenity was dispelled by a strange scuffling and dragging that seemed to come from somewhere in the depths of the house. Soldier whined in the hall outside her bedroom, an eerie sound in the dark of night, when other ghostly noises pervaded the manse. Determined to be brave despite the uncertainty of what lay beyond her room, Alaina struck a sulphur match to a candle and, slipping into her wrapper, carefully opened her door. Soldier sat on his haunches before Roberta's door and was only momentarily distracted by Elena's entry into the hall. He scratched at the portal and whined as if wanting to be let into the room. "Come away, soldier," she coaxed. "Nothing is in there." He growled as if in disagreement, bringing a trembling to her hand that nearly made her drop the candle. Realizing he would not go away until his curiosity was satisfied, Alaina squashed her fears and pushed open Roberta's door. The hound thrust through and made several circuits about the room, sniffing and then pausing as if to listen. Alaina glanced about. Nothing seemed out of place. The window was open and the drapery billowed out, making a flapping noise. Sure that she had discovered the source of the disturbance, Alaina breathed a sigh of relief. "That's all we heard, soldier." She made the statement aloud as if to convince herself. She went to close the window and was amazed to find the draperies dry and untouched by the rain that had been forcefully driven against the house from nearly every direction. She could only surmise that one of the servants had opened it after the storm to let the rain-sweetened breezes freshen the room. A wintry chill had also been admitted, and its breath went quickly through Elena's gown and wrapper. Roberta's suite was not a place where she desired to be, and the frosty, tomb-like atmosphere did not encourage her to linger. She called to Soldier, but he was preoccupied sniffing and whining at a wall where small square plates of silvered glass were fitted snugly together, creating an illusion of a larger mirror. An alcove of sorts framed it, and the whole was draped in scarlet velvet. Standing before his reflection, the mastiff seemed convinced that he had found another animal in the room. "Out with you, soldier!" she scolded. "Out, I say!" The dog tucked his tail between his legs and reluctantly made his exit. Still, with the door of her own room closed safely behind her, it was a long time before Alaina could put to rest her disquietude. At breakfast, her place at the table remained conspicuously empty throughout the meal, and though the master of the house made inquiries among the servants, He received only a vague explanation from the upstairs maid that the mistress was not feeling well this morning. Determined to find out more on the matter, Cole made his way to the door of his wife's bedroom and for once paused to rap lightly on the wood. Hearing a murmured reply from within, he pushed the portal open and found her seated on the edge of the chaise, as if about to rise. Seeing who it was, Alaina huddled back onto the cushions, tucking her bare feet beneath the hem of her nightgown and pulling her thin wrapper close about her neck. Half mumbling a greeting, she replaced a cloth over her brow and eyes, dismissing his presence from her sight. The chill in the room became immediately evident to Cole. The fire had burned low, and the gusty wind that whipped around the corners of the house sucked a hearty draught up the chimney. "You should have summoned the servants to stoke the fire, Alaina," he gently scolded. "You'll catch your death in this room." She sniffed noncommittally beneath her mask and sank deeper into the soft cushions, listening to the sound of his irregular footsteps as he crossed to the fireplace. He shut the damper down a bit before throwing several slabs of dry wood onto the glowing coals, then approached the chaise, where he stood for a long moment, considering the slight figure of his wife. "Is it my understanding, madam, that you are not well?" "Nothing out of the ordinary, sir," she murmured. "I thought you might still be lamenting the loss of your gown." "I have put it behind me, sir, as you suggested." "If you would like a replacement for it, it will be an easy matter to accomplish. I'm sure the dressmaker in St. Cloud can find the same cloth and lace." "I can manage without it. I have other gowns, perhaps not as nice, but they'll suffice." Cole searched for some path to break this polite but restrained stalemate. "I'll be going into town to talk over some business with Franza, and I was wondering if you would care to ride in with me." Alaina raised a corner of the cloth and peered at him, then lowered it again. "I'm sorry, sir, but I am indisposed today." Cole scowled deeply. She had used almost the same words he had uttered in a brusque apology the day before, and he wondered if this was some attempt of hers to retaliate. Illness was a ruse Roberta had often resorted to. "If your head aches, madam, I shall advise Annie to fetch some ice from the ice house. It has a soothing effect." "My head is fine, Major." She stressed the title. Cole reached down and slipped a hand over her brow, receiving a glare from her as the cloth toppled to her breast. "I don't have a fever either, Major," she informed him crisply. "Then I am bemused, madam," he began, but Alaina snatched the cloth and flung it angrily to the floor. "Bemused? Dr. Latimer?" she gritted, and blushed profusely at the necessity of having to explain. "Is it beyond your capability to realize that I am a woman? Do you know so little about women that you cannot imagine why I am genuinely indisposed?" The dawning came, and Cole did his best to hide a smile of amusement. "I'm truly sorry, madam. I was not aware that your state was of such a delicate nature. As a husband, I should realize your womanly inconveniences, of course, but being less than intimate with you, I am somewhat at a disadvantage." "Go away!" Alaina groaned in abject misery. Hoping sincerely that he would leave her in peace, she closed her eyes and leaned her head back against the chaise. She could not help but wonder how it always happened that she was reduced to the very shambles of her dignity whenever he was about. Why couldn't he just once see her as a proud lady, dignified and serene? It seemed that Roberta had always been able to accomplish that feat with ease. Why couldn't she? "I will leave you, my dear, after I have seen to your comfort." She raised herself somewhat apprehensively as he went into his bedroom. He reappeared with a decanter of brandy and a snifter. After splashing a small draught into the bottom of the glass, he offered it to her. Alaina wrinkled her nose in repugnance and listlessly turned her face away. "I think I would prefer to remain sober and suffer in solitude."
"Come now, Alaina," he chided with humour. "The brandy will soothe and warm you, and perhaps alleviate some of your discomfort. As a doctor, it is the best I can prescribe for your plight." She sniffed as she reluctantly accepted the snifter.
"I thought you had given up your practice."
"How can I resist when I have a captive patient?" He grinned.
She glared at him, but he seemed unaffected as he spread a lap robe over her legs and tucked it around her cold, bare feet.
"Is there something your pride will allow me to purchase for you while I'm in town?"
The pert nose lifted sufficiently to convey that she was slightly miffed by his question.
"Bonbons, perhaps?"
he inquired, regarding her closely. His suggestion made her forget her irritation. She hadn't tasted bonbons in years. Her eyes were eager as they found his, and he laughed when he saw his answer.
"I'll buy you so many, my pet. You'll get fat if you eat them all. Then you'll leave me no other choice but to annul our marriage."
She saw the teasing sparkle in his eyes, and her own smile warmed. "Just a few will content me, sir."
"I may not get back until late, however," he warned. "I'll be hiring lumberjacks to go up north with Franza, and I'm not sure how long it will take."
Alaina leaned her head back against the cushion and hid her expression of disappointment beneath the cloth, carefully spreading it over her eyes in silent dismissal.
Cole stepped to the door. "I shall most probably dine in town. You need not hold dinner for me."
She lifted the cloth from her eyes. "And I, sir, will most probably dine in my room. If your concern bends to that matter, I shall be most cautious in my selection of guests." It was Cole's turn to scowl, but after a moment, a laconic smile twisted the corner of his mouth.
"At least, madam, I need have no fear of Brigar Darby and his attentions for a space."
The grey eyes took on the cold glint of ice. "Major Latimer, you seem to have a most curious morality. You took me readily enough in New Orleans when you thought me a woman of the streets, and no doubt have had many women. I suppose your excuse is that it's simply the relief of a physical need. On the other hand, you choose to interpret the most proper graciousness as if it were some sordid betrayal, and vent your spleen accordingly."
"There are many things you don't understand, Alaina."
"In that, sir, you are entirely correct." She gave him a perplexed half-smile, half-frown, while she waited patiently, in hopes he would explain them. Cole opened his mouth to retort, then steeled himself against a weakening urge. He opened the door, nodded a curt farewell, and left her staring after him, as much bemused as she ever was. She listened to his footsteps going down the hall. How could she ever understand him when he seemed intent to surround himself in a sea of silence? It was nearly midnight when she heard Cole come into his room and move about in the bathing chamber. His footsteps paused beside her door. Somewhere she heard the thump of Soldier's tail on the floor, then the footsteps went away. Long into the black hours of the night, she listened to his restless pacing in the study below. The next morning, Alaina halted in surprise just within the wide doors of the dining room. Placed on the table before her service was an ornately painted tin box and a nosegay of small yellow daisies tied with a ribbon. At such a time of year, it was a most refreshing sight. A soft smile touched her lips as she sank into her chair, noting the card that was braced against the tin and lettered simply, "Alaina." She lifted the bouquet and gingerly tested the pungent fragrance, warmed by Cole's thoughtfulness. She knew the tin contained the candies he had promised, and it occurred to her that such candies were usually made in the large cities in the East and required a great deal of careful handling to transport them this far afield. Why had she never doubted Cole when he had so very casually said that he would bring some to her? Almost as swiftly, the answer came. Roberta had loved bonbons. Indeed, she had demanded them even in the hardest times. Now the woman was dead, but would she ever go away? Would she ever stop haunting their lives? The kitchen door creaked as Cole pushed it open. Then he paused, seeing his young wife framed in a swirl of warm, shimmering grey silk. The early morning light bathed her in a soft halo that made her seem like a dreamlike apparition, and he had to fight a feeling of awe as he stared. Slowly, her gaze raised to meet his, and the mysterious smile that touched those soft, fertile lips nearly drew his breath away. "Thank you, Cole."
"Do the bonbons meet with your approval?" he asked softly.
She laughed gaily, as if she were about to plunge into some strange, thrilling adventure. He watched the entrancing play of her features as she lifted the lid and parchment paper beneath it. Her eyes widened in amazement at the wealth of confections he had purchased for her. Lifting a tidbit, she tasted it delicately, then sighed and closed her eyes as if transported into some pleasure beyond this world. "Absolutely wicked," she giggled, licking her fingers. "Will you have some?" Cole retreated to the safety of his place at the table and rejoined ruefully,
"Ole swears such sweets will destroy one's manhood."
Alaina regarded him with a smile twitching at the corners of her lips. "Do you lend a great deal of credence to old men's tales, Dr. Latimer?"
"Madam, of late, if one declared a like effect from water, I would have no way to prove the contrary," he commented dryly. She leaned her elbows on the table and lifted a chocolate to consider in museful deliberation. "Perhaps you should try several. They might ease the lustful side of your nature." "Thank you for your suggestion, madam."
He met her gaze directly.
"Though I dare say my lustful side has had little opportunity to assert itself, I shall try to restrain it better in the future."
He considered the silver hound that formed the handle of his cane and pondered aloud, as if to himself, "I had no idea that marriage bore such a resemblance to the monkish style of life." A dozen or more chiding comments were ready on her tongue, but she had no mind to further erode the pleasantry of the morning, and thus held her silence for the sake of peace. There would, no doubt, come a time in their somewhat unsteady relationship when she could remind him that he was getting just what he had asked for. The next morning Alaina came down at her usual time and found Annie dancing about in a fair fit of distress in front of the dining-room fireplace. An odour of burned chocolate filled the room, and when the cook moved aside, Alaina saw the reason. The banked coals of the fireplace were covered with a sticky black scum. The tin box lay bent and twisted on the fire grate, the bright paint now scorched and brown. With a cry of dismay, Alaina flew to the hearth and reached to pull the container out. Just as quickly she withdrew her fingers and shook them to ease the pain, for the tin had proven quite hot. More wisely, she lifted the box free with the poker. "'Tis a heathenish thing, mistress," Annie sobbed. "I cannot say who would do such a thing, but 'tis a devil whatever name he be called." The tin had obviously lain on the fire for most of the night, to have been seared so badly by the low, ash-covered coals. Whoever had conceived the notion had deliberately emptied the candy on the fire, then had mutilated the box. Not an act of momentary anger, to be sure, but one of cold, calculated hatred. Someone in the house apparently bore a deep enmity for her.
"What's happened here?"
Cole demanded sharply from the doorway. Both women whirled, Alaina blinking back tears, and Annie with her mouth aslack. As he glanced from the mangled box to the two women, the cook rushed to explain. "The tin was there, sir, when I come in to set the table. Some villainous creature is at work hereabouts, and I have not a ken as to what his name might be."
"Perhaps the other servants might shed some light on this matter," Cole replied. "I will speak to them immediately."
"'Twas no accident, sir," Annie stated emphatically. "This was pure meanness, at its blackest."
"So it would seem," he responded brusquely. "But one way or another such happenings will cease, even if I must dismiss the entire staff."
The cook wrung her hands fretfully. She would be sorely distressed to have to leave. After working for the Latimers for so long, she felt as if she were part of the family, and the master himself more like her own son. Yet she could understand that his commitment to his young wife came first. Elena's own spirit was much humbled by Cole's threat. Struggling to control an urge to tremble, she murmured an excuse and left the room. Concerned, Cole followed her to stand in the hall and watched as she slowly mounted the stairs. He could think of no comforting words that might soothe her. She moved on past the balustrade out of his sight, leaving him to stare in troubled silence at the shadows she had just left. He was about to turn away when she appeared again, this time ramrod stiff and pale of face. "Dr. Latimer," her voice trembled with emotion. "Will you come up here a moment, please?" He hurried up the stairs at the best gait he could manage with the aid of his cane, wondering what damage had been done now. Mentally, he began sorting out the dire proceedings he had threatened should his fears prove correct. But when he stepped into his wife's bedroom and saw what had aroused her, he laughed aloud in relief. "I see nothing amusing in this," Alaina snapped, white-lipped. "Something is always being moved in here while I'm gone, and now this? What kind of fool jest is this anyway?" She lifted the small painted tin box that had been left in the middle of her bed and handed it resentfully to Cole. It was less than half the size her own box had been, but bore the same rich bonbons inside.
"It's Mindy's," Cole answered. "I think you have gained a friend."
"Mindy!" Her voice cracked with ire brought forth by his jovial grin. "Who is this Mindy? Is she some paramour you have kept in this house beneath my very nose?"
"Paramour?"
He chuckled in amazement.
"I would guess she has need of love at that, but not the sort you mean. Perhaps it's time you meet Mindy. Come along, my pet."
Giving her no choice in the matter, he caught her hand and led her down the hall to a bedroom on the far side of Roberta's suite. He pushed the door wide and drew her in with him. The room had a strange, untouched look about it. Indeed, no sign of habitation existed. Cole grunted, then pulled Alaina back through the hall to the stairs and descended them. "Cole," she hissed, trying to pry his long, thin fingers loose from her wrist. "Let me go. What will the servants think?"
"This is my house, madam, and I don't give a damn what anybody thinks."
She was still in tow when they passed Miles and Mrs. Garth in the dining room. The servants paused to stare in surprise, and Alaina attempted to appear quite composed and dignified as Cole pulled her unceremoniously through the swinging door that led into the kitchen, leaving the two servants gaping in astonishment. Having had to match the limping pace of her husband's long legs, Alaina was slightly breathless when Annie turned from the wood stove with a ladle in her hand. "Now this be a rare day, to be sure, both the mistress and his lordship coming to visit me at the same time." She looked at them suspiciously. "Gives me to wonder what's brewing in the mill." Cole shushed her with a wave of his hand, further rousing the cook's curiosity. She maintained an obedient silence, but contemplated him narrowly as he glanced about the kitchen. He checked beside the wood box and in the pantry, then stepped out the back door onto the small enclosed porch. "There you are," he said to someone whom Alaina could not see. He held out the tin. "Did you give this to the lady after her box was burned?" Though no sound came that Alaina could hear, he apparently received an affirmative reply, for he smiled. "She would like to thank you, and I think it's time you stop hiding and come out and meet the lady. Come on, you needn't be afraid of this one," he coaxed, reaching behind the door. "Her name is Alaina, and she's a very nice lady." Alaina gasped as he brought into view a child, a girl, no more than 6 or 7 years of age, clutching a tattered cloth doll close against her. She was wearing a long, ankle-length faded calico dress beneath a woolen coat that was at least a size or so too small, and though the kitchen was warm, she was shivering like a frightened rabbit. Large, dark eyes cast a quick, furtive glance around at Alaina, but after that, she refused to lift her gaze again and held it fastened on the worn toes of her black, high-topped shoes. The thin, tiny face was smudged and blackened with soot and grime, while the long, badly snarled braids indicated much neglect. "She doesn't say much," Cole informed his young wife. "But this is Mindy." "Good heavens, Cole! What on earth have you been doing with that child?" Alaina demanded, horrified at the girl's bedraggled state. "She's filthy." "I bought her clothes," he shrugged, "but she won't wear them. There is a bedroom for her upstairs, but she refuses to sleep in it. She seems to prefer it here in the kitchen. In a quiet way, she is very independent, much like another one I came to know quite well in New Orleans." Glancing away from his pointed stare, Alaina realized that Annie was closely following their exchange and watching them attentively over the tiny wire-rimmed spectacles that perched on the end of her nose. Cole turned, following his wife's gaze, and Annie hastily busied herself with scraping a carrot for the soup. Yet it was not in her character to withhold comment. "Mindy don't take to people as a rule, and I guess I can't blame the poor tyke. The old mistress used to rant and rave about having to share her house with every ragamuffin brat the mister be finding. Even took a razor strap to Mindy one time she did, but the mister showed up before any real harm was done." "Annie, your tongue rattles far too much too often," Cole observed gruffly. The woman appeared undismayed. "I'll be speaking my mind, with no adornments, to be sure, but the child seems to have taken right well with the new mistress. Mindy's been watching her for days now." Annie sniffed loudly as she continued. "In fact, she was so worried about the mistress, she give up her own tin what the mister gifted her with. He cannot be disputing the gentle heart she has, poor wee orphan." "Doesn't she have any kin?" Alaina asked. "She had an uncle," Cole stated. "He worked as our gardener for a while, after I came home from New Orleans, but no one seems to know what happened to him. Mindy's been here ever since he disappeared." "But where are her parents?" "The massacre 3 years back," he whispered softly, and shook his head to warn her away from the topic. Alaina took the tin from beneath Cole's arm and held it out to the girl. "I'll need help eating all these. Would you mind keeping the tin for me and helping me along with them?" Mindy blinked her large eyes and looked inquiringly at Cole, as if seeking his guidance. He nodded his approval, and hesitantly her gaze came back to the lady. Accepting the box, she immediately clutched it to her breast, then sidled nearer the door, anxious to escape. Alaina had known firsthand the fear, the hunger, the displaced feeling of not having a home, and could well understand the young child's anxieties and fears. Her ragged appearance alone could wrench the heart of anyone capable of having compassion for another being, and Alaina was most susceptible. Tenderly, she bade the girl to come near, assuring her, "I won't hurt you." Mindy crouched in sudden trepidation, not willing to trust her, and started through the door, but Cole caught her arm, forbidding her escape.
"Here now, where are you going? Didn't you hear the lady?"
Dark eyes grew enormous with panic as he drew her back. In nervous apprehension, Mindy clasped her possessions to her and balked at being dragged past his leg, which she clung to desperately. Alaina's mother had raised her children with a firm but gentle hand. She had never been harsh, but she had not been overly lenient with them either. It was this kind of upbringing that Alaina fell back on now. "I would like a closer look at you, Mindy. Come here." Her voice, though soft, brooked no disobedience. Reluctantly, Mindy moved nearer, and Alaina made a slow tour around her, lifting a braid to peer at a well-crusted ear, scanning a dirt-caked neck, and turning small, thin hands to stare with disapproval at the soiled palms and begrimed knuckles. Finally, Alaina raised her gaze to Cole, who watched her in wry amusement. "You've let this child live in your house like this? You? Of all people?" Cole chafed beneath her tone of reproof, almost as much as Mindy had under her inspection.
"Madam, you may ascribe to me a great deal of experience where women are concerned, but I assure you this one falls outside of that realm. If you can enlighten me as to the best way to deal with her, I would be most grateful."
"What every child needs, sir, is a good guiding hand and to be told when to bathe and how to keep clean. And that, Dr. Latimer, will be the next step here. Now come along, Mindy," she said, taking the child's arm. "We'll deal with a few of your most obvious problems first." A bit of rebellion showing in her dark eyes, Mindy pulled herself away. She had been perfectly satisfied to lead her life the way it was and could do without the likes of a bath. Her uncle hadn't cared one whit about seeing her tidy, and though Dr. Latimer had insisted, she had hidden from the servants until they were too busy with other chores to take time for her. Thus, she had maintained her present state of comfort and was not anxious to see it end. Calmly, Alaina faced the show of obstinance and nodded, folding her arms sedately. "Well, I suppose I could call Peter, Miles, and Mrs. Garth to help hold you while I give you a bath. It makes no difference to me whether it's by force or consent, but either way, you're going to have a bath." The girl glanced quickly to Cole in hopes he might save her from this woman who was making such threats against her. After all, he had rescued her often enough from the first mistress. But now he seemed most disinterested in her plight as he drew out his pocket watch and casually noted the time. With that last appeal spent, Mindy had no other option open but to yield. Glumly, she hung her head in submission. "Come along, then," Alaina urged, and took the girl's narrow, fine-boned hand. "Dr. Latimer?" The grey eyes came back to him, I may need your able assistance should I meet resistance along the way. Will you join us?" "I'll have Peter fetch some hot water for you, mistress," Annie offered enthusiastically. She was much impressed with the common sense displayed by this young woman, and agreed with a goodly measure of gentle force. It was the unnecessary violence of the first mistress that she had abhorred. Cole was also impressed. "Madam, if you can perform such miracles as leading her calmly to a bath, then perhaps you can get her to sleep upstairs in a bed." Mindy passionately shook her head. "But why not?" Alaina asked, pausing at the swinging door. Annie coughed loudly to gain their attention and interjected, "Pardon me interruption, mistress, but as I said afore, the first Mrs. Latimer was real spiteful to the girl whenever the master weren't about, and little Mindy was given the bedroom right next to the red room. I would be thinking that dearie is afraid that Miss Roberta will come back. It's a fact that she fears being up there by her lonesome." "We'll see what can be done about that," Alaina replied. Upstairs in his wife's bedroom, Cole laid more wood on the fire as she brushed the tangles from the child's hair. Mindy obediently put aside the tin box, but refused to give up her doll, even while her coat and gown were being removed. Alaina wrinkled her nose at the grubbiness of the garments and was struck with the memory of the garb she had worn as Al. At least she had been clean beneath the clothes, while Mindy was not. Cole contemplated the small, trim woman who had taken charge of the child. It seemed with each day's passing that his knowledge and understanding of her increased tenfold, yet he doubted that with all the facets of her personality he would ever know her completely or cease to be amazed and intrigued by some newly discovered characteristic. He saw the warm look of determination in her eyes as she rolled up her sleeves and pinned an apron to her bosom. She was quite a spirited woman, and he wished to tame nothing more than her heart. At her bidding, he lent his assistance by pouring fresh water from a pitcher while she painstakingly rinsed the soap from Mindy's hair over a basin in the bathing chamber. When faced with the prospect of putting aside the doll while she bathed, the girl clutched it all the more fiercely to her. Alaina was not disturbed. "That's fine. She looks like she needs a bath too, only you'll have to be careful with her. She's far more delicate than you are, and it would be a shame if she came apart in the water." Cole smiled as Mindy, on second thought, carefully perched the doll on the bench beside the tub. No fuss, no furore, just a little calm-voiced logic that the child could comprehend. He returned to the bedroom, lifted a glowing stick from the fireplace and touched it to the end of his cigar before leaning back in a chair to smoke and muse upon his young wife. He could guess that along about now Mindy was regretting that she had offered her box of bonbons as a replacement for the burned chocolates, for Alaina had set to scrubbing her with nearly as much vigour as she had the floors of the hospital. It was a much cleaner, pinker, sweeter-smelling Mindy who, after a time, emerged from the bathing chamber bundled in 2 large towels. Alaina led the child to him and was strangely warmed when he threw away the cigar and lifted Mindy onto his lap. The smaller armoire in the girl's room was full of new clothes as Cole had indicated, but Alaina discovered something very strange in her search for apparel for Mindy. Every garment, even the lace-edged bloomers and petticoats, had been deliberately slashed, cut or torn in some way, then carefully returned to the chest, so the mischief would not be readily noticeable. She went through the clothes carefully, selecting the necessary articles that could be repaired the most easily, and returned to her own chamber. She fetched comb, scissors, thread, and needle from her bureau, and, in passing the chaise, swept up the goose-down comforter. Kneeling before Cole, she beckoned Mindy to stand, discarded the towels, wrapped the child in the quilt, and began to gently comb the snarls from the wet strands. "I cannot say why or when," she murmured in a calm, unhurried tone, "but all the clothes you bought for Mindy have been deliberately damaged." Cole's amazement changed to silent anger, and she returned the girl to his knee, adding, "I didn't think you knew, but I believe that's the reason why Mindy refused to wear them." The small girl hid her face against Cole's shoulder as Alaina lifted the red velvet gown with its broad collar and cuffs, displaying the parted seams. She held up the undergarments for his inspection and pointed out the lace that had been torn free. Cole's face darkened. There were even burrs in the stockings and butter in the shoes. She shook her head in dismay. "I've wiped off the shoes as best as I could." She sucked her finger where a burr had maliciously pricked her, but the stockings proved a little more difficult.
"Roberta!" Cole growled.
"Do you think so?" Alaina glanced up from threading the needle.
"The gardener disappeared a couple months before Roberta died, and when I took the child in, she threw the usual tantrums. It seems very likely that she avenged herself on the clothes when I wouldn't let her abuse the child."
Alaina sewed in silence for a long space, wondering how her cousin could have been so vindictive. Roberta had wanted for nothing, but for some reason had not been able to find the contentment to enjoy anything. How miserable she must have been. Mindy had dismissed their presence, having found a haven in Cole's cradling arms, where she now slumbered most contentedly. Alaina lifted her gaze from the child, moving her eyes caressingly over the man's features until he glanced up. Then she hurriedly bent her attention to her needlework, hoping he would not notice the flush of colour in her cheeks. She slipped the needle through the fabric, jerked the thread until the knot caught, and innocently presented an inquiry. "Did you know Mindy's uncle very well?"
Cole snorted. "Well enough to know that he was a bastard. He and Roberta would have made a likely pair."
"What do you mean?"
"Mindy was as afraid of him as she was of Roberta. The man seemed to delight in punishing the child. I once threatened him with dismissal if I ever caught him beating her again. Shortly after that, he disappeared, leaving the girl behind."
"I think Mindy can do without the likes of him," Alaina stated. She glanced askance at her husband. "But you, Major, seem to have a way about you. Indeed, Mindy seems quite taken with you. Perhaps you should adopt her." Cole arched a brow and gave her a crooked smile.
"'Twas my understanding that fatherhood came more gradually. First the bedding, then the diapering. Isn't that the way it usually goes?"
"You should know, sir."
He laughed in amazement. "Madam, I have never fathered any children. Believe me." She considered him dubiously. For all of his criticism of Roberta, they must have found some common ground between them.
"What about your first wife? Was she not in a childbearing state when she died?" Looking down at the small form in his arms, Cole tucked the quilt carefully around the thin shoulders as he replied,
"Roberta and I did not share a bed, or anything more intimate after my return from the Red River campaign. She became pregnant by some other man."
Dropping her gaze, Alaina stared unseeing at the velvet gown in her lap. "I'm sorry, Cole. I didn't know."
"No need for apology, my pet. It was by mutual consent. She didn't miss it, and I—"
Alaina glanced up as he halted and wondered what he had been about to say.
"Didn't either," he finished stiffly. "At least, not from her."
"She must have loved you, Cole."
"No." He shook his head. "I don't think she was capable of loving anyone.
She enjoyed playing the wealthy mistress. Perhaps she was even proud to claim me as her husband before I was wounded. She enjoyed dressing herself in expensive clothes and liked to show off her beauty. But it wasn't for me. That was about as deep as her love flowed. She was like a shallow stream, all bright and pretty on the surface, but murky and dark with slime underneath. Alaina held up the repaired dress, seeking to divert the conversation to a less disturbing topic. "You have excellent taste, Dr. Latimer, and this colour should suit Mindy's fair skin and dark hair quite well. She'll be a little beauty." Cole rubbed his leg as a cramp began to grow in it. It was what Alaina had been watching for, that slight indication that he was in discomfort. She rose to her feet and sought to take the child from his lap, but he laid a hand on her arm, delaying her. "You have quite a mothering instinct, madam. You ought to have several of your own." Their faces were only a short distance apart, as her translucent grey eyes, glowing with warm lights, shone into his. Her voice was low and husky as she questioned, "Are you suggesting something, sir?" Cole leaned his head against the tall, tufted back of the chair and arched a brow wonderingly. "And what if I am?" She lifted the child from his lap and smiled poignantly. "Then I would remind you, sir, of our marriage arrangement." A lesson in the proper morning grooming of a young lady preceded breakfast with Dr. Latimer the next morning. Having frequently watched Alaina from hiding, Mindy readily copied her manner. The example was already set, and the child was as swift of mind as she was at mimicking. But then there was something about the lady that had sparked a memory of her own mother. In the ensuing days, Mindy responded readily to the firm but loving warmth of Alaina's attention. After the discovery of small dried thistles hidden beneath the child's lower sheet, Mindy's aversion to the bed became understandable. Still, a goodly measure of reluctance to be left alone in the room remained in the girl. Thus, Alaina sought out Cole and asked his advice. His solution was to move the child into another bedroom where she would be away from that cauldron of hatred that had been well steeped into the old mistress's rooms. The idea seemed to delight the child, and her eagerness was readily apparent as she helped move her clothes and possessions to the new location. Alaina gave a last pat to the freshly made bed in the newly occupied room and sat down on it, facing Mindy. She smoothed the quilted bedspread beside her as she asked, "Will you sleep here now?" Mindy's nod came without hesitation, but again there were no words, only the fleeting smile, then a wide-eyed attention, as if she waited, almost fearfully, for some bad dream to return. "Oh, Mindy," Alaina's heart twisted in pity. "Poor child." She held out a hand and, when the small girl took her offer, gathered Mindy into her arms. She lifted the thin body onto her lap and caressed the soft hair. "We are a pair, the two of us," Alaina whispered sadly. "But at least my trials were a matter of choice, and I know full well why the choices were made. But yours were none of your own making." Mindy bathed that evening in Alaina's tub, and, when she had dressed herself in a long nightgown and warm robe, sought out her doll and the empty candy tin, gathered them into her arms, and allowed Alaina to tuck her into the new bed without a whimper. She listened to a brief prayer as Alaina knelt at her bedside, then closed her eyes, and when the lady pressed a kiss to her forehead, a tiny smile came, and stayed. Chapter 33. Alaina had already realized that when Cole Latimer set his mind on having something, he was not easily dissuaded from that end. Indeed, he could be steadfastly persistent, never wavering far from his purpose. Most often he won the prize of his attention through relentless pursuit. Thus, when Alaina found herself to be the thing he purposed to have, she knew that she faced a struggle of temperaments ahead, hers pitted against his. As yet he had not issued forth with any verbal commitment that would reassure her she was not going to be used for a whim, and she was most reluctant to trust his amorous attentions. He became outright bold in the way he courted her, not making any attempt to conceal the fact that he wanted to bed her, or that he considered her to be his property that he could casually touch and freely handle. He restrained himself only to the point that he didn't force her to serve his pleasure, but Alaina was not quite sure just how long he would hold himself in check. He introduced her about as his wife, and because he had business in St. Anthony, took her with him, acquiring a hotel suite with 2 bedrooms only because she had gently insisted that they should take Mindy along. She had shared one of the rooms with the child, leaving Cole to take the other, but he had even gotten around that marital separation, at least for a night, by accepting an invitation to stay with friends after the theatre. Alaina had no choice but to share his room in order to keep up appearances, an arrangement that left her more than leery. While Mindy was safely ensconced in a room of her own down the hall, Alaina had to face the prospect of not only sharing quarters with her husband, but a bed besides. "You'll, of course, be sleeping in a chair," she remarked hopefully when he started undressing for bed. Cole looked at her in surprise.
"It was not my intention at all, madam. The bed is large enough for the 2 of us."
"I thought you had trouble stretching out in bed with your leg." His smile brazenly hinted of his amusement.
"Does bedding down with a Yankee frighten you so much?"
Alaina glared at him coolly. "You don't frighten me at all, sir."
"Pray tell me then, madam, why you have turned out all the lamps to undress." His chiding laughter struck a chord of irritation in her. "If not for the fire in the hearth, I swear I'd have to fumble around in the dark to find my own clothes."
"It would help considerably if you did find some," she retorted with rampant sarcasm.
"My apologies."
His long, naked torso bent slightly in a mocking bow. He seemed casually unconcerned that the shifting firelight boldly portrayed him as a man.
"I was not aware that your nature was so tender to the honest sight of a little bare skin. However, I must warn you, I do not intend to keep myself forever bound in a cocoon for your peace of mind."
Modestly, Alaina clutched the folds of her nightgown to her bosom as he neared the darkened corner where she had sought seclusion to undress. She had only been successful in removing her gown and petticoats, having found the corset strings as difficult as usual. He saw the hesitancy in her eyes as she raised her gaze to his, and smiled gently.
"Do you wish some help?"
Uncertainly, Alaina presented her back, allowing him access to the corset strings. It was a long, quiet moment that passed between them as he concentrated on the task at hand. But once free of the garment, she waited, scarcely breathing, as he caressed her loosened hair and the silkiness of her bare arms. Stepping nervously away, she pulled the nightgown over her head and released her undergarments beneath its protective shield. Limping to the head of the bed, Cole folded aside the top covers and sat on the edge, taking up a cheroot to light as he casually observed her progress in modesty. After donning her robe, she came around to the other side of the bed and, quickly slipping beneath the covers, stayed as close to the far edge as allowable, without falling to the floor, and clutched the silken quilt high beneath her chin. She was no more willing to spend the night in a cold, hard chair than he was, and had quickly given up the idea when she saw what choices were open to her. Raising the bedcovers, Cole slipped in beside her, keeping his leg bent to ease the drawing tightness in his thigh. As he smoked his cigar, he noticed that she lay with her eyes open, watching the trail of smoke curling upward toward the ceiling. He could not help but wonder at her thoughts. She had been most charming throughout the evening, acting the loving wife for the benefit of his friends and, with her simplest touch, arousing his desires more than she could know. After Roberta, his friends had been much taken with her graciousness and cheerful wit. He couldn't blame them any. She was quite a delectable bit of fluff. He rolled his head on the pillow to whisper a question. "Warm enough?" Alaina nodded shyly. "And your leg, does it hurt?" "Nothing to worry yourself about, madam." He shifted the cigar to his other hand and reached across to pull the downy quilt over her shoulder. "Thank you for letting Mindy come with us, Cole." It was his only reply as he continued smoking. Before he finished the cigar, his wife was asleep. But it was a long time before he could find that same nectar of peaceful repose. Alaina's slumber deepened as the moon continued its flight across the heavens. She nestled against the warm body beside her, liberated in the blanketing arms of Morpheus. Then there was a tickling in her ear, a whisper so soft she could not distinguish it from her dreams. "Alaina, are you asleep?" "Cole," she sighed in a soft, drowsy breath, unable to break the lingering essence of silken sleep. She pressed closer, lulled in the security of his presence. He rose above her slightly, laying an arm along her back and nuzzling his nose into the fragrant, curling tresses above her ear, while his lips moved against it. "Unless you wish to fall victim to circumstances which could rapidly advance beyond my control, Alaina, I suggest you remove yourself, at least to a more modest distance." Her eyes flew wide as she realized full well of what he spoke. She lay on her side, facing him, with her left leg raised and resting intimately across his bare loins. The branding heat he displayed was graphic proof of his words. His manhood was firm and hot against her, searing her flesh. "Excuse me," she mumbled in rowling embarrassment and moved quickly to the far side of the bed, where she lay staring at the ceiling. Now they were both wakeful, their nerves stretched taut like the strings of an archer's bow. It was a long time before dawn came to release them from this mutual torture chamber. Once at home again, Alaina felt on safer ground, though she still had to bear his untimely intrusions into her bedroom. Sometimes at night, she would awake to find a long shadow beside her bed, and there was to be no mistaking his broad, naked shoulders against the moonlit windows. Once again, his restless prowling had brought him to her side. She had all but given up barring the doors with chairs, for she could not bear his sarcasm that ridiculed her fear of him. She was just ornery enough to show him that she was not afraid of him. But then, after discontinuing the use of such safeguards, she could not dismiss the idea that she was playing right into his hands, for he now went in and out of her rooms as he pleased. He seemed especially wont to intrude upon her baths. "I would enjoy the privilege of showing you off about town this evening," he announced after such an interruption, "and this time," he drawled leisurely, as his eyes dipped meaningfully to the pale breast she sought to cover,
Wear something that will compliment you as a woman. You must forgive me, but I'm a bit tired of the grey."
"Compliment me as a woman?" Elena's mind railed as he withdrew from the bathing chamber and wisely closed the door. She restrained the urge to throw something at the portal, but only because he'd just laugh at her display of temper. By heavens, she vowed, she would show him just how much of a woman she really was. She laboured most of the afternoon to make adjustments to a velvet gown which, other than the grey, was the last of her personal wardrobe worthy of compliments. As she studied the neckline, pondering whether it should be demure or bold, something savage rose up within her, and she applied the scissors until the décolletage was well below what propriety dictated. Cole seemed to have a penchant for bosoms, and she was well fired to whet his appetite to the full measure. When it was time to dress, she propped a chair against her bedroom door to prevent Cole from wandering in unannounced. She wanted the shock to be sudden and ruthless, and she was determined that after tonight he would never again question her womanhood. At her light rap on his bedroom door, she heard him call out, bidding her admittance, and primed herself as much as Roberta had ever thought of doing. As she entered, Cole turned, working the studs through the tiny openings in his shirt. He halted as his gaze came upon her, and boldly stared his appreciation until Alaina had the distinct feeling that his imagination plunged far below the limits of her gown. In that same moment, she realized that she had struck her goal as well as could be expected, for Cole absently tried to work a stud through his shirt where no hole existed. "You're not dressed," she murmured. Cole limped near and, at closer range, leisurely inspected her, letting his gaze follow the course of the golden chain that disappeared into the deep, inviting valley between her breasts. An enticing bit of lace had been added where the neckline plunged sharply down the crevice, and its transparency stirred his curiosity no small amount, for he could only wonder at the brevity of the shift she wore, if she wore one at all. Though Alaina was bound and determined that he would never again treat her casually, she realized, as her own pulse throbbed an unsteady beat, the possible danger for herself. Cole was no dawdling schoolboy, and she would have to be cautious, lest the limits of his self-control be exceeded. She smoothed the deep, rich burgundy velvet. "Is this womanly enough for you?" Cole laid a hand on the slim column of her throat, feeling the rapid pulse beating there, and with a thumb, lifted her chin until her eyes raised fully to his. "Were it any more womanly, madam, you would not escape my bedroom tonight. It is as much as I can bear, and still retain my modesty." His hand slid downward over her breast and around her waist, then slowly up her back, gently pressing her closer to him. "Are you sure," he whispered hoarsely, "that you would not rather spend the evening right here?" Alaina braced her elbows on his chest to prevent her bosom from coming in contact with him, and laughed softly as she inserted the studs into his shirt front with quick dexterity. "Mind your manners, sir," she cajoled. "Ole will be upon us to find out the delay. I heard him bring the carriage around some time ago." Cole released her and picked up his cravat, muttering angrily, "Ole, Mindy, Annie, Miles, someone is always threatening in this house." He snugged the cravat about his neck. "I shall dispense with the lot of them." He moved to the mirror as she flipped the striped silk into place, "and rape you at my leisure." Light laughter echoed through the bathing chamber as Alaina retreated to the shelter of her own room. "So, the cock crows." Her voice came chidingly. "Search out your vest and coat, my lord. We are late." Cole gave a lecherous grin to the image in the mirror before hastening to comply. Taking up a tall hat and throwing an evening cloak over his arm, he stepped from his room and met his wife as she entered the hall. He was taken aback a notch or two to find that she had donned the hooded, fox-trimmed cloak he had bought for her and had covered her charmingly upswept coiffure with an exquisite black lace shawl. Master Latimer was at his very best behaviour as he handed his wife into the waiting brougham. He slid into the seat beside her and thumped the head of his cane against the roof, signalling Oli to get under way. Then leaned back to place an arm about his wife's shoulders and bestow upon her his full attention. The carriage lanterns leaked their shifting light in upon her, casting a soft glow on the enticing cleavage as he plucked away the sheltering folds of her cloak. "It pleases me that you've worn the cloak, my love," he murmured huskily. "It suits you." The endearment came from his lips like a tender caress, strumming the strings of her heart. Yet for all of her longing to be soft and responsive to him, she was most wary. She could hardly feel confident in her ability to handle him, having failed at least once before. In many respects he was like some sharp-fanged, wary-eyed wolf, ready to devour, but at the moment temporarily pacified. She had cause to be cautious. "I've never worn anything so luxurious before, Cole." She smoothed the fur trim shyly. "It's beautiful." "Only because you're wearing it, my love," he breathed as he bent his head near to brush his lips against her hair. "You smell as pretty as you look, all woman, soft and sweet." Alaina privately conceded that his taste in perfumes suited her mood of the evening, but she was becoming increasingly aware that her ploy as temptress was quickly diminishing to the role of cornered hare. He had latched onto the game with fervour and was chasing her down, wearing down her resistance with honeyed words and gentle caresses. What woman wouldn't find her defences much askew when boldly courted by the likes of such a handsome and zealous suitor? She was not to be blamed because she wanted it to continue, even though somewhere further on she must find the will to hold him off. Sometime later, Oli pulled the carriage to a halt before a large 3-story yellow building, the high gables of which were elaborately decorated with openwork. A porch, bearing the same plethora of gingerbread, stretched across the face of this structure. "What kind of place is this?" Alaina questioned eagerly as Cole handed her down from the brougham. "The best the town has to offer," he stated with a grin. "But then, madam, you must remember that this is not New Orleans. Hardly comparable to the St. Charles as a hotel, I'm afraid." "Hotel?" She stared at him in wide curiosity. "Stern's house, madam. We'll have a bite to eat here." He obliged her further. "I've heard there's a travelling troupe in town. Perhaps we can catch a performance after we dine." "Will we be staying the night here?" Her voice was soft, but the question blunt. "That remains to be seen, madam." He smiled debonairly. "It's not outside the realms of possibility, if you should feel inclined to stay." "We have no baggage." She made the statement as if to dismiss the feasibility of such a happening. "Then I would say that dispenses with the problem of you wearing a robe to bed." He grinned. She blushed profusely, remembering that other night with embarrassing clarity. "You are a conniving rogue, sir."
Madam, let me assure you, he responded light-heartedly, that I will not press you overmuch to do anything against your will.
The light of humour sparkled in his eyes as he offered his arm, and he covered her hand warmly with his when she slipped it through the crook.
You must forgive me, my sweet. You play the loving wife so well, I catch myself getting lost in the role of husband.
And sometimes, sir, she replied in a gentle but more serious vein, I find myself completely baffled by you and this marriage of ours. In the rich foyer, a uniformed maid took their outer garments, and demurely Alaina drew the lace shawl about her shoulders, gathering it over her bosom. Whatever her casualness might be with Cole, she lacked the boldness to lend herself to the stares of other men. The hostess turned to lead the way, and Cole slid his hand along his wife's back, settling it possessively upon her narrow, corseted waist. They passed through a parlour, adorned with long, gilt-framed mirrors, velvet drapes, and twinkling chandeliers. In the dining room, they were led to a secluded table in the corner. As the hostess bustled off to fetch them wine, Cole assisted Alaina into a chair, which faced away from the other occupants of the room, shielding her from their overly curious stares. He nodded to several casual acquaintances before seating himself beside her, stretching out his leg beneath the table. Cole gathered his wife's slender fingers into a gentle grasp, admiring her beauty and the vision she made. He was stirred by the nearness of her, and most enchanted with the detail of her features. The way her eyes tilted upward beneath their thick fringe of black lashes, the gently curving bow of her soft lips, which he craved to caress with his own.
Your hand is cold, he whispered.
And yours is warm, she murmured, snuggling her other hand into his and unconsciously bringing her shoulders forward until the gown gapped open, revealing the pale, lustrous swell of her breasts to his rapidly warming perusal. The bodice teased him, ever threatening to yield a view of the tantalizing peaks he longed to touch. There was a sweet, nagging ache growing in the pit of his belly, a hungering he yearned to appease.
We've become something of a curiosity among the gossip-mongers hereabouts, my sweet, he commented with a wayward smile. Perhaps we should allow them the opportunity to see that you're not a jackal with two heads.
And what do you suggest, sir? He gazed down into the warm grey eyes. It was easy to become mesmerized in their clear depths.
A small celebration, I think, to honor the new Latimer woman. Nothing extravagant. A few neighbors and acquaintances over for some wining and dining and a bit of dancing.
A burst of laughter came from the entrance, and the sound of mixed voices chattering gaily approached the dining room. The Latimers turned as Bregar and Caroline Darby, accompanied by another man and a woman, swept through the doors. A muffled groan came from Cole as he silently cursed the fate that had brought them to the hotel at this particular time, and when Alaina looked at him, he was pressing a hand against his face as if the whole side of it ached, while he gazed steadfastly out the darkened window.
"Cole, be nice," she pleaded. "Remember he did make his apologies."
"Madam," her husband sighed heavily, "you can't understand my present urge to throttle him."
Catching sight of the couple, Bregar flashed them a broad grin and waved a greeting. Cole smiled stiffly, nodded, and muttered beneath his breath,
"Have you ever seen so many teeth in one man's mouth?"
"Oh, Cole, please," Alaina begged softly, her eyes appealing to him in humble supplication.
"Cover yourself, my pet," he bade gently. I have a strong aversion to that man ogling you.
She gathered the shawl to cover her bosom, her cheeks pinkening as she realized what the degree of her exposure had been. Carolyn was already leading the procession toward them, weaving her way past other tables and people. Cole struggled to his feet, realizing there was no escape, no back door he could pull Alaina through. Alaina. Carolyn bent to affectionately press her cheek against the younger woman's, then straightened to do the same with Cole. What a pleasure it is to run into you like this.
Good evening, Miss Darby.
Cole's voice was flat and dry, barely meeting the definition of polite greeting. Miss Darby, indeed, she laughed, resting a hand on his arm. Good heavens, Cole, you're as stiff as a mossy old board. You know you really should learn to relax more. No wonder your leg bothers you so much. Bregar came to stand beside them, offering an explanation.
Our carriage wheel broke just down the street, and it cannot be fixed until the morning. We were worried that we'd have to stay the night, but since you're here, Cole, perhaps we can beg a ride home.
He left the sentence hanging expectantly. It was even worse than Cole had first imagined. He saw the whole evening wasted and his intentions put to naught. They couldn't possibly know how outraged he felt at their intrusion or understand his frustration. Hoping to dissuade them, he displayed his reluctance to leave.
We just got here.
Oh, well, that's just fine, Bregar rejoined. We'll join you and have a bite to eat. Bregar, you haven't made the introductions, his sister reminded him.
Of course.
He laid his arm around the small red-haired woman's waist.
Cole, I believe you know Rebel Cummings and Mart Holvag, our senior knight of the Law and Order forces.
Cole translated the introduction as he presented his wife.
Martin is our deputy sheriff, and this is Rebecca Cummings.
He saw the perplexed look that flickered across Alaina's brow and explained further.
Most of her friends call her Rebel. She spent several months with her father down in Vicksburg after the siege.
He smiled ruefully.
When she returned, she had been infected with a drawl.
He nodded briefly toward Bregar.
It appears that she's living up to the title.
Bregar gave no sign that he had heard Cole's gentle barb as he swept his hand ceremoniously about to indicate Alaina, but his own rejoinder struck its mark.
And this fair lady is the latest mistress of yon Bluebeard's castle, my friends.
Bregar, how could you? His sister gasped angrily. That wasn't funny. His thrust had been sharp enough to make Cole stiffen. Alaina, seeing the stone-chiselled set of her husband's features, slipped gracefully to her feet and slid her hand through his arm, meeting his eyes with her silent plea until she felt him relax. She could not shake the mild feeling of disappointment at the intrusion these people forced upon them, the growing realization that she was beginning to enjoy Cole's courtship more and more brought an odd but undeniable radiance to her existence and being. Except for Jacques' crude abuse and the lieutenant's half-hearted wooing, she had never known the warm attentions of a handsome man. But this, she realized, was something beyond the simple gratification of a woman's desire to be wooed. Something entirely different.
Are y'all really from the South?
Rebecca asked sweetly in wide-eyed wonder.
Cole seems to have such a preference for Southern belles. I was just wondering what it is about y'all that he finds so intriguing. My Southern accent, perhaps?
Alaina queried, miming the other's innocence but couching her reply in a crisp English twang.
It really is amazing how being in a new place can affect one's tongue. Why, after being around Cole for so long," she smiled up at her husband solicitously and felt warmed by his approving stare, "I've learned words I never knew existed."
"Truer words might never have been spoken," Brigar avowed. "I've heard him range the length and breadth of the language and then some."
"Oh, faith and begorra!" Carolyn threw up her hands in despair. "Here's an untutored Irishman laying claim to the English tongue."
"I have been well tutored by him," Brigar shrugged.
"Like the kettle tutors the pot in blackness," his sister retorted.
"He has the advantage of his youth and wide travels with the army," Brigar excused lamely.
"But you have the natural talent," Carolyn accused, shaking her head in exasperation.
Brigar favoured her with a doting smile of appreciative thanks and deftly changed the subject. "You don't mind if we join you two, do you, Cole? Here, we can take this table over here and put it up against yours." Cole himself could hardly dissent, but he drained a glass of wine in a single gulp and pointedly abstained from assisting with the required table manoeuvre. When the seating arrangements had been adequately modified, Carolyn was on Cole's right, and on her right, Martin. Brigar slid a chair beneath his companion on Alaina's left, retaining the choice space between them for himself. In doing so, he unknowingly increased Cole's consumption of strong liquor and completely withered that one's high spirits of a few minutes before. The meal progressed with liberal conversation and gaiety abounded in all but one. Cole sat glumly morose, nodding stoically when directly addressed. For the most part he watched his wife, admiring her easy wit as she engaged in light-hearted repartee, countering Rebel's seemingly guileless barbs with subtle humour. The moment to depart for the town hall came and passed, unnoticed. It was not until the last dishes were being removed that Cole drew out his watch and uttered a sharp expletive as he noted the time. His exclamation halted the conversation as all turned to stare at him, and he tucked away the offending timepiece as he offered an explanation for his outburst.
"There was a travelling troupe performing at the town hall tonight, and I had planned to take Alaina, but I'm afraid we've already missed a good half of it."
"Oh, Cole, it's too late in the season for really good troops to venture this far north," Carolyn offered. "Besides, I have it on the best of authority that this one is completely boring. You are better off for having missed it."
"I guess there is nothing for you to do, Cole," Brigar smiled wisely, "but take Alaina home and go to bed."
Cole held his breath, knowing the jest, yet despairing that he could disentangle Alaina and himself from the group and have such good fortune actually descend on him. "We should be getting back," Carolyn commented, trying not to yawn. "Cole, you don't mind that Martin and Rebel will be coming too, do you? Rebel will be staying overnight with us, and Martin has his horse to fetch."
"I wonder if there'll be enough room," he muttered.
"We'll make room," Brigar declared. When Oli brought the brougham around, it was the others who paused to discuss how best to arrange the seating. Cole pushed through the group and, grasping Alaina by the waist, lifted her bodily into the carriage. He climbed in behind her, squeezed past, seated himself with his good leg against the far side, then pulled his wife down upon his left knee, holding her firmly in place with an arm about her waist. Alaina gasped and struggled to control her hooped petticoats, which threatened to rise above her head in the confined space and cause her acute embarrassment. Cole caught the edge of her cloak and flipped it over the velvet skirt in order to protect it, then, lifting his right boot, laid the heel on the lowest hoop, and crushed the willful thing into submission. He gazed with amusement over her shoulder at the 4 stunned faces still outside. "My wife and I are going to leave for home shortly. We invite you to join us, but we do not mean to tarry over long while you goggle." There was a shout and a rush for the carriage, and the ensuing lurch of the vehicle nearly launched Ole from his high driver's seat. Caroline and Rebel, taking advantage of the fact that they were deemed to be ladies, laughingly tumbled into the unoccupied front seat, and Deputy Holvag brushed Brigar aside to follow closely. Martin's face broke into a wide grin, the first Alaina had seen from him, as he wedged himself into place between the ladies and consolingly put an arm around each. Brigar was left to stare at a wealth of petticoats and pantaloons while he pondered how to make room for himself. Finally, he stepped in, avoiding skirts and white lace, and was about to suggest that Rebel accommodate herself on his knee as Alaina had on Cole's, when he was jolted into the vacant place beside his host. With a shout, Ole had set the team into motion. Brigar leaned out, caught the swinging door to latch it, and settled back, with crossed arms, and sulked. "If this is to be the way of things, Dr. Latimer," he snorted, "I'm going to go out and get me a coach worthy of the name." It seemed an endless ride to the Darvies, but finally Ole, sawing on the reins and with a heavy foot against the brake lever, hauled the brougham to a trembling stop before their stoop. The driver jumped down from his perch and hastened to open the door for his passengers. All that greeted him was a wild tangle of petticoats, boots, and trimly slim ankles. He could not determine a spot where he could politely reach a hand in to lend assistance. "Dumb nonsense," he mumbled, and left them to their own ends. He returned to his seat and tried to ignore the sounds coming from within. Brigar had slid to the floor with the sudden halt and couldn't lift himself without the risk of compromising the modesty of the ladies. Crawling out head first from the floor of the carriage, he stepped to the ground, where he rearranged himself, then, with a small bit of dignity regained, reached back a hand to assist a giggling Rebel to a safe landing. As a matter of convenience, Martin descended next and ably handed Caroline out. As the carriage was emptied, Alaina moved to the seat beside her husband, her manner much becalmed. Entrapped as she had been between Cole's thighs, she had felt the solid thud of his heart against her arm the entire distance from town, and when she had innocently sought to shift her weight a trifle, lest his leg grow weary with her weight, the beat had grown heavy and swift. In wonder, she had turned her gaze to him, then, realizing the reason, blushed as the blue eyes met hers boldly and without wavering. Thankful for the darkness, she had dared no movement thereafter, not wishing to arouse him unduly. Ole pulled the brougham out of the Darvies' drive, and Alaina huddled beneath her cloak, chilled by the crisp night air and deprived of Cole's warm, encompassing arms. She accepted the fur robe her husband tucked around her, snuggling gratefully beneath its comfort. "Slide over here, my pet, and rest against me," Cole urged. "We might as well be warm together, and it will help my leg." Hesitantly, Alaina complied, and in a moment was nestled against his warmth. She could not deny that her comfort rapidly increased. The place seemed made for her, and the pleasant heat that seeped through her garments led her an odd sense of security. His arm curled about her, pressing her closer, and she found no cause to resist. Her head found a place of its own against his shoulder, and she banished all thoughts of hungry wolf and captured hare. Yet, with all of her comfort, there was a strange sense of dissatisfaction at the knowledge that he had put such limitations on their marriage, and she was not free to enjoy a more intimate relationship with him.
I had planned the evening quite differently, he confessed against her hair. At least, something more private. His hand stroked along her arm. I think I shall take you with me to St. Paul. There'd be less chance of an interruption that far from home.
And what would be your intent, sir? She asked quietly. Cole reached a hand to play with the silken fasteners of her cloak, guilefully plucking them free as he replied,
Perhaps to keep you captive in a hotel room for a week or more, to make love to you as I yearn to do.
Lifting her head from his shoulder, Alaina frowned into his shadowed face. You confuse me mightily, Major. I just don't know what to expect from this marriage.
It might be better, my love.
He tried to keep the strain out of his voice.
If you accepted our marriage to be as any other, and expected from it what any bride might, you must be aware of my eagerness for that end. I ache with the need to make you mine once again, Alaina. It is constantly in my thoughts.
Elena's breath caught as his hand found the opening of her décolletage and slipped within to find the naked fullness of her breast. Wildfire spread through her, scalding every nerve, leaving her panting as his lips sank hungrily to her throat. He was leaning back in the seat, tightening his arm about her and drawing her down upon him. In another moment, he would have her beneath him, and she would be hard-pressed to stop her careening world. Breathlessly, she braced a hand against his chest and pushed herself away from him, sacrificing the comfort of the robe. With shaking fingers, she tried to repair the disarray of her bodice. There was a throbbing tightness in the pit of her belly, making her painfully aware of her own passion and desires. She avoided him as he reached for her again and voiced her protests feebly. But it's not just any marriage, Cole. It's mine, and it's a disaster.
It wouldn't be if you would let it take its natural course.
It's not my fault, she cried plaintively. You seem willing to shift the blame from where it truly belongs, and you have been most zealous in your accusations. You accused me of betraying you, of helping trap you in a marriage you abhorred, while you, Dr. Latimer, appeared quite willing to seduce Roberta on your own. She flung up a hand to halt his angry interruption. You cannot deny it. I was on the porch when you came to the Craig Hughes for supper. I didn't mean to spy, but I was trapped on the stairs when you walked out onto the porch. You kissed Roberta with certainly more enthusiasm than seemed proper.
And why not? He demanded. She was a young woman who appeared starved for passion, and I was a lonely soldier in a land where most were wont to affix various derogatives to my name. If I take you in my arms and kiss you, does that make me a lecher or pervert? Or is it only that you detest the fact that I choose to treat you like a woman?
Oh, I enjoy being treated like a woman, Alaina assured him fervently, and especially by you.
Then forget these senseless quarrels, Alaina. He grasped her arms and turned her to face him. I am a man, and you are my wife. You have no right to deny me.
You agreed that this would be a marriage of convenience only.
Bah!
He gave a derisive snort and leaned back angrily against the seat. Tell me what I must expect, Alaina pleaded in an unsteady voice. You vow that this will be a chaste agreement, but you accost me in broad daylight only moments after my arrival, intending to take your pleasure of me by force, if necessary. Then you come into my room
and threaten dire violence at your whim. Now you would seduce me in your carriage? I cannot help but wonder where this marriage will end, for you seem most fickle."
"Madam, I am not fickle."
He pressed on, though she would have interrupted.
"I have had enough of crows picking at my bones."
He leaned forward, and his voice cracked with the intensity of his emotions.
"I have had enough of harpies screaming about my head. You walk before me and greet my guests and play the part of wife so well. Then I see you cringing before me when I'm stirred to take you in my arms. I see you kneeling in the rose garden, and the urge to take you then and there sets red-hot coals a-dancing in my belly. You sit beside me, prim, aloof, guarded, while the lust within me is like spurs tearing at my groin."
As the words tumbled from his lips, Alaina's eyes widened in amazement. He continued in a hoarse whisper as his hard fingers bit into the soft flesh of her arms.
"I see you, beautiful and cool, bending, touching, turning, playing your bittersweet song upon the gut strings of my need. And always you are just beyond my grasp."
He caught her hands in his and held them when she would have drawn them back.
"I cannot promise I will never take you by force. I do not know that I can long endure this way. I want you, willing in my arms, but I warn you, madam. You fill my mind both night and day. I dream of your lips on mine, your bosom warm and eager pressed to mine. I have 1,000 visions of you, and the first of those burns my memory with soft white flames which devour me more surely than any volcano's fire. Think well upon it, madam, and have a care for how you tease me with a little showing of your bosom, lest we both discover the limit was not where we thought it to be."
Alaina would never be sure whether she escaped or he let her go. She folded her hands in her lap and stared down at them. This bond or vow between us, we have built a fragile thing, you and I. Her words were strangely muted. She shook her head and blinked back tears. "Am I to be your plaything, then? Shall I ever sit and wonder if today I might have overstepped the bounds? Whether you will come to me in rage tonight, or with pleasant cajolings, or perhaps not come at all? What do you intend of this marriage, Dr. Latimer? Will we just say good-bye one day and never see more of each other? I warn you, sir, I want more than that."
"The vows we exchanged were permanent enough for me."
He sounded tired now. He sat back in the corner, his face hidden in dark shadows. "I exchanged some words with Mr. James, not with you. And there was a prior agreement."
"I have questioned Mr. James to some length on that account, and I understand that the vows were made until death us do part. Yes, I believe those were his very words, since he bore my letter of proxy, duly witnessed and sealed. Do you not think those vows, made before God's witness, supersede any other agreements?"
"But did you not agree that I could leave when I wanted to?"
"And do you? Is that why you've denied me? Do you have some other man you wish above me?"
She couldn't bear the ragged, raking tone of his voice. "There's no one else, Cole. I do not wish to leave here without you." A long silence followed, until they both noticed that the carriage was standing still. In fact, it had been stopped for some time, and furthermore, it was halted in front of the Hill House. Oli was not in attendance, and Cole helped Alaina down in museful silence. They found the driver leaning against the wall in the vestibule, conversing with a yawning Miles. Cole stared at Oli until the man reddened and shuffled his feet in embarrassment.
"You were, busy," he explained, "and it was cold up there."
Cole gave him a curt nod of dismissal, while Alaina brushed past the men, fleeing up the stairs in painful humiliation. Chapter 34. Cole was gone the next morning when Alaina ventured downstairs. Miles dutifully informed, upon her question, that the master of the house had travelled to St. Paul, where he intended purchasing supplies to last the logging crews through the winter. Alaina was surprised that Cole had not even seen fit to tell her he was going.
"Murphy was sent for supplies just the other day," she said carefully. "Did he forget something?"
"I think not, madam."
Miles saw her bewilderment and sought to ease whatever disappointment she might be feeling at the doctor's absence.
"Dr. Latimer decided to have his properties worked for timber this year, and with the crews about to leave, there have been extra supplies to buy. Murphy was not that familiar with the purchase order, madam, so the doctor went along."
Alaina's confusion grew, despite Miles's best efforts.
"Dr. Latimer went to St. Cloud to post a notice for hire the day after I arrived. I thought it was something he had decided upon some time back."
"No, madam," Miles replied. "The doctor had no intentions of sending a crew up before he went down to fetch you."
"But how do you know?"
she asked in amazement. The butler was most patient with his explanation.
"Mr. James has often approached the doctor on the financial advantage of working his lands for the timber, but until you came, Dr. Latimer displayed no interest in it."
Miles flushed as he realized he was being much too verbose with a lady he had cautioned himself not to trust.
"When do you expect the doctor to return?"
she queried softly, unable to find a reason for Cole's sudden preoccupation with business, except that he had somehow felt driven to it by her presence in his house.
"They took several wagons with them, madam. I would guess it will be a few days before they're able to get all the supplies they need and return. If you desire to venture out during the doctor's absence, madam, he left the brougham and Oli to see you about."
"That wasn't necessary," she murmured. "I have no place to venture to."
The following days, Alaina occupied her time in companionship with Mindy, though she was far from content. The house seemed alien to her, and the foreboding gloom heightened in Cole's absence. Now that he was gone, the mansion appeared to come alive every evening in the wee hours past midnight. Strange sounds emitted from Roberta's room, and Alaina could find no explanation for them. Once, she even thought she heard a woman humming off-key behind the closed portal of the Red Suite, and a memory was brought hauntingly to mind that Roberta had never been able to sing, even passably. It was just like her yellow gown and the charred bonbons. There seemed no reasonable explanation for the happenings, but she could only guess that someone in the house did not like her. Another time, on leaving her own room to investigate a noise that sounded much like the shattering of glass, she saw a thin thread of light shining from beneath the door. Since Cole's departure, Soldier had taken up the custom of sleeping beside her bed, and it was only the dog's presence that lent her enough courage to try the doorknob. This time, to her amazement, she found the passage blocked from within. Some barrier had been placed against it.
"Stay, Soldier. Watch."
Alaina was determined to get to the bottom of this nonsense one way or another. She didn't believe in ghosts, and she doubted that even Roberta had the power to come back and haunt her. Therefore, it had to be a living, breathing creature behind that door. Running back to her room, Alaina put on her old robe, then caught sight of her reflection in the mirror. A thinly clad image stared back, with taut nipples straining against the fabric of the light wrap. She could not expect to accost the servants in such dishabille. Reluctantly, she sought out the heavy, satin-lined velvet robe that had remained unused in the armoire and slipped into it. The immediate increase of comfort was most thrilling, and temporarily discarding her proud forbearance, she also donned a pair of slippers before leaving her bedroom. She rapped insistently upon Miles's door until a mumbled reply bade her to wait a moment. But on retracing her steps to Roberta's room with the groggy butler, whose woolen robe had been hastily donned, she saw only darkness beneath the door. "Whoever is in there can't have gotten out. Not with Soldier guarding the way," she reasoned aloud, though her voice shook with the excitement of the moment. "They must still be in there." Solicitously, Miles turned the knob and pushed against the door. It creaked open easily, much to Alaina's bewilderment. Regaining her senses, she followed Miles into the room and shivered as a cold draught swept through the chamber. Miles touched a match to the wick of a lamp and carried it about the room as he made a careful inspection of every corner, nook, and cabinet until all possible hiding places were searched. But to no avail. There was simply no one in the room. Soldier seemed quite docile as he returned briefly to the mirrors to inspect his reflection, but in bored disinterest came back to plop himself at her feet. "There was someone in here, I tell you," Alaina cried in frustration. "I heard something break and I saw a light under the door." No sign of broken glass was visible, but Miles was not one to dispute the mistress's words. Yet he found it hard to accept the possibility of someone disappearing into thin air. "I'm sorry I disturbed you, Miles." Alaina didn't want the servants to think she was losing her mind, but neither would she plead for the butler's discretion. It was rather difficult not to question her own sanity when such things happened. "It appears that it was nothing more than my own foolishness and imagination." "'Twas no trouble, madam," he assured kindly, "and please don't fret yourself. I can't explain what went on here, but if you say it happened, I believe you." He was suddenly convinced of his own sincerity in making such a statement, though he failed to understand his reasons. Indeed, he barely knew this young woman. Alaina smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Miles." "You'll be safe enough with Soldier watching over you, madam. Try to get some rest." The house grew still once again, and with Soldier sleeping beside her bed, Alaina managed to ease her trepidations enough to find the slumber she sought. But as she slid into its restful arms, she had one last conscious thought of how sweet a relief it would be to hear the tap of Cole's cane coming down the hall. 2 nights hence, Alaina was awakened by the creak of the floor outside her bedroom door. Soldier's head raised from his massive paws, and the ridge of hair along the broad back stiffened. Whoever it was certainly not Cole. The doorknob turned ever so slowly, and the hound was at the portal in a leap, fangs gleaming white in the moonlit room. The silence was rent by his rumbling growl, and quick footsteps fled across the hall. When Alaina opened her door a moment later, the corridor was empty. The mastiff searched about, leading her once more to Roberta's room, but just as before, Nothing was even remotely out of the ordinary. This time Alaina refrained from disturbing Miles, not wishing to cause herself greater embarrassment, and returned to her bedroom, where she braced a chair against the door. During the next days, Alaina grew quite attached to the idea of having the huge dog sleep in her room. They struck up a friendship of sorts, and, with Mindy, ranged the wooded hills together, outings which Alaina actively sought in order to be free from the gloomy atmosphere of the mansion. It was toward the end of the week when Alaina was again awakened by small noises intruding into her sleep, but this time the sound came from Cole's bedroom. Grabbing up her wrapper, she hurried through the bathing chamber where Soldier sat on his haunches, whining and pawing at his master's door. A dim light filtered from the crack beneath the door, and when Alaina turned the knob, she found no barrier. The hound was through the open door in a rush, wagging his tail joyfully as he bounded toward Cole, who stood before the open doors of his armoire unbuttoning his shirt. The man affectionately patted the beast's head before the blue eyes raised to meet Elena's surprised gaze, and the slow smile that came upon his handsome lips was one of warmth and welcome.
"Cole!" she laughed in glad relief. "I didn't know you were home."
"I arrived back only a short time ago. I'm sorry if I frightened you."
She shrugged happily.
"I'm just thankful it's you. Someone I can see, for heaven's sake. I was ready to believe you have a ghost in this house."
"I did frighten you," he said in wonder.
"Oh, it wasn't you," she assured him. Her world seemed safe again now that he was home. "This house is so big, and every little sound echoes through it. It's almost as if something here doesn't like me. I feel out of place." She lowered her eyes from his questioning gaze and stared at the floor in self-conscious confusion. Finally, in a rush of half apology, half sheer elation, she added, "Anyway, I'm glad you're back, Cole." She couldn't bear the long silence that followed her statement, and, without looking up, fled back to her room, closing her bedroom door behind her. The next morning she was half-dressed when a sharp, angry curse came from the bathing chamber where she had heard Cole moving about. The explosive expletive did not trouble her half as much as the silence that followed. Tying a knot into the waistband of her petticoat, she approached the door and rapped lightly on the wood. "Cole, are you all right?" she questioned through the barrier. Receiving no answer, she leaned close to listen. "Cole?" Her tone became insistent. "Are you all right?" A muffled grunt gave answer, but hardly relieved her concern. Indeed, it sounded more like a groan than anything else. "Cole?" She knocked on the door again. "If you don't answer me properly, I'm coming in." Abruptly the door was opened, and Cole, wearing only a large linen towel about his middle and clutching a small cloth against the side of his mouth, stood aside and swept an arm about to gallantly invite her in. Angrily, Alaina set her arms akimbo, ignoring the audaciously bold stare that, in a twinkling, divested her of chemise, petticoats, and corset. "I thought you were hurt."
"I am,"
he stated, and removed the small towel to disclose a long, clean cut that ran across the corner of his mouth.
"It hurts when I talk."
The sight of so much blood brought a gasp of alarm from Alaina. "What happened?" she demanded. She took up a clean cloth, dipped it into the pitcher of water, and began dabbing at the gash, cleaning away the blood.
"I cut myself shaving,"
Cole mumbled beneath her ministering. Alaina arched a dubious brow. "For a surgeon, you're rather unhandy with anything sharp. Hold still," she admonished as she applied a lump of alum to the cut. It's plain to see you're out of practice." He frowned at her chastening humor.
"Would you also accept that I need more practice at being a husband?"
"Poor darling," she crooned as if in sympathy. Her eyes were wide and innocent as she needled, "Does my lord chafe beneath the bridle of restraint?"
Cole peered down at her. "You've become quite saucy in my absence."
She smiled serenely. "I've learned that, in this house, there's something worse than a lecture, my love."
"Indeed?"
It was his turn to arch a brow.
"And what is that, my sweet?"
Alaina chuckled, and with regal dismissal dropped the cloth onto the washstand. Flippantly she shrugged. "His absence?" With a flick of her petticoats she spun about on a heel and returned to her bedroom. A moment later, when she looked over her shoulder, she found Cole leaning against the door jamb, watching her with a hopeful, if somewhat lopsided, smile on his face.
"Is it in your mind to be reasonable about our marriage, then?"
Her jaw sagged at the question. "Me? Reasonable? Of all the nerve—"
"Never mind."
He cut her off sharply. He half turned, but paused, and looked at her again.
"Before I left, I informed the servants that we would be entertaining come the week's end."
His face was stiff as he examined a snagged fingernail.
"It's about time I let our neighbors meet you."
Alaina raised her chin proudly. She resented being set aside, shut off from his presence, then brought out like some fragile porcelain doll that could not withstand the strain of being overheld, overloved, or overused, and be commanded to perform for his guests. "Am I then to be displayed like some possession of yours, Major, to satisfy the wagging tongues hereabouts?" His face, tense and unsmiling, he stepped to her dressing table and began trimming the nail with a pair of small scissors he found there.
"Did you not inform me that one of the duties of a wife is to perform as hostess for her husband?"
Her words smarted on the rebound, and she wished vehemently that she had never said them.
"There shouldn't be too much left to do,"
he stated, dismissing the argument.
"The servants are usually quite dependable, but I will ask Carolyn to help you if you need assistance in some way."
He stood indolently studying the nail with a total disregard for his state of undress, and she wanted to disrupt that arrogant complacency if just for a moment. "Why not her brother?" The blue eyes raised slowly until they met hers in the mirror. Then he went back to clipping the snag.
"I shall endeavor to protect your reputation as much as I can by not asking for his assistance."
"It's a bit late to be concerned about my virtue, don't you think, Major?" she replied with a bitter laugh. She shrugged, pushing a fallen tress from her brow as he scowled at his hand. "I mean, you might have exercised as much caution the day I dragged you from the river." He tossed the scissors down with an impatient gesture.
"At that time, madam, I believed you were what you claimed to be. Thus, you must accept part of the fault. You were most convincing."
His remark stung like salt in an open wound. "You must have been very gullible that night, sir," she replied with rancor. "You believed the lie Roberta told, too."
"But yours was the one that settled the matter,"
he remarked tersely. And for a moment, Alaina was frozen by those eyes that swept her, peeling away the meagre covering of her shift until she felt ravished by his stare. Then he returned to the bathing chamber and closed the door behind him without further comment. Cole leaned back against the portal to slowly release his mind and body from the iron restraints of his self-control. His insides were churned to a painful depth, for it had taken all his willpower to refrain from a physical display. Somehow, he must conquer this ingratiating weakness of his. Chapter 35. The upstairs maid, Gilda, had been originally hired as personal maid for Roberta, and timidly offered her services to the new mistress in styling an upswept coiffure for the evening's festivities that would be held at Latimer House. Alaina had never before had her hair dressed by anyone other than her own mother or herself, and it was a luxury she found most enjoyable. The dark, burnished tresses were artfully woven into a swirled grandeur that even complemented the widow's garb she had temporarily donned to see to some last-minute chores. One of those labours was the supervision of Mindy's bath. The girl had not yet conceded that washing was particularly good for a body, or, for that matter, even necessary, and, unless encouraged, she avoided the toilette entirely. She was to be allowed to attend the festivities for a short time, at least long enough to sample Annie's delectable confectionaries and to meet some of the guests when they arrived. Breathless with anticipation, she fidgeted nervously as Alaina helped her dress and repeatedly inspected her lace-edged smock of white and the new royal blue velvet gown. Then, in a most genteel and ladylike fashion, she descended the stairs and perched her tiny frame in the hall where the parlour settee had been moved to provide room for the dancing. There, she was prepared to meet the first arrivals. Alaina hurried down the hall to her own chambers, and as she neared them, was struck once again with a feeling of being watched. This time she knew the source was not Mindy. She slowed to a hesitant walk and, reaching her door, half turned and peered down the lighted hall. There was no place for even a small form to hide. Then, as her eyes scanned the corridor again, she noticed that the door to Roberta's suite stood slightly ajar. Curious, she returned to the portal and pushed it wider. The room was dark, and no movement hinted of another's presence. "Cole? Cole, are you in there?" No answer came to reassure her. Taking a lamp from the hall bracket, she cautiously entered. Her eyes moved about the room, roaming the deep shadows beyond the glow of the lamp. As the light fell upon the bed, a gasp was torn from her throat. On the gold satin coverlet lay a ball gown of blood-red hue, the sort that Roberta might have worn. In such a dress, she would have demanded the attention of every young swain in attendance. A chill went up Alaina's spine. She almost expected her cousin to flit gaily from some darkened corner and swoop up the dress to don it, while laughing at the ruse that had been played on the unsuspecting Lainey. Here she was all this time, she would warble, right beneath a MacGaren's nose, still married to Cole, and he part of the scheme to dupe the younger cousin. Only a prank, she would shrug. Only a prank to fool Al. Alaina took a firm grip on herself, thrusting down those errant fears that threatened to cartwheel out of control. Somebody in the house was playing tricks all right, but hopefully not the sort that she imagined. The lamp shed a dim aura of light as Alaina lifted it higher. A reflection from Roberta's writing desk caught her eye, and she remembered that the desk had been closed several days before when she had entered the room. Now it was open, and a journal was spread wide beneath a quill pen that slowly leaked a dark blot onto the page, forming an outsized and misshapen period to the writing. The blot was still wet beneath her testing finger, and as Alaina looked closer, she recognized the elaborate script as Roberta's own.
Her hands trembled as she set the lamp on the desk and lifted the book to read the last page of the dead woman's memoirs.
I see it in Cole's eyes. He stands at the end of the bed knowing what I've done, knowing I'll soon be gone from this world. He makes a pretense at helping me, but I know he's anxious to be with her again, that little tramp cousin of mine, and he'll go to her again when this is done, this dying. Oh, why? Why did I let myself be used like this?
Elena's heart took up a frantic beating as she flipped back through the pages to where her husband's name again caught her eye.
I almost wish Cole could have seen me today, spreading myself for that stinking oaf's delight and pretending to swoon with passion when he took me. How I loathed them both. Cole for all of his lusting after Lainey, his tricking me, and this fool I killed with kindness.
Alaina turned forward several pages, and her puzzled gaze scanned the writing she found.
I need no fool to tell me what must be done. Cole would be amused if he knew. He's not tried my door since he learned that Lainey was the whore in his bed that night, but I will not give him the pleasure of knowing my condition. I've been told there's a woman in town who will help me rid myself of this thing. I must not delay.
Pages flitted through Alaina's fingers, and her eyes searched each with an eagerness that was spurred ever on by the writings.
The filthy fool thought to have me at his beck and call because he caught me hiding my treasure. But my secret is safe again, well hidden from prying eyes, and such a scum as he. It's mine now, and I'll leave here rich.
Alaina was not sure how long she read bits and parts of the diary, but she suddenly became aware of Cole calling her. Voices were drifting up from the downstairs hall. A good many voices, mingled with laughter. It suddenly penetrated her awareness that the party was well on its way without her, and that Cole was searching for her. Tucking the book beneath her arm, she lifted the lamp and hurried from the room. She found Cole pacing her bedroom in a very agitated state. When he saw her, he appeared much relieved.
"Madam, where have you been?"
"Cole, just look at this,"
she began, holding out the book toward him.
"There's no time, Alaina."
He took the diary from her and tossed it casually upon the bed.
"Half the guests are here, and they're threatening to tear the house apart if you do not soon appear."
"But the book is important," she insisted. "It's Roberta's diary."
"Forgive me, madam, but I am not the least bit interested in reviewing what she might have written. I am more interested in getting you downstairs. At least half the guests have vowed that they will take the house apart stone by stone if I don't return with you post-haste."
"Really, Cole," she chided, "you exaggerate."
"Madam, you do not know my guests. They've already depleted the wines that were brought up from the cellar and have begun to raid the pantry for more."
He pulled her across the room as quickly as his awkward gait would allow and halted before the armoire. Impatiently, he flipped through her personal wardrobe, then growled,
"There must be something better than this."
He turned to her, slipping into his military tone of command.
"I care not for the color or pattern, but tonight you will garb yourself as befits a Latimer woman."
His haste drove all caution from his mind, and he forgot the fate of those who dealt roughly with this small wench. Her suddenly angry glare should have warned him away from further foolishness.
"Sir," she snapped, "I will garb myself as befits a MacGaren."
"A MacGaren?" he barked unreasonably loud. "Kin to one of those damned Irish clans, I'd wager."
"Eh, nay, sir."
She rolled the R in a manner that would have made her father proud.
"None of your flatland Irish letters, but one of the finest Highland Scots."
"A bunch of paupers, by the looks of you in that damned black rag."
He flicked the open collar with a derisive snort. The sight of it was too much for his pride to bear. "Black rag?" Her voice rose in incredulous question. "It's a fine piece, and it served me well. And if I see fit, it will serve to greet the best of your Yankee backwoods men." Cole peered at her closely, irate suspicion boiling near the surface. "And you do it, too, just to humble me in front of my friends." Her look of defiance boded ill. "Well, madam, we shall see about that." Before Alaina could move or retreat, he reached out and, catching his hands in her open bodice, split the gown, and because she wore no corset, all beneath it, to her waist. Alaina stumbled back and gaped down at her overextended décolletage. She raised her gaze just enough to see his vest, and her eyes flashed with wicked intent for the barest moment. Then she became all woman, soft and appealing as she moved toward him apologetically. "Cole," she murmured softly, and smiled up at him as she rubbed a hand against his chest. Now, when Alaina MacGaren Latimer became sweet and gentle, Cole had learned to be wary. He tried to brace himself against whatever it was she intended, but he knew not from which direction it would descend upon him. Her hand slipped down and began to slowly undo the buttons of his vest. "I was wondering," she worried coyly at the last button. "How?" Smiling sweetly, she tugged his shirt free of his trousers. "You would like." A sound much like a purr came from her throat as she laid her hands on the front of his shirt. "Your clothes." Then she snarled in rapid fire, "Torn off you!" With a quick movement, she sent a full front of shirt studs sailing about the room and, in the process, laid bare his chest. Satisfied, Alaina smiled and flicked a finger against his loosely dangling cravat before she stepped away, leaving him to stare down in absolute stunned amazement at his ruined clothes. Having a choice of further violence or retreat, the master of the house wisely chose retreat and started for the bathing chamber door and the shelter of his own rooms, only to find that his wife had preceded him. "Use the other door, please," she bade him pertly. "I'm going to finish my toilette." Before he could protest, she stepped within and closed the portal behind her. Muttering to himself, Cole opened the hallway door, but as he limped to his door, he immediately wished that he hadn't, for Carolyn was at the head of the stairs conversing with Miles. Her jaw sagged in astonishment when she glanced down the corridor and caught sight of him. Miles turned slowly to follow her stare, and a wide range of expressions crossed the servant's face in the half-second before he regained control. Cole gave a curt nod of greeting to them, then, opening the door, entered as casually as possible. A few moments later, with a fresh shirt donned, he was amid his guests and renewing acquaintances that had sagged in disrepair for many months. As he waited for his wife, he noticed that every time he turned, Carolyn was watching him. But whenever he caught her eye, she quickly hid her face behind a gloved hand or faced in another direction. Though he was the prime target of her curiosity the whole evening, the sight of him obviously upset her. He had only consulted his pocket watch thrice when suddenly the room grew quiet and the guests moved aside, opening a corridor before him to the parlour entry. Alaina stood in the open doors, her wide-hooped skirt brushing either side. The silence in the room was as much stunned awe as anything. There had been rumours drifting through the area about Latimer's new wife, but most had dealt with a small, plain-looking woman. Nothing had prepared them for this. Cole felt the weight of her beauty, and if any tiniest bit of irritation remained at her tardiness, it immediately vanished at the sight of her. To his supreme gratification, she was wearing a gown he had purchased for her, a most charming creation of pink taffeta that bared her shoulders sublimely. She saw him, and it was as if the whole room brightened in the dazzling radiance of her smile. He moved toward her and decorously presented his arm, while his eyes glowed warmly into hers. Turning to the guests, he introduced her, immensely proud that he could say the words.
"Ladies and gentlemen,"
his voice rang out loud and clear,
"my wife, Alaina."
Immediately a buzz of voices filled the silence, and guests came eagerly forward, bestowing good wishes on the newly wedded couple and clasping Alaina's hand in ready friendship. Names became a blur of confusion for her as Cole introduced their guests. His arm remained about her, claiming her as his possession as he light-heartedly conversed and bantered with acquaintances. Through the maze of faces, Alaina caught sight of Brigar and nearly broke into laughter at the outrageously lecherous leer he cast toward her. At his elbow, Rebel obviously found his humour wanting, for she gave his sleeve an angry jerk and tossed a glare toward Alaina. When some of the throng moved away, Alaina found Mindy's hand snuggling timidly into hers, and the dark eyes proudly perusing her as if to convey a certain satisfaction that no other lady was quite as pretty. An affectionate hug from the young woman made those eyes even more radiant.
"Madam, I believe this is our dance,"
Cole announced as he signaled the musicians to begin. He smiled into her amazed countenance.
"I believe I can manage the slow steps. Never fear."
She blushed lightly at his gentle chiding. "It's just that I never considered that you'd be dancing." Bringing her into his embrace, he swept her into the waltz.
"I may not be the most graceful of your suitors, my sweet, but I must be the most determined, and I'll not give you up without a struggle to the hordes of fawning youth who are waiting to claim a dance with you."
"I would say that you dance much better than most," she stated with truthfulness. Indeed, he waltzed with a sureness of step that gave no hint of his affliction. Meeting that engulfing blue gaze with warmth, she relaxed against his arm and questioned, "Do I meet the standards of a Latimer woman, my lord?"
"Madam, I fear not."
Cole swung her in a dizzying whirl, then brought back her smile as he continued,
"They are dashed beyond repair. You have set such standards, I seriously doubt that they'll be matched for at least the next 1,000 years.
"And do I meet your standards, sir?" The heat of his stare lent the weight of truth to his words as he gave an answer.
"Were we alone, my love, I would swiftly prove the ardor you have stirred."
"What about the arrangement?" she reminded him gently.
"Blast the arrangement."
He lowered his voice as eyes turned to stare at him curiously. He brought her nearer.
"I have a far better arrangement in mind, much more in keeping with the whole idea of marriage."
Something caught at Alaina's heart, a warming hope that all would be well between them, and that they could enjoy each other without restrictions. Still, she was hesitant and murmured, "We should discuss this further."
"You are right, of course, but in a more private place."
"My bedroom?"
"Perhaps. Or mine."
"Later?"
"As much as I would like otherwise, it must be."
Alaina's left hand rested on his shoulder, and few of the other dancers noticed that it crept upward until it reached the top of his starched white collar, where it dallied, gently caressing the nape of his neck. "Aren't you the tiniest bit interested in the book I found this evening?"
Roberta's diary? He arched a brow questioningly. Should I be?
It was a very personal account of her thoughts.
Then I think I am better off not knowing them, he said derisively.
Alaina searched his face. Roberta once declared that she would never have a baby, and from what I was able to gather from her writings, she tried to do something about her condition, and that you knew what she had done.
I was aware of what she had done after she went to the butcher, he admitted. I tried to do what I could to save her, but the fever took her.
Uncle Angus blames you for her death.
I guessed as much.
He blames me for bringing you to the house.
Cole grinned suddenly. I think I should have taken you in to live with me the first time I saw you. The one thing I would have done was clean you up a bit. Then your secret would have been out for sure.
I probably would have shot your leg off or something worse, she chuckled. I had a real aversion to Yankees then.
What about now?
I can stand a few. She smiled, and her eyes glowed as he squeezed her hand in warm communication. As far as Mindy was concerned, heaven began the moment the master of the house asked her to dance. They walked through the steps, and under Cole's guidance, she caught the rhythm, following his deliberate small steps with a natural grace. The young girl beamed, and for a few moments at least, Cole took his attention away from Alaina as she was swept about the room in another man's arms.
Mistress Mindy, have you considered that you're the belle of the ball? Cole asked debonairly, smiling down into the child's radiant face. A quick, negative shake of the dark head and a nod in the direction of Alaina answered him. Cole had to agree with the girl. Alaina was like a shimmering butterfly, rid of its dour cocoon, now bright, beguiling, mesmerizing, a fascination to watch. Sometime later, after Mindy had been tucked into bed, Alaina caught sight of Cole making his way toward her through the maze of dancers. He came steadily nearer, his gaze fastened intently upon her, and eating of her every movement. As Brigar waltzed her about, she found her vision barred by the man's massive shoulders and craned her neck to see past his arm, drawing that one's inquisitiveness. When he glanced around to see what she was staring at, he groaned aloud as he saw Cole only a short step away from them. I should have known. The first dance with her, and you take her from me. 'Tis cruel you be, Master Latimer. Have you no sense o' sharing? None at all, Cole replied easily, taking Alaina's hand and drawing her into his arms. Except for the Virginia reel and the faster steps that were beyond his agility, Cole proved to be most truthful to his statement. He refused to give in to the growing ache in his thigh and Brigar's attempts to waltz with Alaina, but claimed her hand whenever the music permitted. Cole could not be found when Alaina sought an escape from the zealous males who had given her no moment of respite. Pushing open the study door, Alaina slipped within, glancing hopefully about for Cole. The room was empty, and only the firelight from the hearth illuminated the shadows. With an exhausted sigh, she sank gratefully into the large wing chair and lifted her daintily slippered feet to the low stool that sat before it. There was much to be said about being a hostess. One just had to be endlessly gracious and stout-hearted enough to endure the trampled toes and the heavily whiskied breaths in performing such duties. She didn't care what Roberta's preferences had been. Being the grande dame of the ball was certainly more choresome than being on intimate terms with one's husband, especially when that husband happened to be Cole. The door hinges squeaked slightly as the portal was pushed ajar, and Alaina waited to hear the welcome sound of his halting step. But the heavy footfalls that entered were not Cole's, and her disappointment stirred. Brigar Darby came to stand before the hearth,
unaware of her presence and in a rare quiet mood, stared pensively into the flickering flames while he sipped his brandy.
"You seem deep in thought, sir," she murmured.
Brigar looked around in surprise, then chuckled as his eyes found her in the overlarge chair. "I must have been, if I failed to see such a pretty thing as yourself sitting there."
"Is something troubling you?"
"Aye, girl," he admitted, "but as you're Cole's wife, and we're Roberta's cousin, I think I best not air my problems. I do not feel right speaking ill of the deceased."
"Cousins or not, I'm afraid that Roberta and I were not the best of friends."
"She hated you, I know." He nodded. Whenever Al's name was spoken, she'd fly into a fit, especially if it was Cole who mentioned it.
Alaina turned her gaze to stare into the fire.
"I suppose she had cause."
"Aye?"
His tone betrayed a doubtful acceptance of her statement.
"As I've known you both, I'd say the cause was of Roberta's own making."
He stared at her with a frowning intenseness until her eyes came to meet his.
"Do you know what a bitch that woman was?"
"If you think to surprise me about her, I doubt that you can."
Brigar took a healthy draught of his brandy and, waving his glass, began to pace back and forth in front of the hearth.
"The very first day they met, she gave Carolyn to understand that she was not to be seen within earshot of Cole, in public, in private, or otherwise."
Alaina smiled at his subtle quip.
"A common threat of Roberta's, to be sure, Brigar Darby."
He strode toward her again. "She even went so far as to tell my mother that there was nothing about Cole that needed her attention, and that she, Roberta, I mean, would take care of whatever did need attention. She could not abide my friendship with Cole. Why, she had the gall to try to get me in bed at first. Oh, not because she wanted it, mind you. She just wanted to hurt Cole and throw it into his face that his best friend had gone behind his back to do him dirt. That's all it was. I could swear on it. Why, she'd fawn all over me and rub herself against me, and on several occasions that I know of, told Cole that I tried to...
It was amusing to see the big Irishman stumble over words. Had his topic been less serious, Alaina might have smiled.
"I mean, that I tried to maul her. She even came to my office in St. Cloud and, once alone with me, began to take off her clothes, insisting that I give her a close examination. I'm afraid I became rather angry and bundled her up and sent her off, with a firm lecture on the proprieties of being a good wife. I didn't see either of them for some time. Then, just before she died, I passed Cole in town, and he refused to even speak to me. After that, he began to act the way he does when I'm around. I don't know. I just don't know."
Resting an elbow on the mantel and rubbing a fist against his forehead, he heaved a laborious sigh and continued,
"It has to be something that she told him, and I've got to find some way to set the record straight."
"Brigar," Alaina murmured softly,
"there are 3 things the Irish do well. They are drinking, talking, and worrying. Thus far you have not disappointed me in any of them."
He stared at her for a moment, his mouth open as if he were caught in the middle of a word. Then he laughed and mimicked in his thick brogue,
"Ah, me darling Alaina, you have such a tender way of touching a man's heart. I've been kicked by horses and felt the pain less."
Alaina rose to her feet and faced him squarely, giving him a troubled smile.
"Roberta was a strange one. She demanded love from everyone, and her definition of the word meant blind, unquestioning obedience."
She would have been more at ease in some far secluded kingdom, devoid of women, rich of appointment, and with a full table of the young, chaste, brightly armoured knights to do battle for her and court her, but never to win her. She found the well-preened public role of woman to her liking, but all the private scenes were burdensome and boring to her, and she only accommodated them when they built her pedestal to a better height. It was perhaps her torment that she should ever pursue the role of wife, but never enjoy it. Rhaegar set down his drink and lightly applauded.
"Ah, Madam Fair, you have dispelled the meanest rumour of the ages, and made me own heart glad to see it."
He waited, a strange light twinkling in his eyes, until she took the bait like a fine wee trout. "And what was that, sir?"
"Why, madam,"
his brown eye winked impishly,
"'twas the one that a Scottish lass could be na but a mindless working drudge."
He rushed on as she gasped in indignation. "Of course, it could be nane but some jealous English wench that set the word on high, for as anybody can see, ye have a good head on your shoulders and a great heart, full of compassion and understanding. And, oh lordy, a fine, fine flask to put it all in." He took her hand and bent over it briefly, then straightened with a broad grin lighting his face. "Were ye not so heavily committed, I would me own self sample your brew to the last of its dregs." Alaina took the backhanded compliment in stride and gave as good as she got. "Braggart Darby, 'twas a master stroke of the fates that your father should have laid the name upon ye to warn the rest of mankind, and saints forbid, all a womankind. Ye turned the screws with the best of 'em, lass, but 'tis a blessed man, the good Master Latimer be, to have found such a one as you for his life's mate."
"I'm glad you admire my taste in women so much."
They turned as Cole's voice came from the doorway, and from his viewpoint, their movement seemed furtive, almost guilty. Many glasses of brandy had failed to ease the painful throbbing in his leg, but had sadly blunted the edge of his judgment. Or perhaps he judged himself, for he would have given no pause with the tables reversed and Alaina the woman concerned. Cole slammed the door behind him as he entered and, bracing both hands on the handle of his cane, favoured them with a glower meant to bestir the hearts of weaker spirits.
"I'll share my brandy, and I'll share my horses. But, sir, I will not share my wife."
"Cole Latimer!" The one of sweet, fair form positioned herself before him with arms akimbo and cheeks flushed with outrage. "How can you be so crude? You have no reason to accuse either of us." Rhaegar stepped beside her, and Cole faced him with obvious ill humour.
"I have taken much from you in friendship, Cole, and my temper grows weak with the effort. If you have a complaint, then air it now, or—" "Friendship?" Cole snorted. "Friendship!" he barked. "I have been cuckolded in my own house, and you say you have borne much in the name of friendship? Cuckolded!"
Rhaegar stared at him in amazement, no less stunned than Alaina herself.
"Man, I believe the pain has finally addled your mind. Cuckolded! Do you think that this— me? You're insane or drunk, but either way you're a blithering fool. 10 years ago I'd have called you out for the likes of this."
Rhaegar turned away in frustration, but Cole grabbed his sleeve.
10 years ago? And what stops ye now, me fine Irish boy? He mocked. Do you have no stomach to fight a cripple?
"Cole!" Alaina gasped in horrified apprehension. A red flush crept upward from Rhaegar's collar, and his brow darkened. The blunt edge of judgment turned upon Cole as he flailed onward.
"I and the pox on the likes of you who prattle blithely in your simpering delights, but, when faced by a sterner cast, turn tail and run."
Rhaegar's head snapped around with such force that his hair fell tousled on his brow.
"Who prattles, lord?" he sneered. "We simple folk of the Irish clans, or you whelps of the narrow, pale-born German ilk who sell their swords to the highest bidder and serve a foreign king, then call it honour? I served in the Union when it called." Cole snarled. "I paid no man to bleed for me."
"I see." Rhaegar stared at Cole.
"And you have a cause to slander folk, while you wear your limp and cane like some great, bejewelled badge."
Alaina glanced between them fearfully. They stood nose to nose, with savage snarls twisting their faces, their eyes red and fierce.
"I'd trade the shell and scar for a good night's rest and a day free of pain,"
Cole grounded out.
"But as for the cane,"
he tossed it up and caught it in his fist.
10 years or no, 'twas made to thrash a thick-set skull with an Irish lisp." "Irish lisp? Fae, man, you've gone too far."
Rhaegar snatched the stick from Cole's grasp and sent it sailing across the room. In the next moment, Cole was lifted by the shirt front and slammed back into the bookshelves.
"Rhaegar Darby!"
Alaina shrieked and pushed between them, her back toward Cole, her hands thrusting at the Irishman's great-barreled chest.
"Let him go! Let him go!"
Master Darby regained his temper and backed away, releasing his host. Alaina waited until there was a good space between the men before she turned and faced Cole. Her heart sank. Red-faced, he glared at her with a hateful leer.
"I do not need your skirts to protect me, madam,"
he sneered. He raised his glower to Rhaegar.
"There is not room for both of us here."
"Cole!" His eyes lowered to find a look of utter contempt on his wife's face. He remembered her rage the last time he had ordered Rhaegar from the house and could not bring himself to do it again. Instead, he bowed mockingly.
"Therefore, I shall leave until a sweeter clime is met."
Brushing past her, he retrieved his cane, took a full bottle from the cabinet, and left the room. The Darvys made an early departure, and as the party wound down in the not-so-wee hours of the morning, Alaina stood alone in the foyer, bidding the guests good night. No sound came from Cole's room when she went upstairs. She did not care that Roberta's diary was not where it had been thrown, but as the room had been neatened, brushed it off as having been put away by one of the servants. She rose with the sun to breakfast alone. The study door was still ajar, and the room was empty. It stayed so throughout the day. There was no sign of Cole. Night came and she worried, but could find no way to ease her concern. She took herself to bed at an early hour, leaving a dimmed lamp burning in the hall and another in Cole's room. It was much later when she was roused from a restless sleep by a low rumble from Soldier, and, lighting a lamp, found the mantel clock indicating the time to be nearly midnight. After a moment, Soldier quieted and returned to his nap. She turned the lamp down, but left it burning for her own peace of mind. She had barely climbed into bed when Soldier raised his head again, his ears stiff and alert. He padded to the door, sat for a moment, then returned and thumped down on his usual rug. It was too much. Alaina rose and, slipping a warm robe on, found the derringer and tucked it in her pocket. She pulled on her slippers and, holding the lamp high, called Soldier and ventured with him into the hall. It was empty and shadowed, and as she roamed the upper rooms,
found them quiet and still. Cole's bedroom was just as it had been, and Roberta's door firmly shut. Mindy blissfully slumbered in her own room. Soldier trotted along behind Alaina, showing no interest at all. It was the dog's relaxed disdain for the whole affair that calmed her fears as she crept down the stairs. He plunked himself down in the hall while she checked the parlour and the study, giving her no mind as she passed through the dining room and pushed open the swinging door to the kitchen. A turned-down lamp had been left burning, as was Annie's habit. The warmth from the huge cook stove gave the place a cheery, homey feeling. Of all the rooms in the house, this seemed to be the most welcoming, as it retained something of Annie's cheerful nature in it. Alaina set her lamp on the table as she returned to the dining room and straightened Cole's chair, which had been turned askew. Suddenly, without cause, the hair on the back of her neck began to crawl. She glanced back at the kitchen door. It was still and closed. The windows were blank and featureless and too high from the ground for anyone to peer in. She turned to leave, then gave a gasp. Her hand flew to her throat while the other clawed in the pocket of her robe for the derringer. A tall, darkly clad form stood in the hall doorway, the top half hidden in shadows. "Cole!" The word escaped as she recognized him, and she leaned back against the table, weak-kneed with relief. Releasing the derringer, she pressed her hand over her pounding heart. He stepped forward and leaned against the door-jamb, a brandy snifter with a sip left in it, dangled loosely from his fingers.
"You are looking for someone, madam?"
She tried to find the sureness of her voice, but realized she had failed when she answered him in a whisper. "Soldier heard something, and was restless. I didn't know you were down here." He swept his hand that bore the snifter about the room.
"I see you have no guests."
"I never had any." Alaina lifted her chin. "They were all yours." She tried to see his face in the shadows. "I presume, since you're back, that you find a sweeter clime about the place?"
Cole glanced back over his shoulder and snorted. "Madam, I fear your presence is the sweetest clime this dismal place has ever known."
He stepped forward until the light cast its glow upon his face and searched her eyes for a long moment, his features troubled and harsh. Then he lowered his gaze to his drink and turned the glass slowly in his fingers.
"Madam, I think I should make it clear that I was berating that damned fool Irishman, not you. I did not mean to suggest that you have been anything less than a proper lady."
"I fear your aim was bad," she murmured, pulling the robe tighter. "I've heard it said that either strong drink or anger can make a fool of a man."
"And surely to combine them would make of him a raving idiot,"
he continued for her. He sipped thoughtfully from his glass, then, meeting her silent gaze, dipped his head in submission.
"I stand guilty, madam."
She gestured toward the kitchen. "Would you like something to eat? Annie baked fresh bread and there's some ham." Cole shook his head.
"I dined with Ole."
She looked at him narrowly for a moment. "And where did you spend the night?" He glanced away as if reluctant to answer, but as a long, waiting silence ensued, he sighed.
"With the horses. In the barn."
Alaina fought against a smile. "And did you find a sweeter air there, my lord?" Cole lifted a brow.
"I could say that I found the conversation of a gentler sort than I've heard here of late. But then I cannot swear that there is not an Irish ass or a Scottish mare among the brood." Ungrateful at his comparison, Alaina snugged her robe tighter across her bosom. "Excuse me, my lord,
Might I have your permission to return to my room? The air grows chill.
She did not wait for an answer, but made her exit with a last, meaningful glare. Chapter 36. The carriage negotiated a twisting alleyway as it approached the rear of the millinery shop. Then it left the dirt path and halted behind a sheltering clump of spruce and pine trees. It seemed that Ole was opening the door before Cole had a chance to bestir himself, though, in reality, the driver had waited some moments for the doctor to disembark by his own volition. Cole stared at the trellis-covered path that led to the owner's private quarters for several long moments before he stepped to the ground. Ole gently closed the carriage door and inquired in a subdued voice, "Will it be the usual time, sir?"
What?
Cole stared at him, as if awakening from a trance. "Do you want me to pick you up here like usual?" Ole patiently inquired, "or will you be staying the night?"
No.
Cole's reply was so sudden and sharp, Ole was startled and much bemused. But then Ole hadn't reckoned that the doctor would be seeking out his mistress so soon after his marriage.
The usual, I suppose.
Cole sighed heavily. With a nod, Ole climbed to the driver's seat, and a moment later the carriage rumbled off down the narrow lane. Cole approached the back door. It was not because he was lame that he dragged his feet. He was hard-pressed to keep his hands off Alaina, and it had come upon him suddenly this morning as he watched his wife, sitting so innocently at the opposite end of the table, that he needed an immediate outlet for what was brewing within him. Outside of force, only one choice appeared open to him: Xanthia Morgan. He raised the handle of his cane to rap on the door, then froze as an illusion of Alaina flooded through his brain, cauterizing his very thoughts. He closed his eyes to savor the vision more fully, but it was as quickly gone, vanished from his grasping mind. He was suddenly unsure that this course would solve his problem, and he lowered the cane as he tried to sort out his thoughts. His options vanished as the door opened and he faced the long-legged, auburn-haired, and exceptionally well-formed Xanthia Morgan. "Cole!" she exclaimed in relief. "I saw your shadow and thought it might be some miscreant intending harm." She lifted her hand to betray a small double-barreled derringer and, with some embarrassment, tucked it back within the folds of her skirts. "Come in! Good heavens, it's been so long. I was afraid you would never come again." Smiling with warmth, she caught his hand, and he was helplessly drawn into the house. Eagerly she took his hat and gloves, left them on the hall table, and led him into the parlour, there pouring a libation for him. As she pressed it into his hand, she coaxed, "Sit down, darling, and I'll help you off with your boots."
No, I mean...
He saw the worried curiosity come into her eyes and finished lamely,
"In a moment, Thea."
"Your leg is stiff again," she stated matter-of-factly. "I shouldn't wonder, the way you roam around. You should either settle down and take care of it, or see what can be done." His non-committal shrug warned her away from the subject. "Will you join me for dinner? Can you stay the night?"
"I'll have to be getting back soon."
He read the disappointment in her eyes and then gazed down into the amber pool of brandy in his glass.
"Ole is waiting for me."
"Ole is always waiting, darling," she reminded him calmly. "Sometimes I think he enjoys that stint in the tavern."
"No doubt."
For lack of something better to say, he took a shallow sip of the brandy. In an attempt to break his preoccupation, Xanthia ran a hand caressingly over his lapel, asking quietly, Did you get that business arrangement settled? Cole glanced at her briefly, unable to defeat the scowl that creased his brow.
It was carried out by proxy before she came up here.
I heard it rumored, of course, Xanthia admitted, turning aside to hide her displeasure. The gossips never forgave you for marrying Roberta, and they've been clucking like hens all over town about your new wife. You must be keeping her well hidden because the few who have seen her are lording it over the ones who haven't, and I can tell you, Cole, their curiosity is eating them alive. She waited, but he made no effort to appease her own burning inquisitiveness. She tried again, knowing that she erred, but was helpless to resist. Miss Beatrice showed me some of the gowns you had her make for your wife. He looked at her sharply, and she rushed on to explain, "Oh, darling, you needn't worry. Miss Beatrice doesn't know about us. I was just in her shop for a fitting when she started raving about some of the clothes you had ordered." Xanthia paused until she could continue in a casual manner. "You sly rogue. It must have warmed her heart considerably to have received such a rich gift."
"Alaina is different," he muttered.
"In what way?" His silence was an eloquent declaration. Xanthia sensed she would do well not to inquire further about this new wife of his, this Alaina. She rose on tiptoes to press her lips to his, and was somewhat surprised by his coolness. "Cole?" His eyes turned to gaze down into hers, and she ran a well-manicured finger about his ear as she questioned softly, "Do I have too much competition?" He sighed and stared into the crackling fire.
"I explained her terms and the reason I was marrying her before. Nothing has changed."
"I probably know you better than anyone, Cole," she murmured low. "But sometimes I wonder if I know you at all. You say she saved your life, and I guess I wouldn't fear so much if I really believed you were doing all this out of gratitude."
"I don't wish to talk about it, Thea."
She stroked his lean knuckles, urging, "Finish your drink, darling. I won't be long." Before he could stop her, she was gone. Cole realized now that he had made a mistake in coming here. This had been a haven from Roberta, but somehow its quality had flown. It was no longer a place for escape, but, in some strange way, had become a place for cheating. Suddenly, it was the wrong place, the wrong time, and the wrong woman. He was uncomfortable, and he wanted to be away, anywhere but here. Setting the snifter down, he left the parlour and made his way down the hall to the familiar bedroom. The door was open, the bed covers folded down invitingly. Xanthia sat on a stool before a wide mirror, brushing out her long hair. When she caught his reflection in the glass, she smiled and began to loosen her bodice.
"Thea."
She paused and looked up, her eyes finding his in the silvered glass.
"I'm going now."
She turned on the stool to face him. "But you just got here."
"I know," he admitted, "and it was a mistake."
Her hopes were crushed, and she asked in a husky voice, "Is it something you want to talk about?"
"No."
"Will you be back?" He met her gaze directly.
"I don't know."
Xanthia stared at him a long moment, fighting to control the mistiness that suddenly affected her vision. "It was nice of you to come and tell me, Cole," she said slowly. "I appreciate that. Should you change your mind, you know you'll always be welcome." He nodded.
"You were a friend when I needed one, Thea. If there's anything you ever need, don't hesitate to call on me."
She straightened her spine and did her best to smile. "I'm afraid what I need most, someone else already has."
"I'm sorry, Thea. he apologized. "I just haven't worked this out for myself yet." He withdrew a flat purse from his coat and dropped a wad of bills into a vase beside the door. "Goodbye, Thea." She listened to his footsteps and the tap of his cane as he went down the hall, and after a time she heard the gentle closing of the back door. For all his prattle about his second marriage being nothing more than a business arrangement, he must have found something in it which intrigued him. She would have to meet this Alaina Latimer and see for herself just what it was that spurred this sudden attack of fidelity in him. The evening mists had risen, and the cold dampness began to work its painful presence into Cole's leg. He walked for a space, then paused to ease the throbbing in his thigh, and, after a rest, he marked a careful path down the road again, leaning heavily on his cane. The tinkle of a piano wheedled its way through the still night air, and he knew that for an able man, the saloon was only a short jaunt up the street from Xanthia's millinery and gift shop. Usually the tavern closed its doors before he was ready to leave his mistress's arms, and Oli would bring the carriage to wait at the spot behind the trees. Now, Cole cursed his own folly for coming. It had been a damned fool idea. Oli had settled his large bulk at a table in the corner. It was his wont to stand at the bar and engage in gay camaraderie with the transients of the tavern, but this evening he had felt more in need of some deep pondering, in hopes that he might make some sense of events of late. The barkeep's wife had brought him a tankard well afoam with a dark amber brew, and left it on the table without a comment. Though he had left payment for his share, she was probably still piqued over the minor damage to several bar chairs and a table that had occurred on his last visit. A goodly portion of the tankard had provided ease for a huge thirst before Oli lowered the mug to the table and stared bemusedly at it. He had known the good Dr. Latimer for quite a number of years, and he was disturbed because the man seemed bound along a path to some sort of debauchery. Of course, rumours were roaming wildly about Latimer House, and his own son, Peter, had hinted that there were, in fact, separate beds for master and mistress, just like it had been with the first wife. Not one to lend too much credence to whispering servants, Oli had watched the couple for himself. At church, for instance, with the child between them, and every head coming together behind the Latimer pew like eggs rolling from opposite hills, and meeting in wild confusion in the middle of a vale. Afterward, the very air outside the church had buzzed with the gossip, because Dr. Latimer hadn't attended services since he had been home from the war, and now all of a sudden he showed up with a new wife and a child besides, and hardly no time married. The fact that Mrs. Latimer was from the south didn't seem to concern them as much as their speculations as to how young she might be, why Dr. Latimer had married her, and just what kin the child was to her. Well, Oli thought, anyone could see that she was too young to have a child that old, and that Dr. Latimer might have married her simply because she was a right comely young lady. Despite all the rumours of separate beds, the doctor appeared quite taken with his young bride and, one might say, most anxious to protect her from the stares of every swain they met. Then there had been the outing along the river on a rare warm day. Mindy had smiled with a radiance she had never shown before when they unpacked the basket Annie had prepared for the picnic. Oli had shared the food and the pleasure of the day with them. He had seen for himself the politeness that was congenial yet not quite as intimate as would be normal between a man and his wife, and he had witnessed the almost hungering eye of the doctor fastened on the lady as she skipped and played with Mindy. Laughing,
She had thrown her arms wide in carefree abandon until her bodice had stretched taut against her soft bosom, and Dr. Latimer had flushed a deeper shade when he realized Ole had caught him ogling his own wife. A second tankard's contents were being carefully sampled for quality when, in some astonishment, Ole paused with the mug almost to his mouth. He stared over its rim until, without a word of explanation, his employer lowered himself in the chair opposite him. Even with the noisy din of the piano player's melody, the rowdy laughter of some loggers, and incessant giggling of the saloon girls, Cole had no trouble hearing Ole's statement. "I been thinking you're a fool, and now I know. You can't get along with either of them." "When I want some of your Norwegian logic," Cole retorted tersely, "I'll ask for it." "Ja," the blonde head nodded as if he sorely lamented the plight of the other. "You've tied yourself a few good knots this time." Ole slammed a brawny fist down on the table before Cole could reply, and bellowed to the bartender, "Swain, bring the bottle and 2 short glasses." In a moment, a quart of whiskey of questionable age was placed before them, and 2 glasses were slid across the table. Ole waited until the barkeep had left before he shared a bit more of his wisdom. "When I feel good, I drink beer. When I got woman trouble, I need a little something stronger to take the edge away." Cole lifted his brows in amazement. "It's not you who has the trouble." The driver shrugged his thick shoulders and spread his hands. "You got trouble, I got trouble." He tossed down a shot of whiskey and followed it closely with the beer. Cole copied his example and was astounded that his throat should feel completely seared all the way down to his stomach. A trifle wide-eyed, he reached for the stein of beer in hopes it would put out the fire. "That's enough," he wheezed and pushed his glass away. Nah. 2 women are too much trouble for 1 drink." Ole poured the glasses full to the rim, and the bottle was half empty when Cole spread a hand over his own glass and put a halt to the infusion of the dark whiskey. "Women can be damned sobering," he muttered crossly, "especially that bit of fluff I've married, and it's a dreadful shame to waste good whiskey." He eased himself to his feet and paused a moment to let the world settle down around him, while Ole tucked the bottle affectionately beneath a heavy arm and ploughed his way toward the door. There, he had a moment of lucid recollection and bellowed to the barkeep that the whole was to go on Dr. Latimer's account. Cole cringed at the over-loud shout. He was beginning to consider that he had underestimated the strength of Ole's whiskey, yet he managed to follow his driver with a quieter dignity. It was a long ride home, perhaps even longer tonight because Ole chose to weave his way through the city at a snail's pace. It gave the cold, snapping air some time to effect a sobering on Cole, but the slight, discomforting ache that came and went somewhere behind his eyes made the memory of the strong brew a trifle less than enjoyable. To make matters worse, Miles met him at the door with a displeasing announcement. "Dr. Darby is here, sir. We didn't know when you were to return, and finally the madam started dinner without you, sir." Cole was further irritated by the fact that Brigar had seated himself neatly at Alaina's right, while he had to cross to the far end of the table and take his own place. "Tell Annie to get those damn potatoes off the table," Cole snarled, venting his wrath on the first inanimate thing that pricked his ire. "The likes of you insulting good Irish food," Annie squealed indignantly. She had heard the command in the kitchen and came bristling through the swinging door, with her face redder than a scarlet banner and her dander up and flying high.
Seeing as ye be naught but a poor German immigrant yourself, sir, I guess I must be making allowances."
"Austrian,"
Cole corrected darkly. Annie stood her ground before his glare and slid the potatoes closer in a challenging manner.
"If ye knew what was good for ye, sir, you'd put some meat beneath your hide with a plateful of 'em."
Cole stared incredulously, certain the woman had taken leave of her senses. Alaina knew him well enough to realize this quarrel boded ill. Slipping hurriedly from her chair, she reached the bowl of potatoes and moved it out of harm's way herself. Placing the dish in the cook's hands, she gently guided the woman back into the kitchen.
"It's best to humor him tonight, Annie. No doubt his leg is bothering him again."
She didn't know if it was or not, but at least the cook's anger dwindled to nothing more than an occasional sniffle of indignation. The task of calming the woman performed, Alaina returned to the dining room, only to find Mrs. Garth setting out large snifters and a decanter of brandy. Alaina had already noted the woman's penchant for liberal draughts and quickly moved to halt her. Master Cole Latimer appeared to have imbibed far too much as it was, without adding more kindling to the fire.
"I'll do that, Mrs. Garth. See if you can help Annie in the kitchen."
The housekeeper nodded stoically and complied, leaving her mistress to measure out the portions. In comparison to the woman's generosity, Alaina was definitely stingy. Solicitously, she placed a snifter beside her husband's service, feeling his harsh stare.
"Annie is warming your soup," she murmured. "Can I get you some coffee?"
He replied in the affirmative, only to keep her there at his end of the table a bit longer. She smelled sweet and fresh, with a hint of an essence that never failed to stir his blood. Her hair was gathered off her neck in an informal cascade of loose curls, and even the high-necked gown of wine muslin seemed fetching by candlelight.
"Where's Mindy?"
he asked softly.
"You were so late I let her eat and go to bed."
Much to his chagrin, she resumed her seat, and the soft feelings dwindled as he watched her beside Brigar. As the meal continued, Alaina noticed the deepening darkness of his mood and watched him apprehensively, praying the storm would pass without being unleashed. Brigar also considered his host in a museful bend of mind, wondering if he should broach the subject that had caused the heated quarrel the other night and find out at last what was eating at Cole. But in the mood he was in, Brigar did not press the matter.
"Weren't you two ever told it's not polite to stare at a cripple?"
Cole quipped sharply, and reached for his snifter of brandy to sip it with glum disinterest. He finished the dinner in piqued silence, sampling the coffee perhaps more than the liquor. As soon as they left the table, Brigar made his excuses, and Alaina paused just long enough in the hall to bestow a withering glare on her husband before she stiffly mounted the stairs to her bedroom. Cole followed to his own and slammed the door behind him, growling something about having a house full of cantankerous women to contend with. Almost immediately the portal between his room and the bathing chamber was opened. He turned, peevishly sailing his frock coat into a chair, and faced his young wife, who stood in the doorway glowering at him, while she angrily jerked open the buttons on her long sleeves. "You, sir, have proven yourself an absolute bore. There were times when I had my doubts about you, but tonight you have proven it. You are undoubtedly the orneriest man I have ever had the displeasure to meet." She spun on her heel and flounced back into her bedroom. But Cole was not in the mood to let this affront go unchallenged. He limped after her, the look on his face thunderously black.
"You call me a bore when, as soon as I leave, you beckon that snivelling lout here to my house and entertain him?"
He wrenched off his cravat and began working at the buttons of his vest while he raged on.
You set him down at my table and served him my food? Madam, I must say you are a poor judge of character. That coxcomb seizes upon any excuse to sniff around this place while I'm gone, and you invite him, knowing how I feel about him?"
He snorted in derision and left her staring agape at the empty portal as he stormed back into his room.
"Poor judge of character?"
she railed, wrestling the gown over her head. She flung it over the armoire door and retraced what was quickly becoming a well-worn path through the bathing chamber, while she plucked at the ties of her petticoats.
"Invite him? What do you mean, invite him?"
she demanded. Cole paced restlessly about his room, snatching open his collar and unfastening his shirt front.
"He obviously knew I was gone."
"He dropped by to see you, sir," she explained irately, "and stayed until you came home. When it became apparent that you were not in the mood to discuss anything with him, he left. Do you find that questionable, sir, or imagine it as some illicit affair? Will you say you've been cuckolded again?"
She wiggled out of her petticoats and, tossing them over her arm, stalked back to the armoire where she dragged forth her overly mended gown and wrapper. Cole returned to her door, pulling the tail of his shirt from his trousers. Letting the shirt fall open, he braced a hand high on the doorsill while she, in tight-lipped silence, pointedly ignored him. Cole knew he was being unreasonable, but he plunged recklessly through this madcap folly with the gift of a fool.
"You have many admirers, madam, but in this case have not the sense to know what that bastard is after."
Alaina threw her night garments on the bed, incensed by his insult. She faced him with arms akimbo, well fired to lead a crusade against ridiculous nonsense, despite the fact that she wore nothing more than camisole, pantaloons, and corset. Indeed, the garments might have served her as more gallant armour in a different joust, had she given even the merest thought to her state of dress.
"I was well chaperoned, sir. A full half-dozen of your servants can vouch for my conduct. Ask Annie, Miles, Peter, or Mrs. Garth. You may question them all if you doubt that I was anything less than proper."
"Proper? Ha! Sitting at the table letting him drool over you. As for the servants, I'm beginning to think the lot of them would lie themselves blue in the face to protect you."
He jerked off the shirt and rumpled it into a ball as he returned to his own chamber. Alaina was only a step behind as he entered.
"Lie to protect me? You bone-headed mule! They are your trusted servants. Why, they've been giving me excuses all afternoon, and so sheepishly, that were I the suspicious sort, I could believe you had run off to seek your pleasure with some loose-minded hussy."
Cole flung the shirt across the room, thrust his right foot into the boot-jack, and began to carefully work the boot off.
"And what if I did?" he ground out. "Have I been awarded such favours in this place that my honest urge would be dampened?"
She glared as he seated himself on the foot of his bed to tug off the other boot.
"Well, Dr. Latimer, you sent your man quickly enough when the terms were drawn, so now you can stew in your own kettle."
She retreated into her bedroom and kicked her slippers into the corner, nearly sizzling with indignation. That he should dare accuse her of withholding her favours when it was he.
"Did you fear that it would be Al who would greet you at the dock, Major?"
she called through the open bathing chamber. She perched on the stool in front of the dressing table and rolled down the knee-length stockings, dropping them carelessly to the floor.
"You bawl so loudly about your restrictions now, you undoubtedly expected me to be less than worthy of your attentions."
"Oh, I knew you to be worthy, all right."
His voice came angrily through the open doors of the bathing chamber.
"It was your game that set the trap for me. If not for you, I would never have married Roberta."
Alaina shot to her feet and strode barefoot through the middle room, seeking some outlet for the indignation she felt.
"And you never once doubted that it might have been somebody else?"
Cole threw up his hands in exasperation.
"How the hell should I have known? I thought there were only 2 women in that house."
Standing tall, lean and muscular, in the narrow-fitting underwear that boldly displayed the bulge of his manhood, he casually arched a brow at her and mocked,
"Should I have given the credit to your aunt, my dear?"
"Oh, you're a cad!"
she cried, and padded irately over the familiar trail to her haven.
"Perhaps I should have blamed that dirty-faced Al."
He followed her to scoff. He destroyed the idea with a quick slashing of his hand.
"Absurd. I would have thought, not knowing, of course, that he was a she lurking beneath a rascal's garb. Nor would I have expected a proper young lady to disguise herself as a woman of the streets and apply herself to the part with such vigorous enthusiasm."
Alaina gasped in outrage and dashed after him as he strode arrogantly back to his room. If he thought to leave on that last word, she had something more to say in her behalf. Undaunted by his broad shoulders and bare back, she caught his elbow and tugged him around until she could glare up into his face.
"For your information, sir, I did not apply myself like that at all."
"You came to my room willingly enough."
"You were drunk, and I was afraid you'd wake the house and get shot for an intruder."
"So? Should I be grateful for what you did?"
His tone was caustic. He left her standing with hands clenched in rage, throwing back over his shoulder,
"Do you mind if I was not too overjoyed with being left in Roberta's care?"
Alaina scuffed a small bare foot against the floor as she meandered back to her room.
"You were so eager to give her all the honors. How could I have stopped the marriage? Had I spoken up, I might have rotted away in one of your filthy Yankees' prisons."
"So you saved yourself,"
he jeered through the doors. Pricked by his scorn, she flicked the hem of several skirts hanging in her armoire.
"And you, sir, think to compromise me with fine dresses and costly gems."
She moved toward the door, wanting to see his face when she hurled the full accusation in it. Cole jammed his trousers in the wardrobe and slammed its door. That little virgin-minded temptress. He would see that she understood the full weight of what she had started. They met at the foot of the tub, angry face to angry face.
"Perhaps you have women you can buy so cheaply, Major, but I'm not for sale."
He laughed in derision.
"If it's a matter of cost, madam, what do you think that medallion you wear around your neck is worth?"
His taunt was too much. She would give the blasted thing back to him. She jerked the necklace off, unintentionally striking him across the face with the light chain as she whipped it over her head. Her arms were raised, and it seemed to Cole that she meant to vent her rage in a more physical manner. He caught her slim, corseted waist and snatched her to him to prevent her from striking again. Alaina's breath left her in a sudden gasp. She was immediately aware of his naked chest and the manly feel of his lean, muscular body pressed to hers, while he was made totally conscious of her meagerly clad form. They stared at each other for a second of suspended time, which could as well have been a century or two. Then slowly, almost haltingly, Cole lowered his mouth to hers. The shock was abrupt, and the first gentle touch of his lips turned to a heated, crushing demand. Rage had become raw hunger. Agreements and contracts were cindered beneath the white heat of their mutual desires. It all came upon them in a rush, the awakened fires, the hungering lusts, the bitter-sweet ache of passion so long restrained. Cole knew the lithe form in his arms from a half-dreamed night long ago, and the warmth and softness of her set his mind and body aflame. Alaina clung to him, aware of his desires, knowing what he wanted her to yield. She waited again for the screaming denial to come from some dark, unfeeling recesses of her brain, this time determined to squelch its intrusion. But strangely, she found only empty silence, as if her conscience watched in amused approval. Cole straightened slightly, and his blue eyes burned into hers with an unspoken question. Would she deny him again, as she had in the past? Would he be turned away once more, with this craving hunger still gnawing at the pit of his belly? The pendant slipped unheeded to the floor, as Alaina raised on slim toes, reaching parted lips to meet his, and sliding silken arms tightly about his neck. She came to him with an eagerness that astounded him, having no thought of holding back or refusing him. This was Cole, man, and she was Alaina, woman. No hint of Al remained between them, and each found the other as a long-tended seed came to fruition. Their lips blended with an impatient urgency, and, locked in each other's embrace, they were caught up in the fierce tide of passion. Muttered, unintelligible words tumbled from Cole's lips as he pressed fevered kisses along the ivory column of her throat and the beginning swell of her breasts, arching her backward over his arm while his other hand stroked the roundness of her buttock and a shapely thigh. There was a haste in him to know and touch every part of her, to claim her as his own, to let his lips wander at will over her soft flesh. His lean fingers worked between her breasts until the chemise fell open above the corset, exposing the tantalizing fullness of her naked bosom to his sight and hand. Glowing waves of pleasure spread like quickfire through Alaina's body as he caressed the silken curves. He bent and swept her up into his arms, and his eyes met hers with an intensity that took her breath away. Then, as she stared, his gaze lowered, and she was devoured as he boldly drank his fill of the vision of her creamy flesh. His head came down, and a breathless moan slipped from her as his mouth caressed a pink, pliant crest. His tongue branded her with its fiery torch, and her lithe form shook with the fervour that built within her. Her lips brushed his cheek, and she traced the tip of her tongue around his ear. His face turned, and his mouth was suddenly there, tasting hers with the hunger they both shared. Vaguely, Alaina was aware of the tremor in his arms, of his movement toward the massive four-poster in his room. They were in a world alone, apart from the whale oil lamps that were left burning, the scratch of the barren limbs against the windows, the crackling fire in the hearth. Even the realization of his wound was dimmed, for he moved with an easy strength that belied his lameness. Beneath the edge of the heavy tapestry that bordered the high tester, Cole withdrew his arm, letting her legs slide down against him. Before her feet touched the floor, the corset fell upon it. The blue flame in his eyes flared brighter as the underbodice parted to the waist. His mouth lowered to savor the sweet, heady wine nectar of her lips, and his tongue chased hers in a provocative play that traversed the warm cavities of their mouths. The straps of her chemise were brushed from her shoulders, and Alaina shivered in ecstasy as his hands leisurely stroked downward over the heaving roundness of her breasts. They swept her hips, loosening the pantaloons, and aided their descent to the floor. His hand slipped between them and released his undergarment, and for Alaina, the shock of his bold, manly flesh was renewed and remembered, just as startling and awesome as that night long ago. Like two feathers caught on an airy breeze, they drifted down to the soft comfort of his bed, their mouths clinging, their sighs mingling into one breath. His hand stroked her body in a long caress, then wandered along more intimate ground, stopping her breath with his boldness. Her thighs quivered and loosened beneath his questing search, and her eyelids fluttered as a rapturous bliss washed through her. Her breathing was shallow and rapid, while her heart thudded a wild, frantic rhythm. "Oh, Cole," she sighed in a soft, trembling breath, "what are you doing? Is this some torture you've brewed for me?" No torture, this. His ragged whisper came against her lips. But love, as we make it together.
"Then love me more," she pleaded, "and let me love you."
Hesitantly, she brushed her fingers along his scarred thighs.
"Is it permissible to touch you?"
Cole held his breath as he guided her hand to the hard, heated shaft where throbbed the pulsing hot blood of his desires. His whole being turned to liquid as her cool, gentle fingers explored his man's body, igniting too many fires for his crumbling restraint. Shaking, he raised above her and lowered his hips between her thighs, pressing his entry home as his hard belly caressed the softness of hers. It was a merging, a blending, a coming together, man with woman, husband with wife, softness yielding to hardness, wonder turning to rapture, bodies straining and cleaving together. Two beings wrapped in the pure bliss of their union, proceeding in eager, uncaring haste, giving all to the other, and in return finding everything and more. And it came, just as it had before, whatever it was that made their coupling unique. As waves of pure physical pleasure washed over her, Alaina could only sense that theirs was a special nectar of love. Cole knew it. It was what had held his mind in tow all these many months, and now he poured himself into her, groaning, shuddering, reaching into her very soul with his possession of her and binding their heaving bodies in total consummation. A fine film of sweat glistened on their bodies as they lay entwined in the afterglow of love, their passions spent, their muscles drained of strength. Cole turned his face into the rumpled, fragrant hair that spilled across his shoulder and inhaled the delicious scent of her, remembering the many nights of torture when he had not been able to banish her from his mind. For some time, he had known that she was the catalyst that stirred his blood until his passions seethed. He had been a man burning with desire, but always for her. Now sated, he could only marvel at the peace of contentment. Freezing temperatures after a heavy fog had frosted the barren limbs of the trees, dressing the landscape in a bedazzling array of crystals that shimmered and danced beneath dawn's rising sun. That same which tentatively thrust its rays into the room to awaken the sleeping woman. Alaina stretched languidly beneath the cosy luxury of the down-filled comforter before she realized she was alone in the oversized bed. Clutching the covers to her naked bosom, she sat upright and glanced about the empty room. A crackling fire danced in the hearth, chasing the chill from the room, but it was a poor substitute for the warmth she felt in Cole's presence. Then, from the open door of the bathing chamber, drifted reassuring sounds of his proximity. Wrapping the sheet about her, Alaina ran across the cold oak floor into the adjoining room, where Cole sat relaxing in a steaming bath. Her mood was gay, almost flippant as she rushed forward to bestow a lingering good-morning kiss upon his lips, sending his mind reeling back to the memory of her shy but captivating boldness of the night before. He found himself much enamoured with this light-hearted sprite who had come into his life with her unquenchable élan. There was more woman here than he had ever realized, and it was not the calculated femininity of Roberta, but an easy, natural thing that never failed to stir his ardour. He savoured the warmth of her mouth, eagerly conforming to his, and sighed as her lips left his. Her eyes sparkled above a puckish smile as she gave him a long, deliciously lecherous perusal that took his breath away.
"Need any help, Yankee?"
As a matter of fact, he breathed, crooking an arm behind her neck and pulling her back for another kiss. I am in dire need of a little feminine companionship. The sheet dropped as he tugged it free, and he pulled her down on top of him, spreading wanton kisses upon her mouth and bosom. Finally, he murmured huskily against her throat, my threat has been carried out. But little did I think when I issued it that bathing you would be so pleasurable. Chapter 37. Xanthia Morgan descended from her modest carriage with the help of her driver and paused on the front steps of Latimer House to cast her eyes toward the dark, lead-grey sky that hovered close above the rooftop. Her breath was an icy frost in the chill air, while the crisp sting of the north wind hit her full in the face. She would have to conclude her business here quickly if she intended to make it back to St. Cloud before the gathering storm descended. Shown into the parlour by the butler, she seated herself on the settee to await the entrance of Alaina. Earlier in the morning she had seen Cole pass the shop in his buggy, and she had seized upon the opportunity to meet his young bride. At least she had the advantage of surprise. The girl would be totally unprepared. Slipping off her gloves, Xanthia glanced about the room with a critical eye. Roberta's tastes had always leaned toward the garish, and this crowded, over-decorated room suited the woman's overbearing personality. Of course, there really hadn't been time for the new mistress to change things, but Xanthia was most curious to see if Alaina was of the same type. Rumour had it that she was hardly more than a child, and from Rebel Cummings's careless chatter, a cloying little mouse of a girl. Though men could be unpredictable in their tastes, Rebel's opinions could not be relied upon either. Roberta's haughty arrogance had displayed itself on her many visits to the millinery shop. In search of some trinket to appease a momentary whim, she had often ripped off a veil, flower, feather, or whatever ornament she had found displeasing on a hat. Then, upon trying it on, she had many times decided she preferred something else entirely. Quick footsteps sounded in the hall, almost running, and a breathless voice addressing the butler. "Oh, Miles, will you ask Annie to prepare some tea?" The chimes of the clock brought a gasp from the unseen woman, and her distress was obvious in the barely subdued whisper that reached Xanthia's ears. "2?
Half the day is gone. Why didn't someone wake me sooner?
Xanthia did not lay the cause of the girl's tardy rising to a night and morning spent in amorous love-making. She could only think that the new mistress was as lazy as the old. "Dr. Latimer left explicit instructions that you were not to be disturbed this morning, madam," Miles quietly informed his mistress, "and he said to tell you that he had business to attend to in St. Cloud and would return as soon as possible." Xanthia's eyes were fastened on the door when Alaina finally stepped into view, her cheeks slightly flushed from hurrying, which made the grey eyes seem all the brighter and clearer. The sight of her momentarily scattered the older woman's defences, for Alaina was exactly what Xanthia feared most. This was no graceless gosling of rebels' descriptions, but one with a young exuberance, a joie de vivre about her that was unmistakably intriguing. Though Xanthia had expected her to be wearing much richer garb, the plum muslin with its high neckband, long fitted sleeves and narrow bodice was pert and pleasing. With this first glimpse of Alaina Latimer, Xanthia wholly understood Cole's infatuation, and it frightened her more than she had imagined anything could.
"I'm sorry to keep you waiting, miss.
Alaina smiled expectantly. "Mrs., really." It was best to set the matter straight right from the beginning. "Mrs. Xanthia Morgan." She moved her handbag and the package she bore to the settee beside her for the present moment. "There have been so many rumours flying about town, Alaina. I had to come and meet you face to face." Not unaware of the woman's exacting perusal, Alaina asked quietly, "And do I meet with your approval, Mrs. Morgan?" Xanthia nodded concedingly. "You're really quite beautiful."
"Might I return the compliment, Mrs. Morgan?"
Xanthia was a bit at odds as to how best to proceed. "I suppose you are curious about me?" Alaina nodded.
"Are you a friend of my husband?"
Xanthia's mind groped like some creature caught on a bed of quicksand. The question blunted the force of her intended attack, and her reply seemed somehow trite. "I own a shop in St. Cloud. Cole purchased it for me." Xanthia paused as the butler brought in the tea service, and if she had hoped to see a flicker of emotion pass across the girl's face, she was disappointed.
"My husband is a man of many occupations, many of which I have yet to learn about, Mrs. Morgan," Alaina answered softly. "You must forgive me for being unaware of your particular establishment. He speaks so rarely of his business affairs."
Xanthia pointedly waited until Miles had taken his reluctant leave. Declining both sugar and cream, Xanthia accepted the cup of tea Alaina handed her. "I've been acquainted with Cole for some time now, 7 years at least." Alaina lowered her gaze from the woman's curious stare and sipped her own tea. Of a sudden, she wished she had worn one of the gowns Cole had purchased for her and paid more attention to her hair instead of quickly sweeping it from her face and leaving the mass to curl in carefree abandon around her shoulders. The auburn hair of the other was exquisitely coiffed, and she was gowned in costly good taste, a rich brown silk gown with hat and muff of plush sable. Desperately, Alaina tried to crush the apprehension that had stirred restlessly at her first sight of the woman.
"Mrs. Morgan,"
she began in a questioning tone. "Xanthia, please. I haven't been called Mrs. Morgan since I left the graveside of my late husband, and I assure you I have few worthwhile memories left of him." Alaina's raised eyebrow betrayed some amazement, but out of good manners she didn't dare question one of such brief acquaintance. "Oh, it's no secret," Xanthia assured her, shrugging. Her voice bore a soft, husky quality within it as she continued. Everyone in town knows about my marriage to Patrick Morgan. He was a drunk, a gambler, a no-good man about town. She idly traced the rim of her cup handle with a long fingernail. I was from a good family, you understand? And I had never met anyone else quite like Patrick Morgan. I fell hopelessly in love with him, married against my parents' wishes, and followed him out here. Oh, I would have followed him anywhere the first month of our marriage. She released a long sigh as she mentally recounted the times in their brief marriage that Patrick had beaten her and left her sobbing and heartbroken. I conceived within the first few months of our marriage, but my husband didn't want any responsibilities like that. She waited until she could control the slight quaver in her voice. When I began to show my condition, he started running around with other women. After a particularly wild night in town, he became violent, and as a result, I lost the baby. I would have died had it not been for a friend taking me to a fine young doctor. A long pause ensued before she murmured, "That was when I met Cole." Some hours later, they dragged my husband from the river. Witnesses said he swam out with his horse to catch the ferry, which had already started for the other side, but he had been drinking far too much and couldn't save himself in the swift current. Alaina folded her hands sedately in her lap. "Why are you telling me this, Mrs. Morgan?" Xanthia set her cup down on the saucer and let her words fall like a dead weight upon the girl. "I have known Cole about as well as any woman can." "Oh?" Placing her own cup and saucer on the table before her, Alaina asked in feigned surprise, "Were you married to him?" Reluctantly, Xanthia replied in the negative. Alaina's inquiry came shyly, hesitantly. "You knew him before, Roberta?" Xanthia braced herself. "Yes." Without meeting the woman's eyes, Alaina examined the back of her hand and fidgeted with the large stoned ring on her finger. "He's married 2 women since he's known you?" Xanthia could find no answer for the question, at least not one she wished to entertain. "I'm in love with Cole." Alaina fought the conflict raging with her, and with a soft, wistful smile, she picked up her cup of tea again. After a moment, her eyes raised until she met the other's apprehensive gaze. "Then I think we are not so different, Mrs. Morgan, for I love him too." "How can you? You barely know him," Xanthia demanded in a desperate rush. The younger woman shrugged indolently. "I have known him as well as you have, Mrs. Morgan, perhaps not as long, but surely just as well." Xanthia felt her heart sink to the very depths of despair. She chided herself for not being more calm and deliberate in this matter, but she was fighting for something as vital to her happiness as anything she could imagine. Purposefully, she opened her handbag and drew out a roll of bills. "If it's a matter of money, I will meet your needs. Whatever your arrangement is with Cole, I'll make it worth your while if you will leave here and go someplace else." "Put away your money, Mrs. Morgan," Alaina murmured softly. "I do not plan to give up my husband because of another woman's infatuation. I've been through that before, and I shall fight with every ounce of my being to keep it from happening again." Xanthia thrust the roll back into her handbag with a vigor that seemed unwarranted. This was going to be more difficult than she had imagined. "Cole told me you saved his life. Obviously, he feels indebted to you." "For saving his life?" Alaina sipped her tea, hardly tasting it. "I should hope it's for something far more personal and intimate." Xanthia betrayed her exasperation. "You'd hold a man by playing upon his indebtedness to you?" Alaina met the trembling rage of the other with well-feigned assurance. "He's my husband to have and to hold, is he not?" Xanthia felt her cheeks grow hot with the sting of defeat. She drew a breath, let it out slowly, and advanced to her next ploy. "You're an intelligent girl, Alaina, and I sense that you have a great deal of pride. People around here resent Cole marrying a Southern girl. They won't accept him, and they won't accept you." "Then I guess I've met a lot of nobodies who like Cole despite his marriages," Alaina answered softly, "and they seemed so gracious, too." Xanthia rose, her back rigid, and picked up the package. "Will you give this to Cole? I discovered it after he left yesterday." She tore back the paper to display one of his white silk shirts. "I washed and ironed it just the way he likes." "My husband has always been so careless about his clothes," Alaina managed with a gay laugh. "Why, he even lost a whole uniform once. And while he was wearing it, too. There he was in his skivvies, and I had to sneak him into my uncle's house without being caught. But I will warn him to be more careful. A thing like that can compromise your reputation. It nearly did mine." White-lipped, Xanthia put on her gloves and walked stiffly toward the door. "Will we be seeing you again, Mrs. Morgan?" Alaina questioned politely. "I doubt it," Xanthia replied in a muted voice. "Goodbye, Alaina." The clock struck 3, some moments after Xanthia Morgan left. Shortly after it struck 4, Mindy looked into the parlour, but decided not to disturb Alaina, for she seemed deeply occupied in thought. Alaina had not stirred when the small chimes of the clock tinkled through the half-hour mark, nor even a few moments later when the buggy drew up in front of the house, or when Cole's voice called out to Peter as the latter took the buggy back to the barn, or when Cole slammed the door and asked Miles of his wife's whereabouts. It was only when he came limping into the parlour that she came out of her chair. In the same moment, her hand swept the package from the table. She took a step toward him and, as he came near, flung the half-wrapped shirt into his face, smothering his smile and the greeting he had formed on his lips. "Your mistress left this for you?" she snarled through the red glory of her rage. Another step forward, and her small doubled fist slammed into his hard belly just above the lowest button of his vest. Caught by surprise, Cole had his breath driven from him. "But that's from me, Yankee!" She was by him in a flash, snatching up a shawl and running past an astounded Miles. She flung open the door and ran onto the porch. "Alaina!" Cole regained his voice with the realization she was leaving the house. "Alaina, come back!" Blindly, she stumbled down the stairs and hurried across the drive. As soon as she left the bulk of the structure, a cold north wind, mingled with icy sleet, struck her full force. She caught her breath against its numbing blow. Something at the bottom of her mind warned her that she was making a mistake, that she was not dressed for this weather. But rage overshadowed reason, and she would not go back, anywhere but not back. She saw Peter's head disappear beneath the brow of the hill. It was as good a direction as any to take. She raced after him as fast as her feet could fly across the frigid turf. A dull pain grew in her side, and she slowed her headlong pace to a more sedate walk. Far ahead, Peter turned into the lane to the barn and disappeared from sight. The slope of the hill had steepened, and Alaina hastened her step. From behind her came the urgent ringing of the bell. Once, twice. Her feet flew faster. The double peal rang again, quicker and with a note of impatience about it. From ahead, she heard Peter's whistle as he urged the horse into a gallop. A sense of fear seized her. She must not be seen.
Cole would be after her in a flash. She stepped from the lane and slipped into a clump of bushes, crouching low to hide her slightest shadow. The buggy careened back into sight and rushed past her with Peter leaning far forward and swinging the ends of the reins against the rump of the racing mare. As soon as he was past, Alaina was on the road again. Then her gaze caught on a dark shadow in the trees. The cottage. It offered a haven from the cold, if not from eventual discovery. She was chilled through and shivering uncontrollably, and though she found a small bit of protection from the wind behind the shrubs, she longed now to find some meagre warmth, well away from the frigid air. Trying the door and finding it unlocked, she slipped within and closed the heavy portal behind her. The hall was dark and eerily shadowed, with doorways leading to other rooms. At the end of the corridor that ran the full depth of the house, a large window outlined the stark, barren balustrade of a stairway. The silence was tomb-like, and only the mournful wail of the rising wind and her own harsh breathing intruded upon the stillness. She tried several doors, but in each room was presented with a forbidding sight of pale, ghostly shapes of furniture spread with dust covers. They promised no hint of the warmth she sought. She returned to a wider passage of double folding panels just to the left of the entryway, and flipping open the latch with trembling cold fingers, pushed the doors wide. A brighter scene greeted her, one still wanly lit by the failing winter light, but her first impression was that the room had been struck by some inhuman destructive force. Chairs were tumbled over, papers were scattered helter-skelter, leather-bound volumes raked from their shelves. Through the maze of debris, a huge stone fireplace beckoned to her sense of comfort. It was firm in her mind that she must find warmth soon or beat an ignominious retreat to the house on the hill. Her pride preferred the first choice. Firewood and kindling filled the wood-box, and with cold, numbed hands, Alaina fumbled along the mantel, searching for matches or anything she might start a fire with. Her fingertips brushed an icy object, and she brought a small metal box into sight. Fighting a shuddering clumsiness, she pushed open the sliding lid and sighed in relief. It was a tinder box. Soon, brightly flickering yellow and orange flames licked with hungry abandon at the dry wood she heaped over the blazing kindling. Alaina stretched out her hands before its warmth and grimaced as the fleeing cold left her fingers prickling with a pain like 1,000 tiny needles. The winter night was settling rapidly over the land, and only the glow of the fire threatened the deep shadows in the house. Alaina ventured to light a lamp to chase the darkness to the far corners of the room, fairly confident that the dense brush and evergreens growing close about the house would mask the windows from casual view. Alaina's shivering slowly abated, and her curiosity grew apace. Several tall, glass-fronted cases, the likes of which she had seen in the hospital, stood beside a long, waist-high table. One cabinet held dully gleaming instruments, while another was filled with vials and bottles, boxes and canisters, all neatly labelled in a careful hand. Still another bore stacks of bandages and other assorted wrappings. The room had all the appearances of a doctor's study, no doubt where Cole and his father had rooted their practice. A portrait of a woman hung above the mantel, and the resemblance she bore to Cole was unmistakable. This was undoubtedly his mother. But what of his stepmother? Alaina glanced about with curiosity. No indication here of another woman, and there were no portraits in the Hill House. Thoughtfully, Alaina lifted a heavy chair before the fireplace and set a small table upright beside it. She set aright a tall, wide-backed, well-used leather chair and, almost without thinking, slid it before the massive desk that sat before the windows. As she did, a small, twisted, gilt-framed miniature lying on the desk caught her eye. It was partially hidden beneath wildly tossed papers and an overturned brass scale. She picked it up, shaking the shattered glass away from the picture, and took it closer to the light. The photograph had been chopped off in such a manner that the main figure was now a woman in a dark dress and wide starched apron. A sudden suspicion began to tickle her mind. Carefully, she plucked the last particles of glass from the picture and held it beneath the lamp, then gasped in surprise as she realized it was a likeness of herself. She stared at it, her mind racing. A photographer had come into the hospital during the latter days of Cole's convalescence and had taken a picture of a small group of wounded men and had bade her to stand alongside them. Apparently Cole had witnessed it all and somehow had managed to obtain a copy. A heavy crease marred the middle of the photograph, as if someone had repeatedly twisted the frame, trying to tear the whole of it in half. Alaina sensed the utter rage that had been vented on it and on this study, and as her eyes moved about the room again, she could only wonder if this holocaust of loathing had been directed entirely at her.
"Little fool."
The words rang sharply in the room, and Alaina whirled with a small cry of alarm, then nearly crumpled to her knees in relief as she recognized the tall form of her husband in the shadowed doorway. Struggling to control the trembling that threatened to reduce her to tears, she leaned against the desk and pressed a hand over her pounding heart. "Good heavens, Cole!" she railed weakly in freshening temper. "Must you always make it your habit to scare the wits from me? Couldn't you have made your presence known in a gentler fashion?"
"What, and have you run out on me again?" he questioned angrily. "You didn't care that you left me fearing for your safety?"
"I told you before I can take care of myself." Cole flung his fur cap into a chair.
"This is not the soft winter of the South, my love, and you'd best learn to respect it."
He crossed the room, and Alaina noticed both his pronounced limp and the absence of his cane. He stood close in front of her and yanked off his gloves as he enlarged upon his earlier declaration.
"A lesson of missing fingers or toes is harsh, Alaina, but a life can fade quickly in the freezing winds of this clime. One who ventures out in the face of an impending storm or blizzard without the slightest thought of protection can only be termed a fool."
Elena's wits had been well flayed throughout the afternoon, and no tough hide was left to absorb this verbal chastisement. "How did you find me?"
"I saw the sparks fly from the chimney when I passed in the buggy. If you haven't looked outside lately, a freezing rain is coming down, coating everything with ice. I was about to go back and call out the servants in an effort to find you when I happened to glance this way."
"I stand rebuked, my lord." Her manner bore the submissive tones one might expect of a slave. "Shall I return to the house or await your pleasure here?" Cole ignored her overstated humility, and she did not raise her gaze to see the smile that played for the briefest moment about his lips. He grew serious as he noticed the mangled photograph she held and reached out to take it from her.
"A keepsake I cherished from my tour in New Orleans," he murmured distantly. "Roberta said she threw it into the river, but I guess she lied about that, too."
He placed the frame on the desk, then went to stand in front of the fire, placing more logs on it before spreading his hands before its warmth.
"This was my father's study."
He folded his hands behind his back
and stared thoughtfully into the flames. His deep voice seemed to fill the corners of the room as he continued. I used to come here to find some peace, to think, to get away from... He shrugged. Whatever bothered me. He turned and unbuttoned his greatcoat, sweeping the room with his gaze. Roberta came here looking for me about a week before she died, but I had gone into town. She found your photograph and flew into a rage. Slowly, his hand ranged about to indicate the mangled interior, and you knew Roberta well enough to believe that when I returned the next day, she was still fit to be tied. He chuckled briefly. Miles had taken the day off. Annie was hiding in the fruit cellar. The upstairs maid and the downstairs maid were cringing in their rooms. Mrs. Garth was the only one who dared move about. Roberta accused me, and you for that matter, of plotting the whole thing against her. His lips twisted in a bitter smile. She demanded to know where I was keeping you hidden. Alaina was confused. But why did you keep the photograph? His eyes raised slowly to meet hers. Don't you know, Alaina? What she wanted to believe could not be reasoned out, not when the memory of Xanthia Morgan was harsh in her mind. She stiffened her neck and turned away from him, gathering the scattered papers into a neat stack. Did Roberta know about Mrs. Morgan? She asked caustically over her shoulder. No, Cole replied flatly, and neither do you. She whirled, ready to beard this stumbling brute. I know you were there yesterday, before you so tenderly came to me. That's true. Cole stretched his shoulders back as if something in his chest pained him. I went to her with the meanest of intentions, but nothing came of it. I realized before I passed through her door that it was a mistake. I could not reach out, or touch her, or find any desire to hold her. And nothing more happened, Alaina. Ole may attest to that. I joined him only moments after he left me at her door. He and I shared a cup, or two, or maybe it was 3, I forget. If you wish, you may condemn me for the thought, but you must pardon me for the act. A warmness grew within Alaina that was not of the fire burning in the hearth. Her voice was tiny and hesitant as she questioned, Why did you keep the photograph? Cole heaved a long sigh and, taking her hand, settled himself in the large overstuffed chair that faced the fire and pulled her down onto his left thigh. Is it so hard to understand, Alaina? He queried, half frowning, half smiling into her searching eyes. Slipping off her damp shoes, he tucked her cold, stockinged feet onto the seat of the chair, snuggling them intimately between his thighs and bracing a hand on her buttock to hold her. I have been in love with you for some time now, even before I left New Orleans. I tried to discount it and lay it to infatuation, but I had to finally face the truth. Impossible! Alaina flung out a hand in a wild, flamboyant gesture as she protested his claim. Our marriage proves it. If you had loved me, then you would not have demanded the arrangement. Madam, you jest. He laughed in amazement. I never demanded anything of the sort. But Uncle Angus said you did. Then he lied and played us against each other, for I have a letter from your uncle stating it was your desire to have a titular marriage, and that you would not come up here unless I agreed to such an arrangement. His hand stroked upward along her arm. I suppose Angus decided to brew the mischief after I wrote to Dr. Brooks and Mrs. Hawthorne asking them to approach him with my proposal. You wrote first? Alaina probed the translucent depths of those clear blue eyes. Mrs. Hawthorne wrote to inform me of the trouble you were having with Jacques. She said that if I cared for you at all, I'd forget about trying to appear indifferent and do something to help. I took her advice and offered marriage. If she hadn't written, I might have wasted some time floundering around for an excuse to ask you to marry me.
Was it so difficult to propose?
She inquired softly. You put down my overtures so firmly in New Orleans, I had some doubts as to whether you would accept. I was after better odds.
You honestly wanted to marry me?
She questioned in amazement. Madam, I wanted you any way I could get you, and that's no lie.
Tears filled her eyes, and a softening warmth replaced the anger and mellowed her emotions. After all their battles and arguments, could she believe that he cared for her? Was this what she had coveted all those months when he had been with Roberta? His tender regard and his arms about her? Could she relax her distrusting vigil and be the warm, gentle woman she longed to be in his presence? Almost shyly, she slipped her arms about his neck, and as his open mouth found her lips, she returned his ardor hesitantly. Slowly, the trembling lips parted and yielded to his passionate kiss. Alaina pulled away slightly and tried to put her reeling thoughts in order as she leaned her brow against his cheek. She had to take this more slowly, get her mind organized. It was all happening too quickly, and she cautioned herself against stripping her vulnerable emotions bare too soon. She had hidden them so well for so long. It was hard to turn loose. She steadied her quaking heart and postponed making important decisions by turning the subject away from her. This place. Tell me about it. Tell me about your family. Cole leaned his head back against the chair to stare up at the painting above the mantel.
There's little to tell, really. My father built this house for my mother shortly after they moved here from Pennsylvania. She died after my first year and he married again. I suppose he thought he was providing me with a mother. My stepmother demanded a better house be built for her. She designed and furnished the one we now live in, and my father was too busy with his patients to give much heed to what she was creating until it was finished. She might not have been altogether pleased with the house either, for it wasn't 6 months after it was completed that she ran off with a gambler. It was the last my father saw of her. He was rather bitter, you might say. When she left, she took what money and valuables she could lay her hands on. My father swore then that she'd never get another cent from him. He disinherited her and any offspring she might claim as his. Cole rested his cheek against the softly flowing russet tresses as Alaina nuzzled her face against his throat. It would seem that the Latimer men have not been altogether successful with their women. At least, not until now. There had been so much strife between them. Alaina longed now only to relish the tender, the softer emotions. It was much later when they returned to the house. Wrapped in a buffalo robe for the short ride home, she was scarcely aware of the fierce wind that swept icy rain down upon them. She needed only the presence of the man beside her to be content with her surroundings. Cole halted the buggy in front of the house and, lifting her, still bundled in the robe, carried her indoors, where they were met by the anxious looks of the servants who gathered in the hall. Worry turned to relieved laughter as Cole unwrapped the pelt, presenting her safe and sound to the household. Mindy came timidly forward to clutch Alaina's skirts and refused to relinquish her grasp until the young woman tucked her gently into bed and quietly assured her that she would not run away again. Sometime later, when Alaina entered her own bedroom, she came to an abrupt halt and glanced about. Her first thought was that someone was playing tricks with her. The armoire was gone, the rug had disappeared along with the chaise, even the clock had been removed from the mantel. The room was no different from the first time she had seen it, the only exception being that several comfortable-looking chairs had been placed before the fireplace. She swept a full circle in dismay and was ready to fly downstairs in anger. Then she heard Cole moving about in his bedroom, and a new thought dawned. She followed the mental urging and passed through the bathing chamber. His door stood wide, and she halted within its frame. Everything was there. The chaise before the window, the mirror in the corner, her armoire beside Cole's, and the clock on the mantel, as if it had always been there. Even the bare floor that had chilled her feet only that morning was now covered by the soft carpet that had been in her bedroom for these many weeks. Cole sat before the cheery fireplace, his knee propped high to ease the tightness in his thigh. His eyes raised as she came to stand beside him, and her own shone softly. "You've been playing games with me, my lord, and adding my men to your side of the board." He smiled with disarming gentleness. "What better way to lure you into my bedroom?" "We do have a marriage, then?" He arched a brow wonderingly. "Of course, my love. Have you ever doubted it?" "On occasion, sir, but what once seemed a dismal bargain seems to have turned into something almost too good to be true." "And will you henceforth share the bed and the room with me, Mrs. Latimer?" he queried. "Wait for me?" she questioned in a shy, soft whisper. "Don't be long." Pausing briefly to select a nightgown from her armoire, she retired to the bathing chamber to garb herself as befitting a bride. She was just slipping into the greyish-blue gown when she heard Cole's footsteps come to the door and pause on the other side, as if he were impatient with her toilette. After a long moment, the footsteps went away, leaving her to hastily brush out her hair to a soft, silky sheen. No great amount of time had passed before she heard Cole return to the door and stand once again on the other side of the unopened portal. Smoothing her hair, Alaina slowly pulled the door open. He was there, tall and slender in a long velvet robe. The heat of his gaze ranged the full length of her in a long, slow, appreciative stare, pausing on the soft, pale nipples showing provocatively through the lace, and admiring the womanliness of her that was readily visible to his hungering eye. It was unmistakably a gown he had purchased for her. "You're beautiful," he breathed, almost in awe. Smiling timidly, Alaina reached out a hand, and with a single tug, the belt of his robe fell limp. She spread the garment wide and stepped close to him until the heat of his naked body blended with the warmth of hers. Then her arms were around his neck, and her lips met his with a fevered eagerness that never failed to amaze him. His arms swept her up. The bed beckoned, and they sought its downy comfort together as one, man and wife. For Alaina, it was like being home after an eternity away. He was home to her, and she was safe in his arms. Chapter 38. It was a swiftly fleeting hand of time that swept the days of the month past, speeding on the hours that were too sweet to lose so quickly. Yet now there was always the promise of more rapturous moments just ahead. As Alaina contemplated leaving the cosy comfort of their bed this morning, she grew warm with the memory of the past month, when, in the hours of night, she had lain in Cole's arms before the crackling fire and answered his kisses and caresses, or talked quietly with him of intimate things and shared remembrances. She smiled as she thoughtfully fingered the medallion that was once again about her neck. The addition of precious gems had enhanced its beauty, but the script still boldly read, "Property of C.R. Latimer." Now that they had a real marriage between them, Alaina found herself even more deeply in love with Cole. Though she would have denied it, and her pride and prejudices had struggled against it, love had rooted itself firmly within her heart long ago, moving out hate and intolerance. Retrieving her gown from the floor, Alaina slipped it hastily over her head and donned her robe. She remembered that Cole had been restless during the night and had seemed in a great deal of pain after he had slipped on a loosened strip of carpet on the stairs. He might have plunged headlong to the bottom had he not fallen against the balustrade and managed to grasp the railing. She had noted the long bruise on his scarred thigh as he undressed for bed, but forgot about it when he came to her and began to remove the gown she had only just donned. The memory of what had followed brought a light blush of pleasure to her cheeks. Not too long ago, there had been a time when she would have torn the heart from anyone who would have dared to suggest that a blue-belly Yankee officer would be the doting joy of her life. Now, he seemed the center of her very being. Alaina's slippered feet skipped lightly down the stairs, but halfway in her descent of them she halted in surprise. Miles was stationed in front of the closed study door and appeared once more on guard against any possible intrusion. The servant hesitantly met her troubled gaze and conveyed his apology in his eyes. It was as before. She would be forbidden entry into her husband's private domain.
"Dr. Latimer offers his apologies, madam,"
he murmured in pained embarrassment,
"and he begs you to forgive him. He will be unable to join you for breakfast."
Alaina struggled through the day as best she could, unable to understand Cole locking himself in the study and setting guards at the door to keep her out. Later in the day, Oli relieved the butler, and Alaina's vexation showed in her frowning visage as she faced her husband's driver with arms akimbo. The man squirmed uncomfortably on his chair and, whistling an airless tune, fixed his attention on his feet. The servants tirelessly guarded the study door for 4 straight days and were well into the 5th when Alaina lost patience with the lot of them. She could hear the faint sing-song voice of her husband behind the barrier they provided and the closed, forbidding door. As far as she was concerned, Cole had already steeped himself in too much privacy and brandy, and she grew incensed at the loneliness of her bedroom. It was Peter's misfortune to have drawn the afternoon watch at the door when Alaina's pique reached its limit and she entered the hallway, determined to put an end to Cole's monkish whimsy. The young man had been most wary of the first mistress, but this one he had come to idolize and consider her much in the same light as a small, delicate, fragile china doll. Younger than she by only a hand's count of months, he had led a sheltered life in this secluded place and had never known the shattering effect of a full broadside of feminine wiles. His heart pounded as she came toward him with a smile designed to melt honey from any comb. He came to his feet in an awkward scramble, ignoring the book that spilled to the floor.
"Keep your seat, Peter,"
she bade the youth sweetly.
"I was just going to have a word with the doctor."
Peter began to obey. Then his bedazzled mind recalled the reason he had been posted at the door.
Mum."
He hastily took a position in front of the portal to deny her entry.
"Dr. Latimer's orders were to, keep you out." "Oh, really, Peter?"
Alaina placed a hand gently on the lapel of the boy's coat and observed that he seemed to be having some trouble with his breathing.
You know it's touted that a man can't have any secrets from his wife. Now, I realize the doctor likes a fine brandy now and then, and of that I have no complaint. But this sort of drinking is ridiculous. I simply must discuss this with him. Oh, no, Mum, it ain't the drinking. I mean, that's part of it, I guess, but really it's more his—
Peter!
The name cracked in the silence of the hall as Miles came from the back of the house.
You know what Dr. Latimer said, Peter.
Although Miles's voice was harsh in reproof, Peter seemed relieved to have his supporting presence. Miles took up station beside the lad, drawing himself into a stiff caricature of the proper butler.
Do you really think to keep me from my husband?
Alaina questioned almost incredulously as she considered the pair.
Yes, madam,
Miles answered sternly.
On his orders, madam, we are to ensure his privacy.
Miles's eyes stared down from either side of his thin, hooked nose as if he were sighting a weapon at her. Calmly, Alaina took Peter's chair and slid it a good distance down the hall, positioning it in a corner facing outward. She returned to stand before the two men, while they obviously fretted beneath her deliberate stare. She lifted a hand and pointed to the chair.
Peter, sit there.
Though still gentle, there was something in her voice that did not encourage argument. Peter obeyed with alacrity, and Miles faced her alone, fixing his gaze on the far wall as tiny beads of sweat appeared on his forehead.
Miles?
He flinched at the sound of her smooth, silky voice.
Yes, madam.
A nervous tic began at the back of his right arm.
Do you consider yourself a gentleman?
Alaina began to pace back and forth in front of him.
Yes, madam, of course.
Miles sniffed.
One of the best schools in England and one of the best families. In fact, I have instructed at several schools on the continent.
Indeed, a professor, Alaina nodded. Of the manly arts, I presume?
Yes, madam, you might say that.
And you are a gentleman of the old school?
Yes, madam.
Alaina halted her pacing and stood directly in front of the butler, her arms akimbo. He stared at the wall over her head, and the sweat began to trickle down his face.
Have you ever struck a lady?
Her voice took on a crisp note of inquisition.
No, madam, of course not.
He was aghast.
Have you ever used force against a lady?
No, madam.
Do you consider me to be a lady?
Oh, yes, madam. Decidedly so. Yes.
His voice dwindled as he began to feel the bite of the trap. A long pause followed, with only the sound of Alaina's toe tapping on the hall floor.
Then please step aside, Miles.
Her tone was one of brisk command,
or I shall destroy your reputation on the spot.
His eyes flickered downward briefly to hers, and he saw no mercy in the steel grey. Nervously, he sidled away from the door.
Pa!
Peter's plaintive wail trembled in the hall, and as Alaina laid her hand on the doorknob, Ole thundered in from the kitchen, a napkin still tucked in the neck of his shirt and his cheeks bulging with a healthy portion of his meal. Her hand still on the latch, Alaina turned to face him, a quizzical brow raised to silently ask his intent. Ole could no more lay a hand to her than could the others, and the three men stood helplessly by while Alaina pushed open the study door and entered. The drapes were tightly drawn, and the sickening reek of whiskey and stale cigar smoke was enough to make Alaina choke and cough. Cole had been pacing in a small circle along the edge of a round rug before the fireplace,
but at the intrusion of her cough, he jerked about, finding her through the gloom of the room.
"Damn it, Alaina!" he barked. "Get out of here!"
Closing the door firmly behind her, she leaned against it and let her gaze roam over him derisively. What she saw was hardly the neat, well-groomed man she had always known him to be. His face bore the stubble of a half-week's growth, and a long dressing robe hung in loose folds to his ankles. His eyes were red-rimmed, puffed and bloodshot, his mouth distorted in a grimace as he braced himself on the black cane. "Isn't it time you come to your senses, Dr. Latimer?" she inquired.
"Leave me be, woman,"
he commanded hoarsely. He swept his cane across the surface of the table which stood between them, sending the articles it held crashing to the floor.
"Get out, or I'll have the servants throw you out."
"That will do you no good, sir," she answered serenely. "They are now more afraid of me than they are of you."
"As I see, the lot of them cannot keep one wee wench from this room,"
rashly he boasted.
"So, if I cannot trust my servants, then I will tend to you myself."
But as he advanced toward her, Alaina became amazed by the awkwardness of his gait. He all but dragged his right leg behind him, and he made his way slowly, his teeth gritted against the pane. "Cole?" She began to fear for him and stepped forward to meet him. "Let me help you."
"No!"
he cried, moving away from her reaching hand. Embarrassed by his unsightly appearance, he ducked away, but his cane slipped on the bare wood floor and he stumbled against her. Her weight too meagre to stop him, Alaina fell with him. As he hit the floor, Cole rolled away from her, writhing in agony, grinding his teeth to keep from groaning aloud. Alaina rose to her knees beside him, then sat back on her heels, staring in astonishment at his right thigh, which the parted robe revealed. He was naked beneath the garment, for a pair of trousers would not have slipped over his swollen thigh, which was half again as large as his left. The bruised, discoloured look of the limb roused a new anxiety in her, and her fingers trembled as she reached out to touch the purple, distended flesh.
"Good Lord, Alaina!"
Cole choked hoarsely as he struggled to cover himself.
"You unman me."
"Is this why you stayed in here?" she demanded incredulously. "Because of your leg?"
"I can do nothing but walk to keep the blood flowing in the leg and pray that I don't lose it."
Her emotions were mixed between relief and anger that he had so foolishly secluded himself from her.
"And you believed that I would think less of you because of this?"
She flung out a hand to indicate his leg, her tone one of disbelief.
"You would not have been the first."
"Like I told you before, Yankee, I ain't Roberta."
With that, she came to her feet and, stepping to the door, snatched it open.
"Ole, Miles, Peter, come in here now."
"Alaina!"
Cole barked, struggling to rise.
"Close that door."
Alaina saw Mrs. Garth coming across the hall with a fresh supply of brandy and jerked her head toward the stairs.
"Take it upstairs to the bedroom."
"Blast you, woman!" Cole bellowed. "I need that to kill the pain."
His wife ignored him and stepped aside as the three men entered the study.
"Take the doctor upstairs and put him in his bed immediately."
"Like hell you will," Cole thundered. "I'll dismiss the lot of you if you come near me."
Ole's gaze shifted uneasily toward Alaina, who retorted boldly,
"Then I'll hire you all back again."
She waved a hand to her husband.
"Now stop this shilly-shallying and take him upstairs, and for the sake of heaven be brave about it. You're 3 against 1.
Cole brandished his cane like a weapon, and his raving curses burned Peter's ears, prompting Miles and Ole to glance uncertainly from the master of the house to the mistress, each hoping that the wrath about to descend upon them would not be of a permanent nature.
Either way, they were bound to catch hell. Ole stepped forward, nervously rubbing the tip of his nose with a forefinger, and peered down at his employer.
"She say we take you up? I think we take you up."
A long string of oaths christened them as Ole and Peter lifted him and Miles carefully supported his leg. As soon as Cole was deposited safely in his bed, he found himself faced with a new threat, that of being at his wife's mercy. She began giving orders as if she were born to command.
"Mrs. Garth, you may air out the study and see that it's given a proper cleaning. Peter, fetch hot water for a bath and put a kettle of the same here on the hearth. I'll need some linens too. Miles, you and Ole may bring the doctor's chair from the study up here. He'll be needing it close by for a while. And I want a bucket full of snow and ice, preferably before any of it melts."
Cole had no time to question her instructions before the servants hurried off to see them carried out. Warily he asked, "Now that you have me up here, what are your intentions?" Alaina folded back the bedcovers and stacked several pillows beneath his knee.
"I would not presume to tell you what to do, my love, but it seems to me that a doctor should take better care of himself than you appear to be doing."
"You have not answered my question," Cole pressed.
"Would you like to take your robe off before I start the compresses? I'll fetch you a fresh nightshirt if you wish."
"Compresses?" Cole raised himself apprehensively.
"Hot and cold compresses to make the swelling go down. That much I know about home remedies." She gestured casually. "The robe, please. I plan to see to the entire man. After we've tended your leg, I'll shave and bathe you."
"I'm not an invalid, madam," he assured her. "I can bathe myself."
"You'll have difficulty getting into the tub. It will be simpler if you're bathed here."
His brows crinkled thoughtfully. "All over?" Elena's eyes raised slowly to his.
"I think you can manage a few places."
"You've crushed my hopes."
"Serves you right,"
she chided, with a smile twinkling at the corner of her mouth.
"Anyone who would walk on a leg like that deserves nothing more than a good ear-washing."
Cole had second thoughts as to her charity when she slapped the frigid bulk of snow onto his leg, almost bringing him straight out of the bed. And if that was not enough, she nearly scolded him again, this time with a steaming towel still dripping wet from the kettle. "Be careful with that thing," he yelped. "You could end our hopes for a family altogether."
"I'll try to be more careful,"
Alaina apologized, sweetly contrite.
"But I don't think you have anything to worry about, my love."
Ole and Miles wrestled in Cole's large leather chair as Alaina withdrew the lukewarm linen from his leg, replacing it with more snow. Covering his nakedness, Cole watched the men. The removal of his chair from the study foretold a change in his habits. He could no longer closet himself in seclusion. But then a more appealing condition appeared in the offering. To be ensconced in a bedroom with a fetching wench was not altogether displeasing. Though not tutored in the ways of cures or medicines, Alaina found her meagre knowledge successful. By evening, the swelling had gone down, and with his leg carefully propped, Cole was able to rest peaceably. To keep Alaina pacified, he stayed in bed through the next day. But no amount of cajoling would keep him bedridden the following morning. Chapter 39. December had come upon them with a flourish, and the north wind blew its snow-laden breath across the land, cloaking the countryside with a mantle of white. Mindy, who had never known the import of the season, listened with enraptured awe as Alaina spun tales of fact and fancy about the event. In anticipation, the child hung a stocking from the parlour mantel and eagerly awaited the day.
While Alaina diligently fashioned the remains of the charred black and yellow evening dress into a tiny gown for the new china doll that Cole had purchased for the girl. He constructed a wooden crib for the old rag doll and placed the gifts away in the attic in readiness for the holiday. Horace Burr journeyed back for a visit one day, and thereafter Cole held tight rein on his own impatience to present a very special gift to his young wife on Christmas morn. Alaina planned her own surprise beyond the smoking jacket she made for her husband, and in preparation for the more important gift, sent a servant to bid Brigard Darby to stop by the house for a few moments while Cole was in St. Cloud, attending to business. It was not in her scheme that her husband should finish his business early and return home. The presence of Brigard's horse was cause enough to tweak Cole's temper, and to find the parlour door closed against intrusion set all the old jealousies astir. If the man's friendship had not held him from pressing Roberta into an affair, then surely with Alaina, being the more desirable of the two, the Irishman would be wont to press his attentions upon her all the more readily. Cole was determined that such a thing would not happen again. He brushed past the waiting butler and pushed the sliding doors of the parlour wide. Brigard had been leaning forward in his chair, his head close to Alaina's and a drink dangling from his fingers. But as Cole opened the doors, he straightened and leaned back, sipping from the glass with casual demeanour. Cole handed his hat to Miles and shrugged out of his greatcoat. Favouring the two with a sneering leer, he leaned his cane against his leg and began to work his gloves off. Hesitantly, Alaina rose and, smoothing her gown self-consciously, moved toward her husband, her eyes downcast and a warm blush pinkening her cheeks.
"My God!"
Cole rasped, unable to find innocent cause for her obvious dismay, except that of guilt. He glared at Brigard accusingly.
"Every time I leave this house, I return to find you in it, sniffing after my wife. From your zealous attentions, I would say you haven't had a woman for some time."
Elena's eyes widened and snapped steel grey with rage.
"Cole, how can you say such a thing?" "Because I know the bastard."
"I invited him here," she grittingly stated. Cole stared at her, an array of fleeting emotions crossing his face. The spurs of jealousy were sharp and pricked him to a painful depth. Huskily he answered her,
"Then perhaps I'd better hear more of this, madam, because I know you can't be wanting for attention."
The insinuation stung Alaina at a moment when she was most vulnerable.
"You utterly boorish oaf!"
she choked, and, bursting into sobs, fled the room and raced across the hall. She flung her cloak about her shoulder and slammed the door behind her as she left the house. Cole would have gone after her, but with quick running steps, Brigard caught him at the front door and, having the advantage of at least £100, slammed him face forward against it.
"Your wife sought out my services, Dr. Latimer," the Irishman snarled, "because she wanted to be sure of the signs before broaching the subject with you. Like it or not, man, you will become a father in the summer."
Cole's eyes grew wide, and with a burst of strength he pushed the heavier man aside. Reaching again for the door, he flung it open. As he ran out onto the porch, the cutter was just moving away from the house. Alaina cracked the whip to urge the mare into a faster pace, ignoring his cry.
"Alaina, wait!"
The only mount present was Brigard's, and that one's ownership gave Cole no pause whatsoever. For a man of hampered ability, he was down the steps in a thrice, and, snatching the reins from the hitching post, swung onto the horse's back.
The stallion skidded on the hard-packed snow and ice as it pranced in a wide circle, skittish beneath the unfamiliar weight. Cole's boot heels dug into his sides, and the steed caught the full import of the message. He leaped forward and charged after the fleeing cutter. The stallion drew abreast of the racing conveyance, but when Cole shouted for Alaina to stop, she ignored him and cracked the whip harder. It was a breakneck race down the slippery lane, and Cole urged his mount on ever faster until he could crowd the mare into the deeper snow and brush that grew alongside the road. The mare was forced to slow, and finally the cutter, plunging through the low, snow-covered growth, dragged her to a halt. Brigar's stallion pranced several steps farther in a splendid neck-arched display, despite Cole's best efforts. Impatiently he jerked the headstrong stud into a reluctant halt and dismounted. Alaina had been caught in an upheaved plume of snow and came to her feet, brushing its fine powder from her face and cloak as she gasped against its icy sting. Breathlessly she sobbed, "You blithering, blue-bellied, cut-throat excuse for Yankee sawbones!" She seized the reins, trying to urge the mare out of the snowdrift, but Cole ran toward them. "Alaina, calm down before you hurt yourself," he cried. Nearing the frightened animal's head, he reached up to grab the bridle, but as he did so, his feet slipped and he slammed into the mare's shoulder. The horse reared, jerking the bridle from his grasp. Cole fell flat on his back beneath the steed's pawing hooves, and with a strangled cry, Alaina came to her feet. The animal came down, and her hoof landed squarely on Cole's right thigh. There was an audible snap as the bone gave, then the brittle air was set a-tremble as a hoarse scream of pain broke from Cole's lips. Frantic, Alaina scrambled out of the cutter and, heedless of any danger to herself, ran around in front of the horse, throwing up her arms with a shout until the mare sidled away from this new threat. When the animal regained the hard-packed snow of the lane, she stood, snorting and trembling, though gradually she calmed. Cole rolled in agony in the snow, his teeth gnashing in pain, until Alaina fell to her knees beside him and caught his twisting shoulders in her arms. "Oh, Cole, darling, be still," she whispered urgently. "You'll only do more damage." He caught the collar of her cloak and pulled her close above him, pressing his face against her bosom as he hammered his will into iron self-control. "The beast," he snarled through gritted teeth. "That damned, evil beast. She's cost me my leg for sure." "Hush, my darling," Alaina pleaded, slipping the skirt of her heavy cloak beneath his thinly clad back. She wrapped him in its warm confines and rolled the hood into a pillow, shivering violently as the cold wind penetrated her velvet gown. "Don't try to move. I'm going back for help." "Wait," Cole gasped, fighting the pulsing flood of agony that threatened to engulf him. Alaina leaned toward him as he caught her hand. "I'm just going for help," she assured him gently. "I'll be back in a moment." "Alaina," he grimaced as the tide of pain washed over him and he struggled to resist its assault. "I'm sorry for what I said. It's just that I lost you once. I don't want to lose you again. And I cannot trust Brigar. He seduced Roberta and got her with child and then sent her off to some back room hovel to get rid of it." Understanding dawned in Alaina's mind and swept away all the hurt she had felt at his words. Though she couldn't believe that Brigar was of such low character that he would cuckold his best friend and inadvertently kill that one's wife, she knew that Cole believed Brigar to be guilty of all he accused. Blinking at the moisture that blurred her vision, she snuggled the cloak more warmly about his neck
I told you before, Yankee, I am not Roberta, and whatever she did has nothing to do with me.
I'll never make the comparison again,
he rasped, trying to smile. Then hold on to this thought while you're waiting for me, she whispered, caressing his cheek and gazing down into the clear blue of his eyes. We're going to have a child, and so you'll never doubt my loyalty or love. He'll have the biggest, brightest blue eyes on the face of this earth.
She,
Cole corrected. He paused a moment, gritting his teeth against the white shards of pain that were shooting up his leg, then managed a further statement.
I have a fancy for a wee daughter who has her mother's nose and mouth.
Alaina smiled tenderly, and brushing a soft kiss upon his chilled lips, rose to her feet. Her shoes slipped on the hard snow as she struggled toward the stallion. Catching the dangling reins, she tossed them over the mane, then grasped the high saddle horn and placed her foot in the stirrup to haul herself astraddle. No mean feat with a full skirt. The heels of her light slippers thudded hard against the mount's ribs until he scrambled and clawed his way up the ice-crusted lane. As soon as she came in sight of the house, she waved an arm frantically to Brigar, who stood on the porch waiting the return of his mount. "Ring the bell 3 times," she shouted. "Cole's been hurt." With the signal of distress pealing through the wintry air, Alaina whirled the horse about and went thundering back the way she had come. By the time Brigar came panting down the hill, she had Cole's head cradled in her lap. The Irishman quickly doffed his greatcoat and placed it around Alaina's shoulders, then laid his attention to the broken leg. It was only a few moments later when a wagon-load of men came careening around the road from the barn. At Brigar's bidding, they lifted Cole into the bed of the wagon, taking care not to unduly jostle his leg. Even so, the effort cost Cole his grip on consciousness, and he fell into the black void of oblivion.
"It's just as well," Brigar stated. "Let's get him to the house before this frigid climb takes a further toll on his health."
Brigar and Alaina rode with Cole, while Oli and Saul simultaneously took to the wagon seat, and the other hands returned on foot to the barn. When the wagon reached the house, the 3 men carried Cole to the upstairs bedroom. Miles fetched Brigar's black bag with its full complement of ominous instruments, and while Annie set kettles of water boiling on the cook stove, Mrs. Garth collected several bottles of brandy and, as bad, left them beside the bed. Firmly, Brigar set Alaina from the room, bidding Saul to stay, for as the black had more of a knowledge of healing and medicinal cures than the others, the Irishman chose to enlist his aid. Alaina waited in her old bedroom, restlessly pacing the floor and anxiously twisting her hands as the moments dragged into an hour and an hour into an eternity. Dusk had begun to settle over the land before the bathing chamber door creaked open and Brigar came in with a piece of cloth folded in his hands. "It was a clean break, and not difficult to set," he stated. "But what took so long?" she questioned anxiously. Brigar turned the cloth in his hand and gave her a considered grin. "It just might be the best break that mule-headed ape has had since he married you." He carefully unfolded the cloth and showed her a jagged, slightly curved strip of metal of a spotty blackish hue. "I took the initiative and found this after a bit of digging around. It was loosened by the break, and though I fear Cole will miss it, he's probably better off without it." "But will he be all right?" she pressed. Brigar pursed his lips and slowly nodded. "If he doesn't take on an infection, the leg should be better than before." He lifted a small brown vial from his bag and laid it in her hand. "This is laudanum. Just a small spoonful should do when the pain gets bad. or when he needs to sleep. I know he hates the stuff, but it will help him rest, and his leg needs that. Alaina followed him down the stairs. Will you come back tomorrow? Brigar nodded again as he donned his hat and coat. Of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. At last I have that skinny oaf just where I want him. He noticed her puckered brow and laughed heartily. He can't kick me out, and he can't get away. This time, I'm going to have it out with him once and for all, and find out just what is bothering him. Alaina opened her mouth to warn him of the seriousness of Cole's beliefs, but as Miles waited beside the door to let the doctor out, she refrained, not wishing to air personal matters before the servants, though she had great doubts whether too much escaped them. Alaina had no more than dozed off when a light stirring in the master bedroom brought her to full alertness. She slipped out of the bed in her old room and donned a pair of slippers against the chill of the cold floor before she made her way through the bathing chamber. Cole lay still in the bed, though the light of the flickering fire betrayed the fact that his eyes were open. She passed the bed and laid a fresh log on the fire, completely unaware in a fresh, naive way of the figure she made as the firelight cast shadows through the light fabric of her gown. Even the pain in Cole's leg could not quench the sudden rush of blood to his loins or the trip hammer pounding in his chest. Fascinated with the way the gown puckered tauntingly over the cold, tightened peaks of her bosom, he watched her in silence as she moved about the room. She paused beside the bed for a moment, soft sympathy shining in her eyes. Then a shiver shook her body as the inescapable chill of the house crept through the gown. Cole reached out his arm and turned down the covers beside him, and Alaina gladly accepted the invitation. When she was snuggled closely against his side, she lay her head back against his arm to better observe his face. Her hand rested on his furry chest, and she was boldly aware of the deliberate thudding of his heart beneath it. I love you, she whispered, and sighed, though I would have been the last to admit it. I think I loved you even before that night you took my virginity. Cole raised his brows in amazement, silently questioning. When you left New Orleans, I went dead inside, she timidly admitted. I thought I would never see you again. We shared the same loneliness then, he murmured huskily. You needn't be afraid of Brigar, you know. I've never been interested in anyone but you. His hand slid down the warm, smooth curve of her back. I suppose you want me to thank him for mending my leg. It wouldn't hurt. She reached behind her to the table and, holding the piece of metal up in the firelight, displayed it for his benefit. He thought you could do without this. He said the break loosened it, and he took it upon himself to remove it from your leg. He's always had a mind of his own, Cole commented laconically. Strange, but he said much the same about you. Alaina ran her fingers through the crisp mat of hair covering his chest. Aren't you glad that he removed it? I'll be glad if nothing worse comes of it. And you will tell him you're grateful? She gently urged. Perhaps. And you will tell him why you're angry with him. I cannot do them both in the same day, madam. The one tweaks my pride, and the other my ire. Try. She kissed his lips lingeringly, flattening her breasts tightly against him until Cole's thoughts could not move beyond the awareness of her taut little nipples boring holes in his skin, even through the cloth of her gown. He could only groan at this torture and kiss her fiercely, forgetting everything else, even the burning pain in his thigh. The sight of his wife, moving about the bedroom in the lamp-lit pre-dawn darkness as she renewed the fire, dressed and combed her hair,
which by now was long enough to reach well down her back, forming a rich, dark, flowing mantle over her shoulders, was for Cole such a pleasurable experience that it left him both lusting and content. Before she went downstairs to set the house astir, Alaina bent to brush a kiss upon his lips, and Cole had only just begun to miss her cheery presence when she returned, bearing a tray laden with his breakfast. Once the tray was in place across his lap, she perched cross-legged on the bed beside him and helped herself to samples of his meal. Her dancing eyes and quick smile made his morning sublime. After she removed the tray, Alaina was gone for some time, while Cole pored over a long-ignored stack of medical publications. He was engrossed in acquainting himself with new techniques when, from the corner of his eye, he caught a movement at the door and raised his gaze to find Alaina framed in the portal, her hands folded, and an odd look of barely contained expectation on her face. She spoke no word, but stood aside to let another enter.
"Good morning, Dr. Latimer." Brigard Darby's booming voice suddenly filled the room.
"It was good for a little while, anyway," Cole muttered, only half under his breath, and caught Elena's quick sidelong glance. He hauled himself upright as much as the cumbersome splint would permit, and accepted his wife's assistance as she tucked several pillows behind his back. Brigard seemed unusually light-hearted as he strolled across the room. Leaving his black bag in a chair, he stepped before the fireplace to warm his front side, then turned to give the other side a fair share of the heat. Hunching his shoulders, he peered at Cole. Lifting his coat-tails, he asked cheerfully, "And how is my distinguished patient this bright morn?" "I fear that my temper has taken a decided turn for the worse," Cole mumbled, avoiding his wife's gaze. "Aye, lad, and there lies the root of it." Brigard made a show of swinging a chair to face his patient, well out of reach, of course, and placing a footstool in front of it before settling himself within it. "It sets heavily on my mind that I have been the one to bring the brooms upon ye much of late. It seems only right to me, since the good Lord has seen fit to remove the aggravating steel from your leg, that I should do my best to remove the aggravation that stands between us." "And that's to be the way of it, then?" Cole ground out. Brigard nodded, and, pulling out a pipe, began to tamp tobacco into the generous bowl. He was apparently waiting for his host to begin. Cole caught Elena's hand. "My love, will you have Annie send us up some coffee, and perhaps a bit of brandy to add to it?" If he lost his temper with the man again, he didn't want her witness to it. "I've already told Mrs. Garth to bring up coffee and cakes, and there's brandy here beside the bed," she answered sweetly. "Then perhaps you have something which would better occupy your time," he urged. "This will probably be nothing more than a long, dry discussion." "I have nothing at all pressing," she assured him in a most charming guise of innocence, "and I'd much rather stay here with you." Brigard chuckled past his pipe. "Well, Doctor, you may as well set your mind on having it out, since you cannot leave, and neither of us is likely to." Cole folded his arms and leaned back with a stubborn frown growing on his face. "Then I choose to maintain my silence." "I came here to have this out once and for all," Brigard insisted. "We may discuss whatever you wish, but unless I am satisfied, I will be here tomorrow and the day after, and however long it takes for you to get to the point." "Damn it, man!" Cole's ire rose again. "Do you expect me to discuss the details of your reputation in mixed company?" "My reputation, as you well know, Cole, is much a matter of gossip and wishful dreaming." Brigard relit his pipe, and wreaths of fragrant smoke billowed about his head as he pulled on it. "It's not as much a matter of reputation as it is of pure ethics.
I can forgive you for betraying my friendship and having an affair with Roberta, but sending her to a sleazy midwife when she came with child, it was a cheap thing for you to do."
Brigard strangled and coughed into his pipe, then had to hastily wipe at the shower of sparks that descended on his trousers. When the danger was past, his attention returned to Cole, and his surprise was blatant in his expression.
"Roberta!" he managed to choke out. "And me!" "She said as much," Cole stated. "On her deathbed she swore you were the father." "A bloody lie," Brigard protested adamantly. "Roberta did make advances toward me, probably because she wanted to hurt you, but I swear, Cole, that I had no time for the woman, and I made no secret of the fact. I put her out of my office on 2 occasions and earned her everlasting hatred for it."
He set the pipe aside and leaned his elbows on his knees.
"She could hardly have come to me for the care you suggest, for she knew I would have no part of it, even if the child had been mine."
"Cole," Alaina's voice was soft and pleading, "I believe him. You know yourself that Roberta was capable of lying even on her deathbed. If she found my photograph in the cottage, she might have used this form of revenge."
"Vengeance is a cruel driving master," Brigard commented wryly.
Cole's anger was gone.
"You're right about Roberta. She never gave herself unless she had a purpose. As much as I have been blind to the fact until now, she never seemed greatly tolerant of Brigard. Or of me, for that matter."
"But if neither of you were the father," Alaina mused aloud, "then who might it have been?"
"There you have a complete freedom of choice, my love," Cole responded. "I have not a ken as to the man's name, and will probably never know now."
"It doesn't really matter anyway, now that you know Brigard wasn't the one." Alaina caressed her husband's arm and gazed down at him expectantly. "Wasn't there something else you wanted to discuss with Brigard, my love?"
Cole crinkled his brows at her, realizing how effortlessly she was maneuvering him. The fact that he didn't mind, and was more interested in the memory of her breasts pressed warmly against his chest, was a sure sign he was mellowing. He frowned in mock anger, not willing to let her see just how deftly she could handle him. "Alaina informs me that I should be indebted to you for taking the piece of metal from my leg."
Brigard shrugged.
"I was curious. Saul told me that the metal had been embedded in the bone of your thigh and couldn't be gotten out, but whenever I touched it, there was enough movement that I was sure it had been loosened. I took the chance of losing your friendship completely and made the small incision to see if I could remove it." "You have a skillful hand, Dr. Darby," Cole remarked with sincerity. "I am barely conscious of any pain from the surgery. My own father could not have done better."
The Irishman blushed deeply with pleasure. It was no light compliment for Cole to make such a comparison, for he had held his father in great esteem.
"The community could use another doctor if you're of a mind to take up your practice again, Cole."
Eager to convince him of the need, Brigard entered into a vivid account of recent ailments and abnormalities, wounds and infections, asking Cole's advice and soliciting his help. Both men were soon caught up in the discussion, and Alaina noticed the intent interest that came into her husband's face. Brigard was much too descriptive for her tender ears and queasy constitution. The men hardly noticed as she slipped from the room, yet in the cool air of the hallway she smiled to herself, confident that Cole would soon return to the occupation he loved the most. Gift-giving began very early Christmas morn at the Latimer residence. Dawn had not fully lightened the heavens when Cole, fondly watching his wife sleep, leaned over her to wake her with a soft, tender kiss.
"Merry Christmas, my love," he breathed. Languidly she stretched and purred in contentment, snuggling close as he laid an arm around her. "And Merry Christmas to you, my darling," she sighed sleepily.
"I have a surprise for you. Would you like to guess what it might be?"
"What more could I want when I have you and your baby growing inside me?" She nuzzled her nose against his throat. What else could a woman possibly need? Cole reached beneath his pillows and withdrew a packet of papers, which he handed her. Puzzled, Alaina searched his face with wide, questioning eyes.
"How about a deed to Briar Hill?"
Alaina gasped and scrambled to her knees in a fit of excitement, fumbling with the string that held the papers secure, like a child tearing through the gay wrappings of a gift. At last she unfolded the parchments and eagerly read the words that claimed Alaina Latimer, sole owner of the property. "Oh, Cole!" she sobbed, with happy tears flowing unchecked down her cheeks. She flung her arms about his neck and embraced him fiercely, weeping with joy. "I thought it was lost to me forever. Thank you, my darling." The never-ending white of the northern land became drab as the bitter cold of late January continued. The dry, brittle air parched the throat and drew the skin taut, and after a few minutes outside, fingers and toes ached and lips grew stiff. Thus, when on the evening of the 4th day of the 2nd month, Cole announced that he would be leaving the next morning for the Prochowskis' farm up north, Alaina's fears were not easily put to rest.
"It is within a week of Gretchen's time," Cole explained, "and she'll be less anxious about the birth if a doctor is with her. With any luck, I should be back in less than a fortnight."
Alaina's unanswering silence dragged on, while her imagination formed a dozen or more visions of Cole caught in a blizzard with a frosty mantling about his head. All the warnings he had issued in the cottage about the folly of journeying out in this wintry clime came back to haunt her.
"I have left instructions as to your care, and either Ole or Saul will sleep in the house so you won't be frightened again."
Cole halted as he took note of a vague look of rebellion that appeared in those brilliant grey eyes. "And who will look after you, my Lord Yankee? If you've cared to notice it's a bit crisp outside, I think I shall not let you go without me." A smile twitched Cole's lips despite his effort to control it.
"My love, I swear you will be more comfortable here and safer too. And you must have a care for your condition."
Her pert nose lifted in a manner of prim confidence. "I have every faith in your ability to take care of me."
"But there would just be the two of us alone together in the wilderness for nearly 2 days going and 2 days coming back."
"Then you will need the companionship, and Gretchen will no doubt appreciate my womanly understanding with all those lumber whatever you call 'em around." Cole recognized the stubborn thrust of her lovely jaw and the glint of determination in her eye.
"I see you have no intention of relenting."
"Quite right, sir. It's much like you said. I lost you once. I do not want to lose you again. Besides, we've always proven able to take better care of each other than ourselves. That should be enough to convince you that we're not meant to be separated." He raised a brow in amusement.
"You have artfully set aside all my arguments, madam. I can do nothing more than give in to your demands."
A soft expression of warmth and gentleness shining on her face, Alaina rose from her chair and went to where he half sat on the rolled arm of the settee, slipping her arms about his neck as he brought her within the circle of his embrace. "I shall try not to be too much of a burden, Cole," she murmured sweetly. "It's just that if I stayed here, I would do naught but worry about you."
"I must admit, the thought of getting you alone and all to myself in the middle of nowhere
is truly a captivating notion." He smiled. Alaina chuckled as she leaned back against his encircling arms and watched his gaze sketch the limits of her décolletage with an ogling leer.
"Are you sure, sir, that you didn't have this all planned from the beginning?"
He lowered his head and tantalizingly caressed her lips with his tongue while he pressed her hips closer to his, letting her feel the firm pressure of his manhood. "The idea did flit through my head whenever I thought of leaving you. 2 weeks is a long time."
"An eternity," she sighed, and ardently answered his stirring kisses.
The next morning, the heavier sleigh was loaded and waiting when Alaina and Cole came down the front steps of the cliff house. The hour before dawn was moonless and crisp, and though no hint of a wind stirred the barren limbs of the trees, the air was piercing, numbing the fingers with its cold and tingling the face with its icy touch. Cole settled his boyishly dressed wife into the heap of furs that lined the seat, and, tucking his case-bound shotgun in the rear, whistled for Soldier and thumped the place left for the beast on the canvas and rope-lashed supplies that had been loaded behind the seat. Lowering himself into the place beside Alaina, Cole nodded assurances to the servant's admonitions to be careful and lifted the reins. The sleigh bells echoed in the still air as Cole turned the horses onto the lane. For Alaina, warm and cosy beneath a hooded fur coat that closely resembled Cole's, the ride was much like passing through the blanketing wreaths of a dream. Everything about them was hushed and motionless, frozen in a frigid stance, waiting for the magic of spring to release them from the enchantment of winter. Alaina cuddled closer to Cole. At the moment, she could think of no words that could express her contentment or her love for him. The first light of dawn tinged the eastern sky a soft magenta hue as they passed through St. Cloud. They climbed the low bank from the river and headed out Government Road, which followed the Mississippi northward. Late in the afternoon, a long, low log structure came into sight. A sloping roof along the back would provide shelter for the horses, and a few yards away, a tiny cabin squatted in solitude. It was here they would spend the night, and by noon of the next day they would reach their destination. Wrapped in a warm cocoon of furs, they made love by firelight, and with the dawn rose to resume their journey. Soldier loped alongside the sleigh for a spell, but found the game so sparse that he soon took shelter in the rear with the baggage, where he dozed. Franza Pachowski was chopping firewood beside his cabin when the baying hound and the sleigh came in sight of the small farm. Smiling and calling a greeting, the young man stopped his labours and ran to greet them as Cole halted the team before the house. In a moment, Gretchen's animated face appeared at the door. Laughing and waving, she bade Franza to quickly bring them in, out of the cold.
"She knew you would come,"
Franza informed Cole as he helped Alaina from the cutter, and with genuine sincerity, the young man added,
"And I'm greatly relieved to see you."
Franza gustily pushed them through the open door of the cabin into the warm interior, while Gretchen rushed about, putting a kettle of water on the fire for tea and laying out sweetbreads and cold meats on the table. Cole knelt to help Alaina off with her boots, and when the fur coat was doffed, Gretchen's quick, assessing gaze found the slight roundness of the girl's belly. The woman nodded in satisfaction, and her face glowed as she came forward to affectionately embrace Alaina.
"It's good that you and Cole make a baby together. It will bind you close to each other."
For Alaina, it was a time of renewing the acquaintance she had begun several months before, and Gretchen's cheerful, bubbling personality
had an uplifting effect that made the secluded cabin seem as busy as a society gathering. Cole toured his lands and was much satisfied with the lumber operation. It was what he had started with the hopeful thought that someday Alaina would bear him heirs for his holdings. While married to Roberta, he had felt no driving ambitions to enlarge his wealth. Now, all that was changed, and behind every business transaction was the idea that it was for Alaina and their offspring. In deference to Gretchen's encumbered agility, the Prochowskis' bed occupied the far corner of the cabin's lower room. In the attic, beneath the sharply sloping roof, another bed had been prepared near the ever-warm chimney. It was a simple affair of boards with ropes stretched taut between, but the many thick down-filled ticks made it a heavenly trysting place for enraptured lovers, and there the visitors were wont to spend many a blissful hour. It was late in the evening on the 5th day after their arrival, while the 4 of them were seated about the table, that Franza attempted to teach the others a new card game, a tangled travesty of misbegotten rules called whist, which he swore had been brought by the latest arrivals from Germany. In the middle of his 6th try at explaining the details of the game, Gretchen suddenly gasped and lay down her cards. After the pain passed, she gave them all a reassuring smile and verified their concern with a simple statement. "I think it has begun." The pains were irregular and uneven throughout the night, but it was not a time when rest came easily to anyone. An hour or so before dawn, the contractions stabilized, and as the sun began another day's chapter, a new voice filled the cabin. It was a normal birth, a boy, strong and healthy, with lungs that boded that he would never speak in a low voice, and a greedy lust for his mother's breast, where he smacked loudly in contentment. Cole's mere presence had given Gretchen the confidence she needed, and though Franza protested, she was up and about by the 3rd day. When time came for the Latimers to leave, Alaina reluctantly laid the sleeping babe in his mother's arms and gathered her belongings into the venerable wicker case. The next morning was brittle and grey, and after partaking of a sumptuous breakfast, farewells were said. Cole whistled Soldier into the back of the sleigh and headed the horses southward. They had barely made the river when a fine white powder began to fall, and the world narrowed down upon them until the dark shapes of the pines along the banks became nearly indistinguishable. Cole and Alaina nestled deeper into the firs, but even there the cold wind reached in to nip at them. By mid-morning, the snow swirled fetlock deep, and the sleigh wallowed in the powdery drifts. In the treetops high above them, the wind howled and moaned like a tribe of banshees on a frenzied warpath. Twisting sheets of snow slashed down upon them, and the horses stumbled and slid on the uncertain ice. Shortly after noon, Cole guided the team off the river and into a twisting gully that cut through the north bank. "There used to be a trapper's cabin here," he shouted above the fury of the storm. "We'll have to take shelter until this blows over." It was still there, a low, log-walled, sod-roofed cabin that huddled against and seemed part of the embankment behind it. A protected corner, formed by the cabin and bank, had been roofed over and still bore poles that shaped a crude corral. Soldier left to survey the surroundings, while Cole and Alaina investigated the cabin. The rock fireplace was in some disrepair, but proved still usable, and as soon as a fire was flickering on the hearth, Cole ventured out to put away the horses. When he returned, he bore the large basket of food and the encased shotgun. The huge black dog was close at his heels and made a circuit of the interior, sniffing out every corner before he plunked down before the fire. Their situation, though not without hazard, proved to be not uncomfortable. A small heap of well-weathered hay would augment the bag of grain in the back of the sleigh, a fair stack of firewood was near at hand, and a rusty axe, thoughtfully laid in the rafters, would provide more if that dwindled. Their supply of food would last several days, and a trip out with the shotgun or pistol would extend it several more. The only thing left was to make themselves comfortable and try to find some way of filling the passing time. Armfuls of furs from the sleigh secured the first requirement, and the warm, laughing light in Alaina's eyes promised that the second was hardly a cause for worry. The blizzard shrieked over them, and the small, sturdy cabin became a world unto itself. Soldier was let out for an evening romp, and what ensued in his absence was a most thorough christening of the cabin in a completely marital sense. In the warm afterglow of the moment, they lay on their sides facing each other, their thighs entwined, their breaths mingling into one as they exchanged slow, languid kisses. Against his hard, flat belly, Cole could feel the fluttering movements of his child stirring within Alaina's womb, and he marvelled at the wonder of it. Though a doctor who had just recently experienced the miracle of birth, he counted this moment special. It was something created out of their love, and he prayed that all would go well, so that in years to come they would have much to show for their devotion.
"You have bewitched me, Alaina Latimer," he sighed against her lips.
Alaina rubbed her slim nose against his and whispered as if there were ears to overhear, "How so, my love?"
"From the first night we knew each other as man and woman, I was caught in your spell, and thereafter did I yearn for you. Call it love if you will, for I cannot deny that I was enamored with a woman I could put neither name nor face to."
"But did you not say that love has to grow with the passage of time?" she inquired warmly, "and that you were suspicious of any emotion which flared overnight between two beings?"
"Aye, I said all that," he admitted, "but that was a time when I was very cautious of my love, and most reluctant to admit its existence."
Alaina chuckled softly as she kissed his lips. "There was a time, my love, when you were an ogre."
He grinned at her, his eyes shining in the firelight. "I still am, but I managed to hide it better."
He brushed her hair back from her cheek as he whispered,
"But I've given up many of my old ways in favor of something new and bright and shining. And with each day's passing, my love for you has grown untold measures."
"You really loved me from the moment we first made love?" she asked timidly.
"Aye, my sweet, you haunted my dreams. Though I could put no face to you, you were a white ghost in the back of my mind. It was that hope which led me to accept Roberta. The dream faded and came back as a nightmare when I found out who you were. There was cold steel in my leg which tortured me, but there was white-hot steel in my mind, every bit as painful."
"And what do you dream of now?"
Cole laughed and held her close in his arms, pressing full length against her warm, naked body. "I have changed my ways, madam. I have given up the steel. It flays me no longer, in my mind or in my leg. My dream comes to me when my eyes are wide open, and when I close them, it is in search of rest, not of the vague wraith."
Her body trembled against him, and his lips found hers, and passion stirred anew. The snow stopped the next day, but the sun was an indistinct glow in the sky as the winds continued to shriek, sweeping the whiteness into unearthly sculptures across the landscape. They stayed in the cabin another day, and that night a bitter cold set in as the driving storm abated to a mere gale. Cole gathered Alaina into the curve of his body, and they combined their warmth against the persistent chill of the cabin that not even the blazing fire could banish. Soldier had found a soft place on an aged pelt by the fire and, after turning around several times, settled down once again. The small cabin grew still as the wind howled in the pines that sheltered it. Some time later, Cole's eyes came open and he was suddenly tense and alert. Soldier was prowling the room, pausing now and then to sniff at the door. The hackles made a ridge down the hound's spine while the horses snorted and stamped their feet nervously in the corral. Then the sound came again, an eerie moaning that rose above the wind. Soldier crouched with a snarl on his lips, and outside one of the horses whinnied in fear. Alaina roused as Cole left her side. Without stirring, she watched quietly as he pulled on a pair of hide breeches and donned a woolen shirt, leaving it open down the front. He lifted the .44 from the holster and checked the caps with a quick spin of the cylinder before raising his gaze to find her eyes open and resting on him. "Wolves," he answered her silently questioning look and struck a sulphur match to a lantern's wick. "They're worrying the horses." As Alaina hurriedly wrapped a fur about her, Cole stepped to the door. He threw it wide and squinted beyond the glow of the lantern. At first sign of the light, a half-dozen or so grey shapes retreated from the area of the stable, but the bright reflections from their eyes revealed that they had gone no further than the edge of the pines and were crouched there, still threatening. He took a step outside and, raising the pistol, fired shots into the night until he emptied the piece. The glowing eyes disappeared, but in a brief moment were back, fewer in number than there had been, yet ominously persistent. Soldier shot past as Cole jammed new charges into the gun. Recognizing a foe they could challenge, the wolves came to meet the dog, snarling viciously as they pressed the attack. Soldier took the first wolf with his shoulder and dipped his head, his huge jaws savagely crunching the available throat. Then the still thrashing wolf was hurled high in the air over the mastiff's back. Soldier had his second adversary by the throat as Cole saw Alaina's shadow pass behind him. A second later, a heavy blast deafened him as she let fly with both barrels of the shotgun. One of the charges flipped one of the wolves in an oddly graceful head-over-heels tumble and ploughed him into a drift where he lay still. Cole raised the pistol and shot as a grey form dodged behind Soldier in an attempt to hamstring him. Instead, the wolf was hurled back onto his haunches and, dripping blood from slack jaws, sank into the snow. Cole fired 2 quick shots at the last intruder he could see, just as Soldier shook the life from the one who dangled limply from his jaws. The dog gave the carcass a last twisting jerk before dropping it disdainfully. He checked each still form for life, then returned to the cabin with deliberate slowness. Cole glanced down at the gun in his hand. He had heard no report from his last shots. He had felt the pistol jump in his hand and had seen the flash and the beasts that had fallen. But even now, there was only a thick buzzing in his ears. He called to the mastiff and was again amazed that he did not hear his own voice, though the dog responded with a lolling tongue and trotted past his master to flop in satisfied self-confidence in front of the fire. Cole raised his gaze to Alaina as she rubbed her right shoulder. The still smoking shotgun lay on the floor where it had fallen from her numbed grasp. Putting an arm about her shoulders, he held her trembling body close to his. Ruefully, she shook her head as tears of relief tumbled down her cheeks. Then, gradually calming, she sniffed and urged him to see about Soldier. The dog, bore a long gash on his chest and several nicks on his head and legs, but was otherwise unharmed and unperturbed. The fire was restoked, the guns reloaded, and the lantern's light doused. Alaina sat upright in the midst of the furs, waiting for Cole, with a glowing softness in the translucent grey of her eyes as she watched his every movement. Cole slipped the pistol into its sheath and knelt beside her. She winced as he examined her shoulder. The bruise was already darkening. She sat pliant beneath his ministering touch as he applied a soothing salve to the silken skin. Her head turned slowly, and her eyes met his with open invitation in them. She was suddenly in his arms, and he forgot the bells in his head as their lips met and mingled, tasting, testing. A time later, Alaina lay sleeping in the crook of his arm as Cole observed the shifting shadows on the rough-beamed ceiling, knowing the special kind of peace that only a loving woman could give her husband. And he could once more hear the gentle sigh of the wind in the pines.
Chapter 40. In March, the winds brought a slow warming trend, and by its end, open stretches of water began to appear on the river. The lake ice grew grey, and the last week in the month brought a refreshing sprinkle of rain. But, alas, when darkness fell, it turned into more of the white powdery stuff and blanketed the landscape anew. April brought warm days and fluffy clouds, and the river rose above the ice, widening with the open spots until they connected, and then only a thin fringe of ice along the shore remained. Patches of earth began to show, and the hills took on a dirty greyish look. The April moon waxed and waned, geese and swans came honking in the night, and ducks fluttered along the river, seeking the sloughs, potholes, and other nesting places. A flash of lightning and a peal of thunder in the dead of night brought Alaina upright in the bed. She rose and went to the windows to watch as a thunderstorm marched ponderously toward the cliff, then, with a crashing crescendo, sent driving sheets of rain against the leaded panes. Alaina flinched and stepped back from the bright flash of light. Cole's arms came around her, and he bent to kiss her soft white shoulder as his hand caressed the growing roundness of her belly. She turned in his arms and rose to find his lips with hers. He lifted her in his arms and bore her to the bed, and the spring thunder shower rolled on across the cliff house, leaving in its wake a soft and tender peace, a warm, gentle night wherein two lovers twined at rest in each other's arms. May brought the promise of spring flowers, and as no gardener could be found, Peter was drafted to conduct a deep spading of the rose garden. Cole had just finished seeing a patient, one of many who had in the last months been admitted into the doctor's study, and Alaina was in the parlour with Mindy when she saw Peter rush past the open doorway in search of Cole. She stepped out into the hall just in time to be nearly knocked askew by her husband and Peter, who charged past her on the way out. Curious, she followed out onto the porch, but was even more bewildered when she saw both men digging at a hole in the garden. She was about to descend the steps when she felt her skirts suddenly seized from behind. Surprised, Alaina turned to find Mindy desperately clutching 2 handfuls of her gown, as if afraid to let her go.
"Whatever's the matter, Mindy?" she questioned in wonder, but the girl frantically shook her head, her dark eyes wide with fear and the hunted look of a cornered animal. Realizing that something of a serious nature was disturbing the child, Alaina refrained from going after the men and stayed to comfort her. The girl was trembling uncontrollably, and with small fists tightly gripping the cloth, she hid her face in Alaina's skirts. Cole threw down the spade and was about to kneel beside the hole with Peter when he caught sight of his wife and Mindy standing together on the porch. Waving his arm, he gestured her back.
"Take the child and go inside, Alaina," he commanded.
Obediently, she did so, though much confused by it all. A short time later, Cole came into the parlour where she was, while Peter could be seen racing off down the hill toward the barn. As soon as Cole stepped into the room, Mindy was off the settee, running toward him. Throwing her arms about his legs, she began to sob forlornly. Cole's face softened with compassion. He lifted the tiny girl into his arms and held her close as she buried her face against his shoulder.
"Do you know what we found, Mindy?" he asked quietly,
and the girl's nod answered him. She did. "What is it, Cole?" Alaina inquired, growing more bewildered. "What did you find?"
"We found Mindy's uncle buried beneath the rose bushes. Apparently he'd been there for some time, probably since he disappeared."
Alaina sat down quickly, for the disclosure sapped the stability from her limbs. She shuddered as she remembered having turned the earth in that same area only last fall.
"Peter's gone for the sheriff," Cole reported. "While we wait for them, I'll take Mindy upstairs and have Gilda sit with her for a time. Maybe she'll be able to rest. No doubt the sheriff will want to question her about what she knows."
The small arms tightened around his neck, and Cole patted the girl's back reassuringly as he spoke gently to her.
"It's all right. Nobody will hurt you. We'll take care of you from now on."
As the sound of his footsteps faded across the marble floor in the hall, Alaina sat in the hushed stillness of the parlour. Her strength was drained by the shock, but her mind raced chaotically on several different paths. What fate had brought the gardener to the end he had suffered? Who had buried him? And how, what, and how much did Mindy know about her uncle's demise?
"He was murdered," Cole stated bluntly when he returned. The back of his skull was crushed, as if someone had hit him from behind. It looked as if he had just tumbled into the hole after he was hit.
"Do you suppose he could have been digging it himself?"
"Very possible, but why? Rose bushes don't require that deep a hole when they're planted, and I can't imagine the man knowingly preparing his own grave."
"Then perhaps he was burying something else." Cole shrugged.
"Unless Mindy can tell us more on the matter, we can only guess at what it might have been. There was nothing else in the grave, certainly no treasure to boast of."
Treasure. The word drifted hauntingly through Alaina's head, prickling the outer core of her memory. Hadn't Roberta mentioned something about a treasure in her memoirs? Or leaving Latimer House rich? It had all been in the diary. But where was the book now? And who had taken it? The gardener's murderer? The bedroom adjoining their bathing chamber had been recently stripped and refurnished as a nursery for the anticipated arrival of their firstborn. Even with everything taken out of the room, the diary had not been found. Alaina chewed her lip thoughtfully. Should she give credence to her cousin's meanderings? Perhaps it had just been Roberta's twisted reasoning at work once again, and it would only be foolishness to take her writing seriously. It was Deputy Sheriff Martin Holvag who answered their summons, being acquainted with the family. He brought 2 men with him, and while they removed the body from the narrow grave and laid it on a canvas shroud, Martin stood on the porch with Cole and listened attentively as the doctor recounted just how the discovery had been made. Alaina had been interested in the roses, Cole explained, and he had set Peter to the chore of mixing manure with the soil. The gardener's hat had been found first, and that had prompted Peter to probe deeper, therein discovering the body. The sheriff's men gingerly picked through the gardener's pockets and extracted a plug of tobacco, a knife, a few coins, and from the purse tucked away in the pocket of the man's jacket, 3 relatively crisp $10 banknotes. Finding nothing of import, Martin presented the possessions to Cole to keep for Mindy, as she was the last of kin.
Since he was the child's uncle and my hired man, Cole proposed as the men lifted the body into the back of the wagon, the least I can do is buy him a decent grave.
But Cole could only spread his hands and shrug as Martin pressed for more answers.
I'm sorry I cannot add more to the clearing up of this matter. The man disappeared a few weeks before Roberta died. We thought he had run off and left Mindy behind because he didn't want to be saddled with her anymore.
What about your servants? How well do you know them, Cole?
Mrs. Garth, the upstairs maid, and the downstairs maid were all hired by Mr. James shortly before I returned home with Roberta, except for the gardener, whom I employed after receiving word that the old one had been killed in the war. The rest of the help have been here for a good number of years and were hired by my father.
Your present wife came after the gardener disappeared, but what about your first wife?
Martin pressed.
Could she have known anything about this?
Roberta disliked the man intensely and thought of him only as no-account trash. But then she had no time for the rest of the servants either.
Can I talk with Mindy now? Perhaps she can shed some light on this.
Cole nodded toward the house.
She's in the parlor with Alaina. She's quite upset by the matter, and since I've known her, I've never heard her speak. So I don't know how much she will reveal.
You mean she can't talk?
No, I don't believe it's because she's not able to. It's just that she won't.
Martin scraped his boots before he entered the house and clumsily doffed his hat as he nodded a greeting to Alaina. She had been waiting tensely on the settee with Mindy, and as he approached them, the girl shrank backward against the seat, pressing as close to Alaina as she could get. Martin squatted down before them to look Mindy in the eye, but she refused to look up.
Dr. Latimer tells me that you knew your uncle was buried in the rose garden. Do you know who put him there?
Mindy turned pale, and her mouth worked convulsively, though no sound escaped. It seemed as if she were caught in a terror all her own. Alaina glanced pleadingly to Cole, taking the child against her and cradling the small dark head against her bosom.
Perhaps this could wait for another time, Martin, Cole interjected in the girl's behalf. As you can see, the child is frightened nearly out of her wits.
If you don't mind, I'll take her to her room, Alaina murmured, and was greatly relieved when the deputy nodded in acquiescence. As Alaina left the room with the girl, Martin broached another subject of concern to him.
I was wondering, Cole, if you might have seen a small riverboat pass on the river. White with red trim she was, not too big, a stern-wheeler named the Thatcher.
Cole had just poured some brandy and handed a glass to Martin. He shook his head.
Not anything recent. About a week or 2 ago there was one.
Martin's brow furrowed.
This would have been in the last 2 or 3 days. No passengers, just a cargo of plows, wire, and cordage. The only thing of real value was a few cases of Winchester rifles. She left the falls last Thursday and was seen passing upriver about 10 miles south of here. Beyond that, it's as if she just disappeared into thin air.
Cole sipped on his brandy.
She could have struck a snag. All that iron on board, she'd go down like a rock.
Well, I'm only asking around,
Martin pondered, draining his glass in a single gulp. He glanced out a front window.
I see they've got him loaded and are waiting for me. I'd better get him down to the undertaker's."
Cole accompanied him to the door.
"I believe the man had a room somewhere in town, and there's an old nag that he and the child went back and forth on. Let me know if you turn anything up."
After the deputy's wagon had rattled off down the road, Cole absently picked up a pile of effects the gardener had left. He lifted the bills and rubbed them between his fingers thoughtfully. They were slick and unwrinkled, yet of a '63 issue. By their crispness, he could almost assumed that they had been tucked away somewhere before being buried with the gardener. He peered closer and realized that the serial numbers of all 3 bills were consecutive, the last digit being the only one that changed. How could a man who worked as a gardener for $6 a week have had any dealings with a money house or bank? There seemed to be more than a shallow mystery about this whole affair, but be damned if he could say just what it was. With a sigh, Cole swept the effects and the bills into a kerchief and, wrapping the bundle securely, stowed the whole away in one of his desk drawers. The gossip-mongers revelled in all sorts of conjecture about the finding of the Latimer's gardener beneath the rose bushes. Some would have it that the doctor had attacked the man in a jealous rage, but they could not definitely conclude as to whether it was because of the first wife or the second. The fact that the gardener had been middle-aged, filthy, far from good-looking, and certainly no competition for the handsome doctor, seemed of no consequence. A plumpish matron with a loosely wagging tongue was sure that she had seen the present Mrs. Latimer cavorting about the countryside with the gardener just shortly after her arrival. She said as much to Xanthia Morgan while in her millinery shop trying on hats, and though Xanthia felt no loyalty to Alaina, she decried the fact that Dr. Latimer would resort to such measures even out of jealousy. Besides, Xanthia shrugged, she had heard it from a very reputable source that the Latimer's marriage was merely a business arrangement, and that the doctor had simply taken the young woman into his home out of compassion for her, much as he did Mindy. The triple-chinned matron stretched her nearly bald brows upward and looked at the red-headed proprietress with amused condescension.
"My dear, it is obvious that you have not seen the present Mrs. Latimer lately."
And smugly superior in her knowledge, she refused to explain further, letting Xanthia's curiosity simmer and stew. After all, Xanthia had put down her speculations as groundless. It would serve the woman right to be the last person in town to know about the expectant state of Alaina Latimer. Business arrangement. Humph. Xanthia paused at the door of her shop that same afternoon as a large black carriage swept into town. She would have known it anywhere, just as she would have recognized the tall, broad-shouldered form of the man who owned it. Cole Latimer was in town. The thought raced through her brain. Maybe, just maybe, he would come to her one more time. The carriage halted before Mr. James's law office, and Xanthia's pulse quickened a beat or two. It didn't matter that it wasn't at her back door. Her eyes fastened eagerly on the darkly clad figure which descended. He looked good, she decided with a smile, real good. Yet there was something about him that was different too. Then it dawned on her that he did not have his cane and was walking without a limp. He turned back toward the carriage, and her hopes shriveled as a woman appeared in the doorway of the brougham. Cole reached up and carefully handed his wife down, and Xanthia realized, as she now saw the young woman clearly, what the portly matron had been so smug about. Despite the lace shawl carefully folded across her protruding middle, Alaina Latimer was obviously well along with child. A flare of jealousy reared its miserable head as Xanthia observed the other woman.
A child was the one thing she had tried to give Cole, but had been unable to, regardless of how hard she had yearned to bind him to her with such a link. Carolyn Darby descended with the assistance from Cole, and the three stood a moment as it seemed questions were presented and answered. Cole drew out his pocket watch and noted the time, nodded to Carolyn's inquiry, and shrugged as he replied. The Darby woman moved away, but paused as Alaina stepped back to her husband and lifted her face. Dismally, Xanthia watched as Cole accommodated his young wife, kissing her full on the mouth and much more warmly than seemed proper for a public thoroughfare. Raising his head, he spoke to her in an intimate fashion and squeezed her hand as she moved away. Cole smiled and watched her as she joined the taller woman, and it was a long moment before he stirred himself to movement and entered the lawyer's office. Nearly an hour's passing had occurred when Xanthia came from the back of her shop to find Carolyn Darby leading her companion through the front door of her establishment. There was a moment of shock as Xanthia and Alaina's gazes met, but Carolyn was exuberantly examining the merchandise and failed to notice the two women's discomfiture and the vivid blush that came into Alaina's cheeks. Xanthia stiffly smiled a greeting and refrained from looking lower than the crisply ruffled collar of Alaina's pale blue dress. Though charmingly feminine, the expensive detail of her gown was apparent at first glance, and her ribbon-festooned bonnet would have rivaled the best in the shop. Xanthia crushed the green monster within her beneath the heel of her will and, with a deep breath, entered the role of proper proprietress. "May I be of some assistance to you ladies?" she asked solicitously. "I wanted to show Mrs. Latimer those perfectly delightful little baby bonnets you were selling in here at one time," Carolyn bubbled gaily, completely innocent of her blunder in bringing Alaina into the shop. "Do you still have them?" "Of course." Xanthia stepped past them to open the doors of an armoire and brought out a basket of tiny, puffed bonnets edged with lace or ruffled brims. "Now here's one for a boy, Alaina." Carolyn held it up for the others' benefit. "Look at this. Have you ever seen anything so precious?" "Cole is hoping for a girl," Alaina murmured mutedly, wanting desperately to be out of the shop and on her way. Carolyn was a bit disappointed with Alaina's rapidly declining interest in shopping for the baby, and sensing something was troubling the girl, did not press Xanthia to show them more. She couldn't resist questioning as they left the shop. "Aren't you feeling well, Alaina?" "Yes, of course, Carolyn." Alaina smiled weakly. "It's just a bit warm today, that's all." She stepped out onto the boardwalk, then halted abruptly as she nearly collided with a short, wealthily garbed man who was just passing the shop. She was about to murmur an apology when her gaze raised, and recognition set goading spurs of terror beneath her tender hide, blinding all reason. Though he wore his hair longer on the left side to cover his ear, there was no mistaking Jacques Dubonnet. His gloved right hand held a silver-handled swagger stick and a second glove. Recovering from his own surprise, he raised his left hand to doff his hat, while his dark eyes took in her burdened state. His face hardened imperceptibly as he did so, and with an almost sneering smile, he opened his mouth to speak. Pale and shaken, Alaina whirled and stumbled back into Xanthia's shop, not hearing Carolyn's worried questions that came in a rush of confusion. As Alaina pressed against a low table filled with hats, her world dimmed, and slowly her knees buckled beneath her. Tiny spots of darkness enlarged until all was empty and black, and she never knew that Xanthia Morgan rushed forward to catch and slowly lower her sagging body to the floor. "Alaina!" Carolyn gasped in alarm as she went to the red-haired woman's assistance.
Kneeling on the floor with Alaina's head in her lap, Xanthia looked up and stated almost in amazement, "She's fainted." "I'd better get Cole," Carolyn said. She was at the door before she paused to glance back and ask, "Will you watch her?" "Yes, of course." Xanthia lowered her eyes to the delicately shaped features of the victor in her game of hearts as the Darby woman hurried out of the shop. Almost mechanically she loosened the ribbons of the bonnet and, gently lifting the dark head, eased the hat off and laid it aside. Jacques Dubonnet paused in the doorway of the general store and watched the willowy blonde as she ran along the boardwalk. She entered a small office down the street and soon reappeared with a man he recognized as the good Dr. Latimer. Jacques sneered derisively. So it was the Major who had plucked the fruit and left his seed to sprout. Xanthia glanced up as the front door of her shop burst open and Cole Latimer came charging through, his concern for his young wife rampant in his face. Much to Xanthia's disappointment, he hardly glanced at her, but quickly knelt to lift Alaina into his arms. Xanthia rose to her feet as Carolyn joined them and gestured hesitantly to the back of her shop. "There's a bedroom in the back, if you'd care to use it." Cole nodded in silent gratitude and went down the familiar hallway, with Carolyn following closely behind. When Xanthia entered the room, he had partially opened his wife's bodice and was bathing her face and throat with a cool, wet cloth as he sat beside her on the bed. Alaina was just rousing from her stupor. The thickly lashed eyelids fluttered open slowly, and for a moment Alaina stared about her in confusion. Then, as Cole leaned over her, her gaze turned to find him, and she was suddenly against him, her arms tightly clasped around his neck. Xanthia glanced away with a heavy heart as Cole kissed the dark head and lovingly brushed the rumpled curls from his wife's cheek. "Feeling better now?" he murmured with a tender smile. "Cole, it was Jacques," she whispered brokenly against his shirt front. "He's here, in St. Cloud. I saw him." Cole pulled away to stare down at her in surprise, his gaze probing hers and finding fear and distress within the translucent depths. Her lips quivered, and she nodded, tears springing forth to overflow the wide, worried pools of grey. She was clearly frightened. Cole turned suddenly to Xanthia with a question. "Can my wife rest here for a while? I have a matter to take up with the sheriff. I shouldn't be very long." "Cole, no!" Alaina gasped, clutching his sleeve. "Think of what he can do to us." "It's all right, Alaina," he soothed. "Trust me." Her eyes searched his, and though she still trembled, she did not try to hold him. He dropped a light kiss on her forehead and rose, peering inquiringly at Xanthia. The red-haired woman nodded and resolved herself to the fact that there was no hope for anything where Cole was concerned. After he left the millinery shop, Cole went directly to the sheriff's office and, finding Martin Holvag on duty, explained bluntly that there was a man in town wanted by the law and requested that the deputy accompany him. With Martin at his side, Cole first checked at the hotels in town and was amazed to find a message addressed to him waiting at the desk in the Stearns house. It was from Jacques, bidding him to come up to his room. Cole wasted no moment in doing just that. His jaw was set, his brow furrowed, as he raised his brown knuckles to rap sharply on the door. It was quickly opened by Jacques himself. "Ah, good evening, Dr. Latimer." The Frenchman's speech was precise, only a slight hint of a Cajun accent remained. "I see by your presence that your wife told you of our meeting. My apologies that it should have come as a surprise." I assure you it was my intention to contact you and present my credentials so that your fears would be set aside. If you hadn't come, I would have sent for you." "Indeed." Cole's tone was mockingly incredulous. Jacques' gaze flickered past him to Martin's badge. "Of course, a minion of the law. It is as I expected, and it's just as well that you are here. Come in, gentlemen. What I have to show you will take only a moment." He closed the door behind them and, lifting his coat from a chair, drew forth a leather-bound purse from a pocket, clumsily using his left hand to do so. Cole watched him carefully, noting the gloved hand and, when the long hair brushed aside, the hole in the left ear. Self-consciously, Jacques touched the wayward strand into place and flipped open the purse, displaying several officious-looking letters. After waving them briefly beneath Cole's nose, he handed them to the deputy, then directing the doctor's attention with a flourish of his hand, he explained them. "Just to assure you that I'm no longer wanted by the law, gentlemen, these are full pardons from the governor of Louisiana and the federal officials in that state. And here," he produced another letter, "is my authority from a Paris-based firm to act as their agent in reviewing possible markets for our wares in this area." He paused to let them digest the documents and his announcement before arrogantly examining the nails of his left hand. "I assure you both that I am in the best of standing with all parties involved, and everything I do here is of an honorable and legal intent. Do you have any questions?" Cole was by no means satisfied and studied the man with open suspicion. Jacques met his eyes briefly. "In a day or two, Monsieur Dr. Latimer, I will be gone. I have no intentions of returning to this city in the foreseeable future." Cole put it out plainly for the man. "I don't care if you have a pardon written in stone by God's own finger. If I catch you on my property, or in the immediate vicinity of my wife, I will arrange for your next judgment to be on a much higher level." "You make a threat, monsieur?" "No. Just a simple statement of what our future relationship will be." Jacques glanced up into the stern face and nodded, pursing his lips. "I think I understand. And considering what has passed, monsieur, how can I blame you? But I only wish to go about my business in peace, and it's been toward this end that I've entertained you." Cole smiled, though there was little humor in it. "Good. And may I wish you a speedy conclusion of whatever business you have in this state. I shall keep your words in mind, Monsieur Dr. Latimer. And a good day to you also, Sheriff." Jacques opened the door in an overt invitation for them to leave. "I'm just a deputy, sir," Martin corrected as he led the way through the portal, "but perhaps you're only a bit premature." Jacques extended his left hand in a parting gesture to the deputy, but Cole pointedly refrained from exchanging any form of gentlemanly cordiality with the man. Settling his hat on his head, he nodded crisply and followed Martin out. It was a silent, tense ride to the Darvys, where they dropped Caroline off. The woman had sat across from them all the way from St. Cloud, with her lips pursed tightly, as she waited for someone to explain the events of the afternoon. Finally, in front of the Darby stoop, Cole relented, and with humour wrinkling the corners of his eyes, confided, "The small man you saw, in front of the millinery shop, was a blackguard and a scoundrel during the war. His name is Jacques Dubonnet, and it was mostly because of him that Alaina had to leave New Orleans." His arm moved from the back of the seat to his wife's shoulders. "For that favor I could almost thank him." Alaina gave him a weak, nervous smile. She had held all her emotions bottled up while Caroline sat across from them,
But the moment the carriage was on the road again, her dismay could no longer be contained. Why did Jack have to show up now? What if he tells someone that I'm a thief, a murderess, even a traitor? Her questions moaned agonizingly from her. He'll see me thrown into prison. Oh, why couldn't he have just stayed away? Her voice broke, and she pulled a small handkerchief from her bodice to muffle her sobs. All during her tirade, Cole had been struggling to free a thick packet of papers from his coat. He unfolded them and smoothed them out on her lap.
"These should dispel your fears, my love."
Baffled, Alaina lifted the papers, blinking back the blinding tears.
"I just picked them up from Mr. James,"
Cole informed her as she turned a bewildered, tear-streaked visage to him. He smiled.
"It seems that Horace Burr did his job well. He contacted the attorneys that I had retained in Louisiana, and his influence with the federal courts lent them much assistance."
He flipped through the top pages too rapidly for her to see anything but the numerous signatures.
"These are sworn depositions from me, from Saul, Dr. Brooks, Mrs. Hawthorne, and various other individuals. But these last are the important ones."
Cole reached the final several pages, which were richly embellished, sealed, and stamped.
"Documents from the governor of Louisiana," he read,
as his fingers traced the words.
"Releasing one Alaina MacGaren from any and all charges, so leveled while the state of Louisiana was a member of the Confederacy, etc."
He turned the page, and his finger pointed out words again as he read in a rapid sing-song voice.
"From the Union Commander of the South Central District. As such charges have been proven false and inappropriate, and since no other evidence of wrongdoing exists, said charges are herein withdrawn and declared null and void. This document to be endorsed by the proper bureau in Washington," and here are the endorsements. His finger jabbed the stamps and initials at the bottom. "And for your own benefit, madam,"
he flipped to the last page.
"A letter from one General Taylor, while still an acting general of the Confederacy, stating that you were no spy, but only on one occasion did you deliver the personal effects of a deceased soldier to him."
Cole leaned back in the corner of the seat and pulled out a cigar, savouring its aroma for a moment as he rolled it beneath his nose.
"I believe, madam, that you are not the villain you portray."
Alaina stared at the letters and slowly sifted through them, seeing signatures through a teary blur. General Richard Taylor, CSA. Major C.R. Latimer, USA Surgeon, retired. Dr. Thaddeus Brooks. General Clay Mitchell, USA Surgeon. Reverend P. Lyman. And from some unknown judge, the words,
"Henceforth let it be known that after careful investigation into the matter, and with signed affidavits from witnesses of unquestionable integrity, that it has been found that Alaina MacGaren is innocent of the crimes charged against her, and that all rewards posted for her capture have been nullified. Attached are letters from witnesses who have sworn before God and under oath that she was wrongly charged of spying, and further, that it was impossible for her to have taken part in the theft of a federal payroll on the date specified, being at the time in the company of a federal officer."
Alaina frowned. "But these letters from General Taylor, from Saul, they're dated long ago."
Cole was smug in his pleasure. "Some of them were signed before I left New Orleans. I retained the best Southern lawyers Louisiana could offer in your behalf, and Horace Burr is the most influential attorney in the East. I told Horace exactly what happened, gave him permission to divulge your disguises to possible witnesses, and named those places you frequented."
"You told him everything?"
Alaina queried hesitantly. "I had to, madam. but I made Horace understand that it was my fault and that you were only trying to save me from a dire fate. Dr. Brooks avowed that he heard about the same story from Roberta's own lips. But you needn't worry about Horace Burr spreading rumors. He has been very discreet. So, madam, you may cease your worry that our child may be born in some dismal prison. You are, except for the matter of our marriage, virtually a free woman." Alaina leaned back and laughed, though tears continued to course down her cheeks.
"As to that bondage, my love," she choked through laughing sobs, "I would that I be chained to you forever." She fell against his chest as racking sobs of relief completely dissolved her composure. Tenderly, Cole held his wife in his arms and utterly enjoyed his role of husband all the way home.
Chapter 41. The month of June was the 8th in Alaina MacGaren Latimer's scheme of accounting time, and the measure of her accuracy was the ever-growing size of her belly. Long ago she had put away her beautiful gowns and adopted a high-waisted fashion better suited to her advancing condition. As the days grew warmer, the countryside took on a lush green hue, and the scent of lilacs and apple blossoms filled the air with a fresh sweetness. The shaded spots of the forest were a lavender carpet of violets, broken only by an occasional yellow patch or the fragile white bells of the trillium. It was nearing a year since her migration to the north, and letters from the Craighughes were slow in coming. Thus, when a brief note arrived from Layla, asking if the Latimers would receive some guests from New Orleans, Alaina was both surprised and elated. Immediately, she sent off a dispatch informing her aunt that both she and Cole would be delighted to have company from the south. They were awaiting further word from Layla, and on this particular day, the 3rd Monday in the month, Alaina was engaged in sewing a small gown in the parlour when the warning bark of Soldier brought her to her feet and across the room to the front window. She stared in some bemusement as a strange procession came up the drive and halted in front of the house. Martin Holvag's wagon was in the lead, and behind it came a monstrous black carriage with maroon and gold trim that would have done grace to some head of state. The vehicle was complete with 2 guards at the rear and a footman beside the driver, who guided a 4-in-hand team of well-matched, high-stepping horses. Alaina made her way carefully to the front door and stood behind Miles as the footman knocked on the portal, while the deputy leaned back in the seat of his wagon and watched the proceedings with a strange quirk in his smile. Miles peered down his nose as he opened the door for the footman.
"Is this the residence of Dr. and Mrs. Latimer?"
the man inquired stiffly.
"Indeed it is,"
Miles answered, just as rigidly. The other turned without comment and went to fold down the step of his carriage and open the door. He stood aside as a rather small, portly woman pulled aside her skirts and daintily stepped down.
"Aunt Layla!"
Alaina's shriek of recognition rang in the foyer, and Miles stood aside just in time to avoid being pushed as Alaina rushed out onto the front porch. Her progress was not as swift as she might have thought, and she met Layla at the top of the steps. Alaina's arms went around the older woman, and before she knew it, she was sniffing back tears of happiness. Then another hand was on her arm, and she looked up.
"Mrs. Hawthorne?"
Alaina fairly gasped.
"Great merciful heavens, I never dreamed you would be coming too." "We just had to come."
Tally stepped back from the enthusiastic embrace and surveyed the young woman.
"The suspense was too great, but—"
she gazed pointedly at Alaina's rotund belly.
"Well worth both the wait and the journey. I was beginning to wonder if I might have been wrong about the whole thing. But I'm glad to see that you and Cole have reconciled your differences, and from what I can see, you two didn't waste any time."
Layla seemed somewhat confused by it all. "I don't suppose there'll be an annulment now?" Alaina laughed and hugged her aunt affectionately.
"I don't think so, Aunt Layla. We gave up that idea long ago."
Layla smoothed the softly curling tresses of her niece. "I hope you're not angry, Alaina. Your letters said everything was fine, but I just had to know for sure. Roberta complained so much about living up here. I was worried." Alaina gave the other another hug for good measure.
"I've never been more content, Aunt Layla, and I'm just so happy that you've come that I could sit down right here and just giggle with the sheer pleasure of it."
Suddenly realizing that Cole probably had not been informed of their guest's arrival, Alaina turned to tell Miles to fetch him, but found her husband already close behind her.
"Cole!"
Her eyes danced with excitement.
"They're here!"
"I had guessed as much,"
Cole replied with humor. Elena's bubbling happiness was infectious.
"What with all the screaming that's been going on out here, how could I not?"
He took the proffered hands of both ladies and gave them a warm squeeze of welcome.
"Is Angus with you?"
"No."
Layla's answer was quick and sharp. Then she lowered her gaze as if embarrassed. "No, he was busy with the store." She drew a deep breath and, with obvious effort, struggled to be gay.
"It's all going quite well, really. We're doing even better than before the war."
"Ladies!"
A tall, handsome, elderly gentleman had descended to the top step of the carriage and managed at last to gain their attention.
"I shall be on my way now. It's been delightful meeting you, and if we should ever meet again, I shall deem it my good fortune."
Alaina turned in wonder to the two women as the grand conveyance went off down the road.
"Travelling with strange men, ladies? Tisk, tisk."
"It was Tally's idea," Layla insisted, blushing.
"Of course it was,"
Tally proudly declared.
"He offered to share his carriage with us since he was coming this way, and I saw no reason to decline. Besides, I have passed the age of impropriety. Anything I do now is legal, moral, and decidedly dull."
"Wherever did you meet him?"
Alaina laughingly queried.
"In a hotel in St. Anthony, after we arrived on the steamboat,"
Layla rushed to answer.
"He's a count or lord or some such thing."
Mrs. Hawthorne seemed unimpressed as she shrugged.
"Whatever, a gentleman."
Cole smiled as he watched Alaina escort the ladies inside the house, then descended the steps to stand beside Martin's wagon. After clasping his hand in greeting, the deputy leaned an elbow on the back of the seat and chuckled.
"The ladies arrived in town this afternoon and came directly to the office to ask where you lived. I had to come out anyway, and the sheriff suggested I escort them. They seem like a pair of fine, genteel Southern ladies."
"They are,"
Cole agreed, then peered up at the man with a grin.
"The feisty one, rather arranged or at least abetted our marriage."
The deputy grew serious as he got down to the real reason for his visit.
"We lost another boat on the river, Cole. The Carry Downs this time, and just about the same place."
"Strange," Cole mused. "I can't understand how they can go to so much trouble hauling those boats up the falls, then run into something on the river."
"We lost a couple last year, too,"
Martin informed him.
"If it wasn't for the ox carts and the fur trade, the shipping company would give up going above St. Anthony. We just haven't found any sign of the boats. Not hide nor hair, flotsam or anything."
Cole delved into conjecture.
"If they're on the bottom, they'll break up one of these days, and then you'll find all the evidence you need."
I only hope you do as well with Mindy's uncle. We found out where he lived. Didn't discover anything, though. Only a few letters that seemed to indicate that he came up from somewhere in Missouri before he picked up Mindy. Then he wandered this way looking for work in the lumber camps. No kin except for the girl. And no friends anywhere around. But I intend to get to the bottom of it.
I'll stop in the next time I'm in town. Until then, I wish you the best of luck, Martin.
The deputy tipped his hat, shook out the reins, and guided his team down the lane. Cole stood for a moment watching him go. Martin was intelligent and down to earth, much like Carolyn. He had paid little or no heed to the rumours floating about town, and now the gossip was like dead ash on a hearth, no longer of interest to anyone. Yet Martin would be relentless in his pursuit in finding the answers. He was that way, solid, sturdy, never wavering or fickle. He would make Carolyn Darby a fine husband. After supper, the two travellers retired to their rooms relatively early, leaving Cole and Alaina to wend a leisured way, arm in arm, to their own bedroom. The house was quiet, except for the usual squeaks, thumps, and groans, sounds that Alaina had come to grudgingly accept. After moving into Cole's room and farther down the hall from Roberta's, she had not been disturbed by the noises in the night, and for the summer, Soldier was often left out at night to range where he would. Thus, if there were any sounds emitting from the Red Room, she was not made aware of it. As Cole was more fascinated in observing his wife's disrobing and toilette, Alaina was in bed and waiting while he was still tugging his shirt-tail loose from his pants. Unbuttoning his shirt, he considered the soft, radiant beauty of his wife as she sat propped against the pillows, combing her long hair into a shining mane. The soft light of the oil lamp gave her a glowing halo, and Cole smiled as he admitted to himself that she was indeed quite angelic after all. He dropped the shirt into a chair and began to free his pants when a soft knocking on the door made him cease and reach for his robe. When he opened the door, he found Layla standing in the dark hallway, twisting her hands in nervous embarrassment.
Layla, is something wrong? Can I help you?
I didn't mean to disturb you and Alaina, Cole, but I wonder if I could come in and talk with you for just a few moments.
Her voice was unsure and hesitant.
Of course.
He stood aside as Alaina donned her slippers and shrugged into her robe that she had left on the foot of the bed. She swung around her own favourite rocking chair for Layla and, once her aunt was comfortable, went to pour a small sherry from the crystal decanter that sat on a table in the room.
I seem to remember your preference for a glass of wine, Aunt Layla.
She smiled softly as she offered the glass.
Oh, Alaina, child, you will never know how much of a start you gave me that evening you came to New Orleans. Those filthy clothes, your beautiful hair all chopped off, and with a bold Yankee officer in my own parlour.
Layla smiled and laid a hand on Cole's arm in gentle apology.
It was purely scandalous, but you seem to have tamed the Yankee. Your hair is more beautiful than ever, and you have learned to garb yourself in a better manner. I would say you won your portion of the war. You're kind, Aunt Layla.
Alaina leaned against her husband's chest.
But I'm afraid Cole has done most of it. Why, he got them to drop all the charges against Alaina MacGaren, and we even own Briar Hill now. We'll be going down late this autumn to look over everything. And Cole has even suggested that we build a house where we can spend some of our winter months. He's brought my life together again, Aunt Layla.
Cole slipped an arm about his wife's no longer slim waist.
I say it was your own spirit that refused to admit defeat, my love, and—
Enough!
Layla laughed and held up her hands in mock dismay.
I had trouble believing Tally when she said you were both madly in love with each other, but I can see she spoke aright. Heaven forbid that I should cause you to argue over your respective virtues. It is enough for me, Alaina child." She reached out to take the young woman's hand warmly. "If it is all right with both of you, Tally and I would like to stay until after the baby is born. Perhaps you would even forgive a doting old woman if she looks upon your baby as her own grandchild." Tears came to Layla's eyes as Alaina assured her that her suggestion would not be taken amiss and that they were welcome to stay until the spirit moved them. She heaved a tremulous sigh. "I fear that Angus might have had something to do with that awful arrangement. Am I correct?"
"Neither Alaina nor I wanted it," Cole conceded slowly, wanting to spare Layla the distress she was apparently suffering.
"I'm sorry for what my family did to you, Cole," she apologized disconcertedly, "and I beg you to forgive Angus and perhaps Roberta, if you can."
"Alaina and I are together now, and that's all that matters to me. Everything else is past and forgotten," he replied kindly.
"Thank you, Cole," she smiled uncertainly. "Had my daughter been less concerned about her own wants and desires, she might have been able to realize how fine a man she married." Layla became nervous again. "But this is not why I came to you tonight. I have a chore which has chafed me much." Her hands trembled, and after trying to continue, she lifted the glass of sherry and drained it, coughing as if the mild wine seared her throat. "Sacre bleu!" she wheezed. "Oh my!" When she regained her breath, Layla clasped her hands tightly in her lap, sat up stiffly, drew a deep breath, and began resolutely. "Several weeks ago, I grew lonely in the house and decided to help at the store. Lord knows the place needed a good cleaning, and I was sorting out some old tin boxes that Angus had collected beneath his desk when I came across one that had something in it. I opened it and found this." She fumbled beneath the folds of her robe and produced a fat brown packet, which she handed to Cole. He opened it and looked within, then went to shake the contents out on the bed. Fresh, new banknotes fluttered out, making a small heap of green on the sheet. Cole's voice was filled with amazement as he stated, "There must be better than $10,000 or maybe $15,000 here." "Nearly 20, Layla corrected. "I found the bills in a bundle of letters Roberta had sent to Angus at the store. She bade her father hold the money for her and to secure it in some private place, not in a bank, against her return. She said that she had earned every cent of it and that it was hers for when she came back to New Orleans. I confronted Angus, and we had a terrible argument. He kept raving and accusing you of being some kind of thief and saying that Roberta had every right to whatever she had taken from you. He swore he was going to use the money to avenge her death somehow. I never did understand just what he was talking about." Layla stared down at her clasped hands in embarrassment. "Later, I packed my bags, took some money from the store and this bundle, and went to Tally's. I had to return this to you, Cole. I just couldn't bear the thought of Roberta being a thief and stealing from her own husband. I know she wasn't what you had hoped for, Cole, but she was my baby, and I can't help blaming myself for all the trouble she caused for both of you." As Layla dissolved into sobs, Alaina knelt beside her, placing an arm across the woman's shoulders as tears swam in her own eyes. "Aunt Layla," Alaina murmured softly, "you mustn't blame yourself too much. The war did many cruel things to many people. Roberta was caught in the flower of her youth when she was expecting better things. She just wasn't able to deal with it."
Layla raised her tearful gaze to Elena's face, then lifted a hand to fondly caress the other's cheek. "Thank you, Elena. I won't call you child any more. You're so much more than that now." Layla drew out a kerchief, plied it, and drew a deep breath. "This has been such a burden." She smiled at Elena and straightened her shoulders. "But I feel so much better now. I think I shall have a very good night's sleep." Elena went to the door with her aunt, who paused halfway through the portal. "Good night, my dear." She kissed Elena's cheek. "I shall make a special prayer of many blessings for you and yours." Then she was gone. Elena returned to the bed to find Cole staring at the money with a heavy frown. He rubbed his chin with the back of his hand.
"I can't imagine Roberta taking this much and my not knowing it."
He shuffled some into a stack and riffled it.
"This money is crisp. New. I haven't seen money this fresh since—"
He paused, a look of sudden dawning coming over his face. He tossed the money with the rest and strode from the bedroom, leaving a puzzled Elena to slip into bed alone. She heard his feet on the stairs, then the squeak of the study door. In a moment, he was back to display for her 3 $10 notes.
"These are from the gardener,"
he stated, and placed the bills near his pillow. Drawing up a footstool, he sat on it and proceeded to arrange the money neatly in rows on the bed and rearranging them as if to match some mysterious order. He formed them into stacks, and each bundle was stiff and new, all but the last one, which sagged sharply as if it had been folded in half. He showed it to her.
"This money was folded and perhaps stuffed in a pocket or purse. You see the bent edges?"
Cole glanced up to receive her nod, though bemusement was still rampant in her eyes.
"Now look."
He lifted the 3 10s and placed them with that same stack. They bent alike.
"Also, the serial numbers of these 3 match the rest. They are all in sequence."
"What does it mean, Cole?"
"It means that probably both Roberta and the gardener had their hands on this money."
"But where did they get it if it was not from you?"
"That, madam, is a question I can only wonder about, or at best, make wild conjectures as to where it came from."
He gathered all the money as he rose and laid it on the hearth. He doffed his garments, then flopped down on the bed, clasping his hands behind his head and staring thoughtfully into the shadows of the ceiling.
"Martin said the man came from Missouri," he mused aloud. "If he were a member of one of those gangs down there that are robbing trains and such, he might have brought some of the loot with him."
"But how did Roberta manage to get it away from him? Do you suppose he was her lover?"
"I cannot imagine Roberta stooping to entertain the family gardener. Besides, he was filthy, old and haggard, certainly not the sort she would have even flirted with. She hated the man."
A warm form snuggled against his side, and a small, finely boned hand rubbed his chest and belly. "My Lord Yankee?" Her breath tickled his shoulder. "Are you going to think about Roberta and that money all night? Or are you going to set my jealousy to rest and hold and kiss me and assure me that even with a fat stomach I'm the light and love of your life?" Cole chuckled and brought the lamp close to blow it out, then rolled back into her embrace. He kissed her pert nose.
"You're my everything, Alaina MacGaren Latimer, and just to prove that I think you're beautiful when you're carrying my child, I will keep your belly filled with many more for years to come."
Elena leaned her head back and peered up at him with bright, twinkling eyes. "Every year, my Lord Yankee?" Cole pondered the question a moment, then smiled down into the visage he loved so well.
"Well, almost every."
Early the next morning, Cole took the money to the sheriff and offered his theory to Martin. The banknotes only became another piece in the puzzle and lent no more to a solution than any other of the all-too-meagre clues. The memory of it dimmed, and the end of June flowed past like a dream for Alaina. Mrs. Hawthorne and Layla were with her constantly, and no action could she take without coming under their stern scrutiny and guidance as to what was best for the babe. Her burden lowered, and her pace became laboured and clumsy. She awaited her time with a growing expectation and daily inspected the nursery that all might be in readiness. Cole had set the men cleaning out the overgrown yard of the cottage and began to see patients in his father's old office. Bregar visited to complain that some of his patients were seeing Cole now, and, after a cursory conference, agreed that Alaina was progressing as she should. He totally captivated the elder ladies with his brash rhetoric and his unpolished political opinions. It was a pleasurable time for Alaina, and she lived every day fully, with her unquenchable zest and enthusiasm. The Prochowski family came to stay on a brief sojourn from the North Woods. When all the figures were in, the logging operation proved a profitable venture, and plans were made to continue it the next winter. The Darvys were invited for an evening meal and graciously accepted the chance for a repast with the southern visitors. After weeks of a closer seating order, Cole had escorted Alaina to her end of the table and reluctantly had taken his own chair at the far end. At least from there, he had admitted that he had the best view of her, and for once, Bregar had chosen a place to Cole's right. Caroline left that evening, much amazed by the realization that Cole had changed. He was the man of old again, easy-mannered, relaxed, gracious, and yet something more. His concern and care for Alaina was readily apparent even to a casual eye. And still, that was not the key. It was more that he was a man, whole, unhampered, self-assured, confident, made complete by the beautiful woman who now shared his life. He was no longer irascible and curt because, all of a sudden, life pleased him, and wonderfully so. He did not doubt Alaina, because Alaina left him no room for doubt. He was once again a most handsome man in every way, and at his side, Alaina, even with her hour near, was a woman in the finest and fullest interpretation of the title. It was during the next evening's meal that a low growl echoed in the room, and all eyes turned to Soldier, who had been dozing just inside the dining-room doorway. Now he raised his head, and his ears stood alertly erect.
"Someone's coming,"
Cole observed. A moment later, the rapid approach of horses' hooves confirmed his statement and brought the Latimers and their two guests to a waiting silence. Heavy footsteps trod across the porch, and a loud pounding sounded upon the door. When Miles answered the demanding knock, Angus Craighue pushed his way through with a gruff announcement.
"I was directed here and informed that this is where Major Latimer resides. Is that true?"
"Dr. and Mrs. Latimer live here, sir."
Miles looked the rumpled, red-faced man over with some distaste. One who intruded into his employer's house with such callousness was certainly no gentleman.
"Is it your desire to see Dr. Latimer?"
Layla had come to her feet in surprise when her husband entered the house, and now she sank back into her chair and sat with her hands folded as she stared down at them. Sensing her aunt's dismay, Alaina quickly rose from her seat and hurried to the wide doors of the dining room. "Uncle Angus?" she questioned softly, amazed by his dishevelled appearance. He was thinner than she had ever known him to be, and he looked haggard and tired. He had obviously been travelling long and hard. His hair was mussed and unkempt, as if it had not been combed for some time, and there was no sign of a hat on his person. For a usually neatly dressed man, he was a terrible sight. His cravat hung loose about the open collar of his shirt, and his shoes were scuffed and dirty. At the sound of her voice, he turned, and then stared much agog, his gaze lowering to her rounded belly. His face reddened, and his eyes seemed to protrude forth as he glared. Taking several halting steps toward her, he made an effort to speak through the grinding sneer that twisted his lips. He was almost on her, when the words broke through with pure rage.
"You filthy little trollop! It didn't take you long to fall into his bed, did it?"
Incensed, he was oblivious to the horrified gasps he drew from the table. But as he pulled back his arm to avenge his sense of outraged justice upon the girl, quick footsteps sounded behind him, and he was seized by two very capable hands and hauled backward, away from Alaina. He was spun about to face blazing blue eyes that bore into him mercilessly.
"Be careful that you never raise your hand to my wife again."
Cole ground out the warning.
"And if you were anything besides the besotted fool you are, I'd have it out with you here and now. You have abused the privileges of a guest, which you may deem a fair turnabout, but I decry the fact, for the one abused in your house was not the one who claimed it. In my befogged stupor, I allowed you to commit an act of which all of us have been acutely rueful. I warn you now, sir, for the good of all those present, that henceforth, when you enter this house or tread upon any of my lands, you strive most heartily to be gentle of tongue and mild of manner, and most respectful to my wife. I will not be respectful of a harlot and a thief," Angus railed.
Cole's eyes narrowed dangerously.
"Be careful, man. You slander what I hold most precious to me. She was a virgin when I took her, and she's never taken a cent that was not hers." "You are the thief,"
Angus glowered. "Oh, Angus, give it up!" Layla wrung her hands and wailed. "It was Roberta who was the thief. She stole the money from Cole."
"It was stolen money long before that. It was part of the Yankee payroll money that was taken from the riverboat in New Orleans. Did you not hear me?"
"I think we had better discuss this at some length, Angus," Cole said, and reached out to take the man's arm.
"Stay away from me,"
Angus bawled as he clawed for the small revolver tucked into his waistband. Just as quickly, Cole caught the hand that grasped the weapon and forced the older man's arm upward until the weapon was pointed toward the ceiling. He seized the man's lapel in his other hand.
"Angus, listen to me," he barked. "There was another time when you waved a gun at me, and I have suffered much chagrin because I did not take it from you and seek the truth then. You must understand that the money Roberta sent to you was not mine. We found a dead man buried in the rose garden this spring, and he had some of the same bills on him. I suspect that Roberta got the money from him, but I didn't know where he had gotten it."
Angus's bitterness remained unchecked as his sneer betrayed.
"Now a blemish is put on my daughter's name. You have had your time of blustering, Angus, and I will tolerate no more."
Cole dragged the pistol from the man's hand and placed it on the mantel as Layla came out of her chair. "And I will tolerate no more." She was furious as she stepped around the table to face her husband. Angus sagged into an empty seat near the door, his face crumpling, his ire dwindling into defeat. "You followed me the depth of the country, outraged because I had taken money you had planned to use against Cole. You came here a-thundering on your horse in the night with your all-vengeful manhood astir and dare attack Alaina because she has not held herself from a man she loves. Roberta was my baby too, Angus, and she was so pretty and so fine.
But Angus, you have to realize that she was not a nice person. All our high-minded thoughts about our daughter were not valid. She tricked Cole. She tricked and used Alaina. She tricked and used us. Now you come here with a violent intent and claim to be my husband? Have I had a husband this last year? A man who winds his way home, trekking from one tavern to another, and on the way sampling from any handy bottle? Was it my husband who stumbled into our bedroom most every night with the reek of whiskey heavy on his breath? I think not. She shook her head slowly. It was some stranger whom I saw, but knew not. Tears suddenly blurred her vision, and she drew a ragged breath. Perhaps if I hadn't been so lenient when Roberta gave herself to one of her young boyfriends. Angus looked up in surprise. Oh, yes, I knew she was not the virgin in Cole's bed. She told me about her friend, and when she promised never again, I didn't even tell you. I know many other things about her that give me nothing but pain. But Angus... She paused until he met her eyes again. I'm going to remember her as a sweet, beautiful child, and try my best to forget the rest. Mrs. Hawthorne moved to Layla's side and took the now sobbing woman against her bosom. Angus raised his head briefly as he felt her stare.
You too, Tally? He muttered.
I think you've let your grief befuddle your mind, Angus, Mrs. Hawthorne stated bluntly. I am of a mind that the sooner you get yourself up out of the mud of your wallowing self-pity, the sooner you will begin to enjoy life again. Layla is right. Forget the hurts. You can't change the past. Get out of your hole and live the rest of your life like it means something.
Why should I, when it doesn't? He replied sourly.
Tally cocked her head to one side and stared down at him. That's your choice, Angus. Just don't blame the rest of us if we don't agree. Cole?
Elena's plaintive appeal was barely noticeable to anyone but her husband, who turned quickly at the soft summons. His eyes widened as he found his wife half crouched against the door, holding an arm over her stomach.
Cole, I think it has started.
A startled hush fell over the room as Cole bent and lifted his wife into his arms. Briefly, he turned and caught Mrs. Hawthorne's eye.
Tally, will you rouse the household for me and inform the servants that Mrs. Latimer's time has come? They'll know what to do.
Cole mounted the stairs with his tender burden, taking them two at a time, and shouldered open the bedroom door. Running footsteps came behind him, and he half turned to see Layla enter the room and wipe her tears dry.
Pull down the covers, he bade,
and waited until Layla had hastily complied before placing Alaina gently upon the cool sheets. He yanked off his coat and vest, throwing them aside, then jerked off his cravat and opened his shirt.
You'll be needing fresh linens, Cole, Layla stated, taking a firm hand in the management of the proceedings. Where will I find them?
In there.
Cole nodded to the bathing chamber and bent to remove his wife's shoes and stockings. Alaina bit her bottom lip as her belly hardened and contracted, then a moment later a small sigh of relief slipped from her as the pain ebbed. She smiled tenderly at her husband's concern and reached out to caress his lean cheek.
I love you,
she whispered. Cole caught her fingers and pressed them against his lips.
I find myself suddenly a-tremble, Alaina. 100 and more of babies have I guided into this world, but none frightens me like this one.
You'll do fine, my Lord Yankee, she assured,
with soft lights of love shining in her eyes.
"And what with being a witness to the birth of Gretchen's babe, if you err," she teased him with a delicious little grin, "I shall set you aright. We have a child coming into the world, Dr. Latimer, and we'll bring it in together." Her gaze became soft and probing as she whispered, "I trust you beyond anyone else." Thusly fortified, Cole proceeded with the best of his knowledge and his experience, though he could not detach his heart and emotions from the slim girl who laboured and strained, silently gritted her teeth at the pain, and came through each one to smile reassuringly up at him. While Mrs. Hawthorne and Layla busied themselves about the room in preparation for the birth, he gripped the slender hands, unaware of the sky lightening to a dusty blue or the mantel clock striking an early morning hour. As the grinding agony cut through her once again, Alaina caught the twisted spindles of the headboard and bore down as her husband gently directed. Her face contorted in a grimace of victory as she at last felt the baby's head slide from her, and she panted, relaxing, waiting for another spasm to come so she could push the child completely from her. There was a weak, snuffled cry from a voice she had never heard before, and she thrilled with the knowledge that it came from her firstborn. Cole's hand pressed on her belly, while the other supported the child's head.
"We're doing fine, Alaina. Bear down hard now. It's coming."
As the pain washed from her with the birth of the child, she heard Aunt Layla's exhilarated cry, "It's a girl!"
"She's beautiful!"
Mrs. Hawthorne exclaimed in awe. Cole cradled his daughter into his 2 hands and grinned broadly as he placed her on her mother's belly. He peered questioningly at his wife.
"Glynis Lynn Latimer."
Alaina raised her hand and hesitantly touched her loudly squalling child, blinking away tears. "After my mother?"
Cole nodded. "I thought it would be appropriate."
"Glynis Lynn Latimer," Alaina repeated softly. "It has a nice ring to it." Chapter 42. Angus Craighue had been forgotten by the members of the family and had been shown to a guest room by the butler, who stoically laid out borrowed sleepwear and set Peter to preparing a bath for him. In the quiet, dark solitude of his room, Angus had much to think and ponder on. He had never struck a woman in his life, but just a few hours before had almost slapped his niece. And she with child. Though at his anxious questions he had been assured by the butler that Alaina's time had not come early, he still worried and fretted because, in his own mind, he had caused the onset of her labour. He agonized over that fact as he awaited some word or announcement from the Latimer's bedchamber. Considering what he deserved, he thought that Cole had been relatively gentle with him and certainly lenient to let him stay in his house. In the morning, Angus waited in the parlour for the others to wake from their belated slumber and caught the excited whispers of the servants. "A girl, small, healthy, Mrs. Latimer's doing well, sleeping." Thank God, Angus thought, clasping his hands tightly together on his knees. He would never have forgiven himself if something had not been right. Sensing a presence in the open doorway of the parlour, Angus slowly raised his gaze. A small, slender girl, barely 7 or so, in a pert muslin gown, with long, shining dark hair and luminous dark eyes, stood against the doorframe, timidly watching him. Angus blinked and slowly leaned back in his chair. She looked so much like Roberta had when she was a child, it almost startled him. The child sidled around the corner and seated herself in a chair facing him, politely folding her hands and looking at him, with those large, beautiful eyes. Angus cleared his throat and self-consciously rubbed his short, thick-fingered hands along his trousers. I don't remember seeing you here before. Mindy cocked her head wonderingly and slowly grinned. It was a matter of fact that she could say the same about him. I'm Mrs. Latimer's uncle. He clarified his identity. Mindy glanced in the direction of the staircase in the hall and scratched her slim nose. Angus sat forward in his chair, almost eagerly. Whose little girl are you? A small oval-framed photograph sat on the round table beside the child's chair, and she gestured to it, smiling timidly. Angus rose and went to peer more closely at the picture, then raised his brows in wonder. It was a photograph of Alaina and Cole together. He returned to his seat and stared blankly at the girl until, a brief moment later, a discreet clearing of the throat brought his attention to the door where Miles had come to stand. Annie was wondering, sir, if you would be wanting to eat now. The others are still sleeping, and it will just be you and the girl. Angus glanced at the child. Would you care to join me for breakfast? He waited expectantly, but Mindy hid a silent giggle behind her hand. Mindy, sir, Miles supplied the information, and you'll not likely get anything from her. She hasn't talked since the gardener brought her here. The gardener? Her uncle, sir, but I'm afraid he's passed on now. Dr. and Mrs. Latimer have taken the child in. She's an orphan, sir. Angus rose and extended his hand to the child in an invitation for her to join him. I had a daughter once. There was a warmer light in his eyes as he spoke, a spark of life that had been long dead. She was a beauty, just like you. Mindy walked beside him to the dining room, her small hand tucked comfortably into his. She smiled uncertainly up at the man as he glanced down at her. It was a good beginning for Angus. Glynis Lynn spent her first afternoon beneath her father's fascinated perusal. He had never seen such a beautiful baby girl in all of his years as a doctor. Of course, the fact that she belonged to him could have made him somewhat prejudiced, but he'd still argue the point with anyone. He glanced up as Alaina stirred in the bed beside the cradle, and the grey eyes opened slowly to find him smiling at her. She has your nose and mouth, he stated fondly. Elena's smile was tender and soft. How can you tell? Cole came around the cradle and sat on the edge of the bed beside her. Because it's my fondest wish that she should have them. Do you get everything you wish for? I got you, he pointed out, as if that ended the argument, and having you was my most cherished desire. A timid rap sounded at the door, and Cole went to the portal to find Angus sheepishly waiting in the hall. Captain Latimer, Major Dr. Latimer. Try Cole, his host urged. Cole. Angus nodded and gained a small measure of confidence. I've been thinking for most of the night and day, unable to make heads or tails of it all, of the money, I mean, and of Roberta and everything else that's happened since we first met. I began to pray. He chuckled. I haven't done that in a long time, you know, but it seemed to clear my head. I know what a fool I've been now, and I just had to apologise for my stupidity and for hurting Alaina. I beg your forgiveness. Cole smiled wryly and extended his hand. He never thought he would be hearing those words from Angus, and clasping hands in new-found friendship somehow made everything right between them for the first time. Being a fool at times is the whim of man. I fear I've suffered much from it myself,
How else would we learn to be wise?" Angus rubbed his stubbled cheek with the palm of his hand and seemed uncertain once more. "I think—" He paused, then tried again. "I think I'll go talk to Leela for a bit." Cole nodded in agreement. "Now that is being wise." The Craighughes and Mrs. Hawthorne departed the first week after the delivery of the baby. Angus had left store and all to come after his wife, and Layla smiled as she admitted to herself that it was something rare in the history of their marriage for Angus to put aside the making of money to a later time. Angus was much taken with Mindy, and as he left, he anxiously urged the Latimers to visit soon and bring the child with them. After their visit and the birth of Glynis Lynn, the house seemed less gloomy for Alaina. Yet when the sweltering days of August came upon them, the sun and hot, dry winds made a virtual oven of the cliff manse. Even the usually unruffled Miles broke into a sweat, but Alaina knew how to deal with the heat. She loosened her bodice, rolled up her sleeves, and went on about her affairs of motherhood and wife. In contrast to the Hill House, the cottage was cool beneath its towering elms, and more Alaina was wont to take Mindy and Glynis and spend her hours of the day near Cole in the shaded rooms. She ordered a thorough cleaning of the place and joined the help in bringing the furnishings to a rich lustre or a beauty comparable to its former state. The cottage had a solid feel about it. The floors were thick oak or, as in the kitchen, slabbed stones. Where the Hill Manor rattled its windows at the slightest breeze and groaned and seemed to creak at the lightest settling of a moth, the cottage was firm and secure, and one could forget the weather outside, be it gale or drenching storm, steaming heat or chilling frost. It had been built with care to last several lifetimes, and Alaina grew attached to its sprawling quietness. She felt more at home in its tasteful decor and subtle elegance than she could ever do in the overly embellished manor on the hill. It was during an evening meal that Cole brought up the possibility of moving down to the cottage, now that she had become so well ensconced in it. He had noticed the increasing supply of baby garments and towels and linens, not to mention the several changes of clothes for Alaina in the armoire of the master bedroom upstairs. His announcement left Alaina wondering if he had access to her inner thoughts, and she tried to subdue some of her bubbling excitement over the idea as she replied in agreement, "I think that's a fine idea, my Lord Yankee." Cole gestured to Mrs. Garth to bring her attention to the fact that he was waiting for her to pour his usual after-dinner brandy. She seemed to have been more startled by his decision than Alaina. "Excuse me, sir," she hastened to apologize and splashed a meagre amount of the liquor into the snifter. It had been the doctor himself who had chided her on her penchant for filling his glass close to the brim, and now often totally declined, even preferring to sip coffee without additives. "Have you given any thought as to what you'll be doing with this place?" Alaina asked from her chair at the table, which was now close to his. "I've a thought that it might be made into an acceptable hospital, certainly more worthy than some of the pest houses I've seen." The decanter rattled against the snifter, splashing brandy over the table. Quickly dabbing at it with a cloth, Mrs. Garth blotted the table linen and mumbled an apology before she took herself from the room. Cole peered after her curiously, a wondering brow raised. But he forgot the woman as Alaina, now in the privacy of the dining room, slipped into his lap, winning his complete and immediate attention. "Oh, Cole, I think that's an excellent idea," she exclaimed eagerly, wrapping her arms about his neck.
And Bregar can help you. Why, the servants and I can start carrying clothes and things down to the cottage tomorrow. And by the end of the week, or a little more, we can be living down there. Then you can have carpenters in here tearing down walls and opening up some of the rooms for wards. In no time you'll be taking in your first hospital patient.
Cole had suddenly lost interest in the subject. The scant layers of petticoat and muslin gown, which she had adopted for wearing in the heat, allowed him to feel the soft woman beneath. Since the birth of their daughter, he had bided his time until the day they could become once again intimate lovers. It was nearing September, a good month and a half since that event, and he was hard-pressed to restrain himself. The pressure of her derriere against his loins set the hot blood stirring, warming his desires.
"Do you realize, madam, how long it's been since we've made love?"
He crinkled his brows at her as she turned to gape at him in surprise, taken completely off guard by his sudden change in topics. He toyed with the buttons of her bodice.
"I have another excellent idea, if you'd be of a mind to hear me out."
Alaina leaned against his lightly shirted chest, and her hand strayed within the garment to caress the firm muscles and furry expanse, feeling the heavy thud of his heartbeat. Her breath brushed against his ear. "Could we discuss this more in the privacy of our bedroom, my Lord Yankee?" In the next days, they gained a patient for the hospital even before Cole chose to announce his decision to the servants. Rebel Cummings visited with Bregar and, during dinner, listened with apparently meagre interest as they discussed the possibility of the men combining their skills in such a manner. Then, as they were preparing to leave, she suddenly and without warning swooned, conveniently into Cole's arms. No amount of medical know-how roused her. Smelling salts only made her choke and cough and faint dead away again. Alaina observed the whole thing rather brittlely, as the woman all but wallowed against Cole. She was tempted to give Rebel a good pinch to bring her around, but refrained, being a respected doctor's wife. Instead, she stood back and watched, unaffected by the furor. Bregar anxiously insisted that Rebel shouldn't be moved, and a guest room was provided for her. It was not that Alaina was hard-hearted or unsympathetic to the weaknesses or maladies of others, but she had seen better acting at a Sunday supper, with a handful of stiff-necked biddies doing the honours. She didn't know the woman's game, but if it was a play for Cole, Alaina was determined to put aside such advances in the best and quickest way possible. A quiet heart-to-heart talk with Rebel would do for starters, if the need came. Rebel stayed a course of 3 days and left after a night of confrontation with Cole Latimer. It seemed she had a tendency to walk about during the wee tender hours of morning and, in so doing, mistakenly happened into her host's bedchamber shortly after Cole roused Alaina from sleep with warm, ardent kisses. If Rebel had gotten herself lost while making her way through the house, then she was brought sharply to awareness of her whereabouts by the sight of the moonlit figures clasped together on the bed. The naked curve of the man's back and the silvery limbs entwining him made it all too obvious to her that she had intruded at a most intimate time. Cole's savage bark made her jump and skitter from the room, and no amount of her fumbling, embarrassed excuses about how sick she was or getting lost in the house appeared to cool his ire. Oli was ordered to bring around the carriage the first thing in the morning. Declining breakfast and avoiding meeting Cole's frown, Rebel mounted into the conveyance and left. The sun rose in a clear sky on the second Tuesday in September, but long, high streamers of clouds stretched across the sky before the day had fully crept from its cradle. Alaina had not yet joined Cole at the cottage, as was her habit, for the baby was still sleeping and had not yet roused for her morning feeding. Alaina bathed and dressed in preparation for the short journey down the hill. They would be taking up residence in the cottage on a more permanent basis before the end of the week, and by the beginning of the next, carpenters would be admitted into the hill house to begin their work. Sensing a presence at the bathing room door, Alaina turned, brushing her hair, then halted in surprise as she saw Mrs. Garth standing in the doorway, holding Glynis in her arms. It was the first time the housekeeper had deigned to touch the baby, but for some strange reason, Alaina found the sight less than soothing.
"I have something to show you, madam," the woman stated in flat, dry tones. "Would you come with me?"
Abruptly, Mrs. Garth turned, went again through the bathing chamber, and crossed to the hall door of the nursery. A sense of weariness leadened Alaina's feet, and she was slow to react.
"Well, come along,"
Mrs. Garth commanded as she paused in the portal and glanced back. Her voice was almost curt.
"We don't have all day."
"Let me take Glynis," Alaina urged. "I'll follow you in a moment after I've seen to her diapering."
"It can't wait. Come along."
Alaina realized she had no choice as the housekeeper carried the baby into the hall. Much to Alaina's amazement, they entered Roberta's room, and Mrs. Garth went without hesitation to the mirror set in the alcove. The woman raised a hand to press the upper corner of the silvered panels, and Alaina's jaw slackened in surprise as the mirror shifted beneath the pressure of her hand. It opened to reveal a dark passageway into which Mrs. Garth entered. She turned in an invitation for Alaina to follow, and hesitantly the younger woman did so. Alaina paused at the opening. The mirrored panel had opened onto a dark, square shaft where a flight of stairs hugged the wall and wound endlessly downward. There seemed only a black, bottomless pit beneath the stairs, ending in shadows through which her gaze could not penetrate. Glancing upward, Alaina saw that the stairs extended to the attic level, and above that, a ladder reached to a small door which could only have led to the widow's walk. A tiny window, high in the peak, gave a weary light to the shaft. Mrs. Garth had descended a flight and stood with her free hand on a butt of timber that jutted from the wall.
"Are you coming, Mrs. Latimer?"
The woman's impatient question sounded hollow in the tower.
"Shouldn't we call Cole or some of the men?"
Alaina asked in sudden, worried distress. She bit a trembling lip as she glanced at her sleeping daughter, desperately wanting her back, safe in her arms.
"There is much for you to see below, and we don't have time to waste. Come along."
This last was a command, if Alaina had ever heard one. Meekly she followed, for the narrow stair was no place to engage in a struggle for her child. As soon as she cleared the portal, Mrs. Garth turned the timber butt, and with a rattle of chains and pulleys, the panels swung shut behind them. Alaina blinked at the sudden darkness. There was a scratch of a match, then a lantern's wick flared into a brighter light. Holding the lantern high with one hand and cradling the child in the other arm, Mrs. Garth hurried down the winding stairs, leaving Alaina no choice but to follow. A steady draught blew upward past them and seemed to carry minute sounds, muted and distant. They went ever downward until the wooden walls of the shaft turned to stone. Shortly, they became rough and uneven, as if the tunnel were a natural flue in the cliff. The draught carried a damp smell, and the sounds became louder. Alaina glanced up and saw that the small window was only a dot of light far above them. She could only guess that they were well beneath the basement of the house and probably close to the water level. The walls were wet further down, and from the dark shadows, occasional high-pitched clicking squeals sounded. Then Alaina realized with a sense of foreboding that there were bats clinging in the sheltered crevices of the rock wall. When they came to the floor of the shaft, a thick wooden door blocked further passage. Mrs. Garth leaned on an upright lever, moving it to one side until, with a clank of chains, the door began to move. When it was open enough for her to squeeze past, she slipped through and waited for Alaina to do likewise. Once on the other side, Mrs. Garth pushed another lever, but frowned sharply as the door left a crack the width of a man's hand.
"Blasted thing! Never did work right," the housekeeper fussed.
Leaving it, she took up the lantern again and hurried on her way. The floor sloped sharply downward, and a new source of light shone from ahead. Alaina's feet lagged as she glanced about her. Along the walls of the cave, dimly lit with lanterns, all sorts of merchandise and boxes of goods and wooden barrels were stacked several layers deep. Behind grated doors of a small side chamber sat small kegs of gunpowder and several tiers deep of long boxes with the stenciled shape of a rifle stamped on the side.
"Rifles? Machinery?"
Alaina murmured in awe, and suddenly remembered Cole telling her about a stern-wheeler being lost on the river. It had carried such cargo. Could it be that they had river pirates right in their own basement?
"This way, if you please, Mrs. Latimer."
The housekeeper's voice had become almost insulting in its arrogance.
"Just a little ways farther."
Mrs. Garth led the way into a small cave that appeared to have been scraped from the soft sandstone to form a rough room. Going directly in, the woman laid the baby on a narrow cot that sat close against the wall. Alaina gave no pause but ran to her daughter, lifting the small form against her shoulder. Then a loud clang behind her made her spin about, and she saw Mrs. Garth fastening a large lock on an ornate gate that transformed the narrow room into a prison cell.
"What do you think you're doing?"
Alaina cried indignantly.
"Let me out of here!"
Mrs. Garth leered at her prisoner as she slowly unbuttoned the neck of her prim black gown until she revealed the upward swell of full breasts crushed into flatness. She reached up and loosened the pins from the sober bun of hair, shaking it free and letting it fall around her shoulders. The visage was no longer the dull, emotionless face of Mrs. Garth, but had taken on new life. Only the life it displayed was bitter, hot red, barely repressed contempt.
"I've done enough bowing and scraping," she sneered. "I'm taking back what was mine from the beginning, Madam Latimer."
Mindy's small hand pressed anxiously at the mirrored glass. She could see herself, but not those who had passed beyond its barrier, and that's what fretted her. She had been dressing herself in her bedroom when she heard Mrs. Garth's brusque commands and Alaina's worried reply. Her curiosity had been piqued, and she had followed the sound of their voices that had led her from her room into the dreaded red chamber that had been Roberta's, but only in time to see Mrs. Garth disappear with the baby through the strange opening in the wall. Her sudden anxiety had become dismayed terror as the adored Alaina entered into the dark, frightening maw, and before Mindy could reach the passage, the mirrored jaws had closed behind Alaina. In frenzied fear, Mindy pushed and clawed at the reflecting glass, but it would not open to her. Helplessly, she dragged a chair close to the doorway leading into the hall and sat down to wait and watch, ever ready to skitter into hiding if the mirrored door opened again. Agonizingly, she counted the slow chiming of the tall clock that echoed through the house from the downstairs vestibule, and each hour it struck, she became more anxious. The long striking of 12 was the time she and the Latimers usually returned from the cottage for the noon meal, and she knew that Cole would be coming shortly. He would know what to do. He would see that Alaina and Glynis were safe. It had been a long wait for a small girl, but on dashing to the window after the hour struck, she saw the nice-faced Cole riding toward the house. Her tiny slippered feet carried her swiftly down the stairs, and she was on the porch, breathless and chafing with impatience, when the doctor passed Peter, who was still waiting on the front stoop to take the mistress to the cottage. Only Alaina had never come down. Peter shrugged to the doctor's inquiry. He had been told to come around 9 to fetch the mistress, but as anybody could see, he was still there. Occupied with his thoughts, Cole hurried into the house, never noticing Mindy tugging at his vest. It was unlike Alaina to keep Peter waiting the whole morning, and he was suddenly concerned that she might be ill. He took the stairs 2 at a time, but found the nursery and their bedchamber empty. "Alaina?" He walked the hall, pausing at the doors to check the other rooms. "Alaina, where are you?" His polished boots were a blur on the stairs as he rapidly descended them, brushing past Mindy as she came up. He pushed open the swinging doors of the kitchen and questioned Annie, but the cook only shrugged. "Not since breakfast, sir." Mindy halted in her descent as Cole came charging past her up the stairs again, and she stood in trembling frustration, her small hands clenched. She turned angrily and followed the not-so-nice Cole upstairs again. She met him as he came out of the nursery, having once more made a complete circuit of the master bedroom and bath. "Mindy," he knelt to her level, "have you seen Alaina?" The girl smiled and vigorously nodded. She caught his hand and led him directly into Roberta's room, straight across it to the mirror. She pushed at the middle of the glass and glanced back to see if he understood. Cole nodded in distraction. "Yes, Mindy, it's a nice mirror, but I've got to find Alaina and Glynis now." Mindy pointed frantically at her reflection, but dumb-faced Cole had already turned away and was leaving her. Quick tears of distress and disappointment filled her eyes, and she clenched her thin hands into fists again. She remembered adored Alaina explaining about heroes and wise men. Adored Alaina had said that anybody could do things that were easy, but heroes and wise men did things that were so difficult nobody else would try them. Well, Mindy wasn't a wise man, but she might have to be a hero if nice-faced Cole didn't listen to her. Listen to her! Listen! Listen, Cole! Please! The tears spilled down her cheeks, and her single sob was only a voiceless gasp. She wiped at her cheek angrily and went again to find him. He was questioning Peter. "No, sir." Peter shook his head. "Like I told you. She said she wanted the wagon brought up this morning about 9. I've been here since then, and here I still am." "She didn't come out or anything?" Cole's scowl took on the deeper creases of his growing worry. What if she had gone out the back, walked along the steep cliff, fallen? Or maybe she was in the woods with a sprained ankle or a broken leg and unable to carry the child, maybe even unconscious. The vision of her and the baby lying helpless somewhere set his mind on fire. He brushed away Mindy's plucking hand and went to seek out Miles. "No, sir. The last I saw of her was when she went upstairs after breakfast. She did not come down." Cole knew Miles's alert ear for the comings and goings about the house and could question the man no further. He brushed away Mindy's hands, but they came back to seize the back of his vest firmly. "Not now, Mindy." He pried her fingers loose and didn't notice the frenzied working of her lips as she silently begged him to come. "I've got to find Alaina. Don't you understand? Alaina and the baby have disappeared." He pushed the clutching girl away and strode into the dining room, his mind ranging over all sorts of horrors. "Peter!" he bellowed suddenly. The lad appeared at the door before the echoes died. "Take the wagon and go fetch Ole and Saul, and keep a good eye out for any sign of Mrs. Latimer along the way. Bring the men back as soon as you can, but check the cottage on the way down to see if she's there." Peter ran out the door and the wagon rumbled away as the boy urged the horses into their fastest gait. Cole paced the floor, his mind recklessly crossing bridges before they were built. He stood at the window overlooking the river and searched for any glimpse of movement along the brow of the cliff. Annie stood in the hall with Miles, her meal forgotten, a spoon still in her hand, while the butler nervously fumbled with his cravat until it was hopelessly awry. "There's trouble brewing in this house." Annie brandished her spoon like a weapon. "The hackles on me neck is fair crawling with it." Miles could only fidget in anxious vexation. The thought of the house or cottage without the vivacious presence of the mistress and the beautiful Latimer's baby numbed his mind. A repeated thumping sound drew Cole's attention from the window. He turned to see Mindy beating her small fists on the table. When she saw that she had caught his eye, she stopped and suddenly made a rocking motion with her arms, then jabbed a finger behind her toward the stairs. She pointed upward and made a pushing motion with her hands. Cole shook his head and tried to be patient. He spoke as softly as he could manage. "Mindy, I don't want to play with you now. I don't want to see the mirror again. Alaina and the baby are gone and I don't know where. Please understand." The girl nodded quickly, then pointed to herself and repeated all the motions she had made before. Cole turned back to the windows to hide his irritation. "Leave me be, Mindy." The thumping began again and didn't cease until he whirled, his eyes clouded with anger. Then he saw the tears streaming unchecked down the small girl's face, and his ire dwindled. He could not speak the harsh retort that was on his lips. Mindy stood, this time with her hands braced wide on the table as her thoughts went back. She remembered being tucked into a clump of brush and warned not to speak or cry out no matter what. She remembered the slow crumpling of her father and the rolling thunder of the smooth-bore trade muskets. She remembered the screams of her mother as the painted faces dragged her from the burning house. She remembered the dull thud of the shovel and the collapse of her uncle as he fell into the hole. Her mind stopped. Now it was adored Alaina and the baby Glynis, whose eyes said such nice things when Mindy leaned over the cradle. The time for silence was long past. Mindy's mouth opened, and her lips twisted, and her chest jerked with her effort, but all that came out were wheezing gasps. The gasps became sobs, and Mindy's hand slowly beat on the table with her frustration. The sobs grew louder until they racked the thin frame, and Cole, watching, knew not how to bring her peace. He came around the table and took the child into his arms. The strangled words first sounded as a whisper in his ear. "Papa, Papa, Mama, Mama." Suddenly Mindy pulled back. She grasped handfuls of hair on either side of his head as she looked into his eyes. Her lips worked and the sounds struggled agonizingly forth. "Na, Anya. Anna." "Alaina?" The small head nodded vigorously. Nis, Innis." "Glynis?" Cole! She clenched her eyes tightly as she fought to clear her words. Cole! Come! Tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked at him pleadingly. Cole! Come! Quick! Quick! She released his hair and grabbed his hand, jerking at it anxiously. Cole! Come! Quick! The dawning had come slowly, but it finally penetrated. She knew where Alaina was and was trying to tell him. Cole rose to his feet and let her lead him straight up the stairs and back to Roberta's room. Mindy returned to the mirror and spread her hands wide apart on it. She turned to look at Cole over her shoulder. Door! Door! Door, Cole repeated slowly. Door? Mindy leaned a shoulder against the mirror. Door! Door! Open! The mirror is a door, and Alaina has gone through it? Mindy nodded her head eagerly. Ines! Ines! She jabbed at the mirror. Cole glanced around the edges of the mirror. Ms. Arth. Mindy slowly mouthed the strange sounds. Mrs. Garth? Cole suddenly remembered that he had not seen the woman in his frantic tour around the house. He stepped close to the mirror and examined it from top to bottom. It had a lightly marbled silvering that marred the reflection, but there was no sign of hinges or knobs. He brushed aside the drapes that framed the mirror. Then he noticed a small smudge of a handprint near the upper right corner. Placing his hand over the spot, he pushed, and the mirror moved an inch. No more. He pushed harder, and the silvered glass swung wide. Mindy, Cole faced her. Oli and Saul will be coming. Bring them up here and show them the doorway. Mindy ran toward the door, then halted and faced him again. Cole? He was dragging a chair to block open the mirror, but paused. Minnie, Lo, Enya, and Ines. The words came slow and carefully. Cole smiled gently. I love them too, Mindy. And Mindy, I love you too. Thank you. The girl's eyes glistened. She turned and was gone quickly from sight. Taking a lamp from a bedside table, Cole passed through the opening and began his descent. If would-be skulkers were waiting for him, they'd be warned by the light. Without it, there was a threat of plunging headlong with an unwary step. Slowly, stealthily, he went down, it seemed, into the very pits of hell. A dim ray of light shone from the crack in the heavy door, and finding level footing, he turned down the wick. It was once again all blackness around him, except for the meagre, dull glow that marked the passage. Carefully, he crept down and found his way through the portal. His feet sought cautious footing on the slope. Lanterns glowed dimly here, but cast a pitiful amount of light. He paused to survey the cargo and quickly drew his own conclusions. And then the small cell in the corner found his attention. The dejected figure within it was the one he knew and sought. Alaina, he whispered, and stepping from the tunnel, found himself face to face with the grinning black, who was called only by the name of Gun. The man's fist shot forward, and the lights flashed in a bright flare of pain, then just as quickly faded into blackness. Chapter 43. Alaina's scream died away in slow degrees as it echoed hauntingly through the cavern. Only a moment before, she had been slumped listlessly on the cot beside the sleeping babe, confused and distraught by their present circumstances. Then Cole's whisper had come from the shadows surrounding the huge door, and hope and relief had flooded into her breast, only to be crushed cruelly by Gunn as he laid his massive fist forcefully against her husband's jaw. Now she pressed close to the bars of her prison, watching fearfully as the black lifted Cole into his arms. She had no doubt that Gunn could seriously injure or even kill a man with only a stroke or two from that brawny, hard-knuckled hand. Mrs. Garth gestured to several men who came running with her from the opposite end of the cave, hurriedly directing them through the portal that Cole had emerged from. Alaina heard their rapid footsteps in the room beyond, and a moment later the sound of their heavy boots on the wooden stairs. Mrs. Garth approached the iron gate, waving Alaina back away from the bars as she withdrew the key from her pocket. Seeing Elena's gaze fastened anxiously on the limp form in Gunn's arms, and noting her obvious consternation, the housekeeper laughed mockingly.
"He's all right, Mrs. Latimer. A bit shaken, perhaps, but nothing serious. Gunn can be quite gentle when he wants to be."
She pulled wide the door, and Gunn stepped through with his burden. He dumped Cole carelessly on the cell floor, and Alaina was immediately beside her husband, taking his head in her lap and bending close over him, carefully scrutinized the bruise already darkening on his lean jaw. She had nothing in the way of a balm to apply to it, for her captors had not even allowed her food or water since locking her in this damp, stone prison. She could only be grateful that Glynis had not had to suffer. The baby had contentedly nursed from her breast, played for a time on her lap, then had drifted off again for another session of sleeping. Mrs. Garth smirked as she considered the attentions the younger woman bestowed on her husband. The slim fingers repeatedly smoothed the tan hair or caressed his cheek, much like a lovebird preening and comforting her injured mate.
"That's the way, dearie," she sneered. "Tend him real good. You might as well have your fun while you can. It will end all too swiftly."
Alaina gripped her floundering emotions with a tight rein of determination. The appearance of Gunn had roused fears she could not afford to entertain. His presence had left little doubt that Jacques Dubonnet was a central part of this pack of miscreants. The woman's insinuations added to her growing qualms, threatening to totally destroy her courage and composure. Feeling helpless in her plight, Alaina could only watch in despair as Mrs. Garth swung the door closed behind Gunn. But as the woman started to lock it, the black tapped her shoulder with a blunt finger.
"Wait."
The single word was not a request, but a command, and Mrs. Garth paused, raising a haughty brow to the man. When he walked away without explanation, she glared at his back.
"That filthy black never did learn his place," she muttered angrily when he was out of earshot. "One of these days he'll turn bad and be the death of us all."
Gunn came back with a wooden bucket of water and a handful of rich embroidered towels, which were initialed with an elaborate L, an apparent appropriation done well before now. He swung the gate open with his elbow and placed his offerings on the floor beside Alaina, then straightened, towering above her until she glanced up questioningly. The black's gaze was one of curiosity rather than threat. Reaching down, he felt Elena's upper arm as if testing the flesh on it, his long fingers easily encompassing the slimness of it. A low chuckle rumbled deep in his chest.
"Little boy girl, good woman. Strong. Give girl first. Good. Get many goats when man comes to marry. Next one boy. Big, strong, like Gunn."
Abruptly he turned, and without further comment, left the cell and departed quickly from sight. Mrs. Garth clanged the door shut and locked it, commenting caustically,
You must have impressed the big ox."
Alaina dipped a towel into the water, wrung it between her hands, and placed it on her husband's chin before she deemed to glance up in question to the woman's statement.
"Why do you say that?"
The woman shrugged.
"I've never heard him say more than 3 words to anybody else but Jack."
Alaina sat back on her heels and made an attempt to reason with the woman while Jacques was still in absence.
"Really, Mrs. Garth, you should realize that if my husband found his way down here, there will be others coming to help us."
Mrs. Garth scoffed.
"It seems to me, if there had been others, dearie, then they would have come with him. But no matter, they will be taken care of should they appear."
"Do you honestly think you can keep us down here forever?"
Alaina asked incredulously.
"Be sensible, Mrs. Garth."
"Mrs. Garth! Mrs. Garth!"
the woman mimicked in a mock falsetto.
"How I loathe that name."
A snide smile twisted her lips, and her superior demeanour drew Alaina's attention as she stated,
"I think that it's about time you call me Mrs. Latimer."
Surprise touched Alaina's face briefly, but giving the woman a widely doubtful stare, she responded with a bit of her own sarcasm.
"Oh, and is your name also Roberta?"
The woman's dark eyes narrowed and glared.
"You mistake me, Alaina,"
she replied, using the more casual address contemptuously.
"I was never Cole Latimer's wife, but his stepmother, Tamara Latimer, Frederick Latimer's second wife."
Suspicion became realization for Alaina. Of course. Her mind raced in ever-broadening circles. Who could have known more about the secrets of the house than the woman who had had it built? Neither of the Latimer men had apparently known of the secret passage through Roberta's rooms. Once, those rooms had belonged to Tamara. Now, with the knowledge of the woman's identity, Alaina's thoughts came together with a myriad of conjectures, and she did not tarry in expressing them.
"You were the one flitting in and out of Roberta's room, trying to scare the wits out of me, weren't you?"
She laughed disdainfully.
"But I didn't frighten quite as easily as you had hoped. Did you really think to send me fleeing from here with your simple efforts, or break Cole and I apart by making me think he had burned my gown, or cast suspicion on me when you had the harnesses thrown into a salty brine? Weak and simple-minded gestures, Mrs. Garth," she chided, blatantly disregarding the woman's name. "You frightened no one, not even Mindy. You are a bumbling buffoon just like your friend Jacques."
"You are the one who's a fool," Tamara accused jeeringly. "You should have gone while you had the chance, or better yet, not come at all. Cole was falling into my hands readily enough with his drinking and depression, and I abetted it in every way that I could. Soon he would have met with an accident, and as much as he drank, no one would have questioned the affair. Then I would have become mistress of this house once more, as I have every right to be. But you came and turned Cole's mind, urged him back into his practice, and schemed with him to turn my mansion into a pest house for disgusting invalids and the diseased."
Her eyes flared with her hatred.
"Do you think I would have allowed that? Allowed carpenters to touch a wall of my mansion?"
The pitch of her voice rose with her ire.
"The idea is absurd."
"What you were really worried about,"
Alaina replied in a mild, almost pleasant tone,
"was that your den of thieves would be discovered, and that you would have had to flee or be caught. I would assume you've been carrying on your little games of pirating ships from this vantage point ever since you started working here."
She nodded meaningfully toward the stacks of barrels and boxes of rifles.
"This cave makes a convenient warehouse for stolen goods. But tell me, how do you manage it all? You would have to bring the ships here to the mouth of the cave and unload them at night when no one could see. But what happens to the riverboats afterwards? Do you burn them? Sink them? How do you make them disappear?"
Tamara smiled smugly.
A little of both, my dear Alaina.
She raised her brow as she added with special import,
and with no survivors.
No survivors. The words tore savagely through Alaina's mind with a vision of bodies crumpling at the merciless crack of exploding guns or the stealthy flick of a knife. She remembered another incident involving a riverboat in New Orleans and wounded Confederate prisoners. Then there had been no survivors of the latter, and Alaina MacGaren had been blamed for the massacre. At one time or another during her stay here, Roberta had had her hands on the money plundered from that riverboat, the very same loot that had been found at Briar Hill and that was later taken by Lieutenant Cox's murderer. Somehow it had found its way up here, no doubt brought by the murderer or one of the thieves. Alaina's spine began to tingle as she studied the woman with a careful eye for detail. Tamara was small, even petite. In the dark of night she could have passed very well for a younger woman and, with a wig, one with reddish hair. Was she the renowned thief and murderess who had passed herself off as Alaina MacGaren, casting all the blame on the innocent head of the real one? Was she the one who had stabbed Cox?
You have aroused my curiosity, Tamara.
A little friendly cajoling might wheedle the answers quite freely from the woman, and Alaina was willing to use such a ploy to satisfy her suspicions.
I sense that you and I have played many different characters when it's become necessary for our survival or our gain. We are alike, in a way. We have been through much, yet we have weathered it all fairly well. We can go out and seek what we have not. But Roberta was different, wasn't she? She took from us, connived, schemed. I had Cole in the palm of my hand, but she whisked him away and claimed him for herself. Lately, it has been discovered that Roberta took some money, only it wasn't Cole's, and I've begun to believe that it might have been your money. Are my suppositions correct?
The bitch, Tamara snarled. She found her way through the mirrored panel and came poking her nose down here when none of us were aware of it. I brought that money all the way from New Orleans, and that busy beaver picked the lock of this cell to get at the chest. It was safe here until she came with her prying little fingers and stuck her nose where it didn't belong. She took it all. Money I had worked hard for. She even killed the gardener after he caught her trying to hide it.
Tamara ignored the horrified gasp she had won from Alaina and continued on venomously.
He was nosy too, and it cost him his life. Roberta played cosy with him when he pressed her to share the wealth, even bedded him to allay his suspicions. Took that filthy slime right into my bed, she did.
The woman seemed outraged over this fact and thumped her own chest with a forefinger to emphasize her statement.
Into the very bed I had purchased for myself and which she so fondly called her own. I stood at the mirrors and saw it all that night, heard it all. Realised they were talking about my money. Later, Roberta lured the gardener into digging a hole in the rose garden by letting him believe they would be burying the treasure there together.
Tamara laughed caustically.
He didn't know he was digging a grave for himself. I watched from the widow's walk, and I could see just what she was doing. They had the money beside them, and he had stuffed a few of the bills into his pockets to keep himself happy while he laboured. Then Roberta crept up behind him with a shovel and bashed his skull in. He fell into the hole, saving that lazy bitch the trouble of pushing him, though she scrambled down quickly enough on her hands and knees to remove the money he had taken. She threw the dirt in over him and stuck the rose bushes right on top. After that, I followed her down to the cottage. She had to make several trips to get all of my money down there. You've seen that big old hearth in the kitchen? Well, that's where she put it. Tucked it on a ledge inside the chimney.
was probably the most work she had done in her whole life. When she left the cottage, I reclaimed it, but she had already whisked away almost 20,000. A few weeks later, she found herself with child, and she asked me, the reliable housekeeper, if I knew of someone she could go to who would help her and be discreet about it. I recommended one who had never really learned the art of her trade. As I suspected, the woman was careless, and that was the end of Roberta. Good riddance, I must say.
Alaina slowly dipped the cloth into the water again and reapplied the wet compress to Cole's chin as she carefully asked,
"And what is to become of us?"
"You, my dear Alaina," Tamara replied, smiling blandly, "will become nothing more than a wet nurse and servant for your child, while I set myself up as her rightful, if somewhat distantly related, grandmother. I'll run this house the way it should be managed, and there'll be no carpenters tearing down what I created."
"Perhaps Cole will have something to say about that. It's his house."
"It's my house. I designed it. I furnished it. It's mine. Every last stick and brick of it. Besides," Tamara chuckled softly, "Cole Latimer will cease to exist. He'll be disposed of in an accident. Oh, I'll make sure he'll be identified by the necessary individuals, so the Latimer fortune will go to his next of kin. I'll need that to establish myself as the child's guardian when you cannot be found."
A shiver of dread crawled up Alaina's spine, but she lowered her eyes to hide the trepidation that she felt and waited until she could control the quaver in her voice before asking,
"And this cave? Was it part of your design, too?"
"Of course."
Tamara was smug in her conceit.
"Frederick was too busy with his patients to have any care for what I was doing, or to realise this cave was even here before the house was built. Living out here in this God-forsaken wilderness, I wasn't about to be slaughtered by bloodthirsty savages. So I made a way to escape through my bedchamber. Frederick conveniently supplied all the money I needed to build the house the way I wanted it. But he disinherited me after I left, and I could not claim it as mine. Until now. Of course, it will be in the child's name, as she will be legal heir to the Latimer fortune. But a babe is only a pawn. She can be used and manoeuvred. It'll be the same as if it were mine again. But you mustn't make the mistake of thinking yourself indispensable, my dear. I just want you around to take care of the child, and if need be, someone else can be hired for that."
"You have it all planned, I see."
Alaina's manner was well controlled, though the trembling palpitation of her heart forced droplets of cold sweat from her pores. What they planned for Cole frightened her beyond anything else.
"But tell me, Tamara, why didn't you stay here in the first place? It could have been yours without question, and there would be no need for killing."
Tamara yanked at the white cuffs of her gown, tearing them off and crushing them beneath her feet as if she detested the reminder of her servile position.
"Frederick Latimer only wanted me as a mother for his child, but I wanted something more. Fame and fortune, wealth. He had that, of course, but he cared little for the parties and the grandeur of being rich."
She lifted her chin imperiously.
"A man came, handsome, charming, a gambler. I fell in love with him. Oh, you should have seen us, my dear Alaina. We made that old river come alive, from Pig's Eye to the Delta and back again. But there was a child. Oh, not his. Master Latimer's. I had the baby in my belly when I left. Only I made Harry believe it was his, and I never told the child otherwise. Harry and I worked the steamers, you know. I would signal him when anyone held a winning hand, or one that was just a hair less than his. Not that he needed my help, of course. He could make any card you named jump out of the deck. But he liked to play it safe."
She leaned against the gate,
and stared reflectively down at the toe of her slim black shoe for a moment. Then, some of his customers wanted a woman, and I became another kind of shill. I pacified the heavy losers, and she tossed her head defiantly. Most of them went away happy and satisfied. But Harry had a temper. He didn't like being called a cheat. He was a good shot, but one night he challenged the wrong man, a Creole buck in New Orleans. They pulled Harry out of the river with a bullet hole square in his forehead. She placed a finger on her own to indicate the spot. He left me with a year-old baby. But I could handle a pack of cards too, and if the customers didn't mind playing at the gaming tables with a woman, I usually won a worthy trick or two. When that action was slow, I found another way to stay alive. Then I made a big score and settled down with my boy in a well-secluded little Cajun town. That little scrapper remembered the high life, and I taught him at an early age all I knew. After he got old enough, we took to sharing our ideas, and let me tell you, we had some to brag about. Tamara shrugged. Well, I got word that Frederick had passed on, and I came up here to see what I could do for myself. I was planning and hoping that Cole wouldn't make it back from the war. It would have saved me so much trouble. You see, Frederick never did divorce me. Legally, I could have claimed myself as his bereaved widow and, no doubt, turned some judge's heart. I'm still quite a looker, and no one can guess my age. But now, with the girl, all I have to do is convince some official that I'm partial to babies and have Glynis's best interests at heart. It'll be so much easier claiming her inheritance than trying to re-establish my claim to the Latimer fortune. But I have talked long enough, and my son will be coming soon. I must leave you for the time being, Alaina. Just don't stray too far, will you? Laughing at her own humour, Tamara left her unwilling guest and went off in the same direction that Gunn had taken, leaving Alaina greatly disturbed by the workings of the woman's mind. Alaina bent her regard to her husband and could not hold back the tears which came at the thought that soon she might be holding his lifeless form in her arms. She choked back a sob and blindly caressed his lean features, forcing back that mental vision. Tenderly, she placed wet compresses on his brow until eventually he stirred from his oblivion. He groaned, and his eyelids fluttered open to see her softly smiling face close above his. "Welcome back, my darling," she murmured.
"Alaina!"
He tried to sit up and had to brace himself on an arm until his world stopped reeling. Gingerly he tested his jaw, then peered intently into the gloom where the stolen cargo was stacked.
"It would appear we've been sitting on top of a thieves' nest the whole time."
"I believe I came to that same conclusion not too long ago," Alaina observed ruefully. "And there's much more to it than what meets the eye. They're murderers, Cole, the lot of them."
"We've got to get out of here."
He staggered to his feet and tested the solid gate, then turned to her with a lopsided grin of apology.
"But I can't see quite how at the moment."
On the cot, Glynis began to squirm and whimper, and Alaina rose quickly and went to sit beside her, lifting the babe in her arms and cuddling her close while she could. She held out a hand in an appeal for Cole to join her and gratefully leaned into his embrace when he complied. "Cole, they intend to murder you," she whispered urgently through Glynis's mewling cry. "They plan to take over Latimer House." He laid his fingers gently against her lips to shush her.
"We should have some help arriving in the form of Saul and Oli,"
he breathed, nuzzling his nose into her sweet-smelling hair.
"So don't fret yourself, my love. We'll come out of this alive and hearty."
Alaina still fretted. "But Cole, I'm sure they sent some men up to watch the stairs."
and we'll wait and see what happens. Saul can usually take care of himself, and with Oli to help, perhaps the thieves have a surprise coming."
He hugged her shoulders reassuringly. "I don't plan to be dispensed with quite as easily as they would like." He lifted his arm from around her and took his dissatisfied daughter on his lap, then complained, "She's wet."
"Is that all you have to worry about?"
Alaina laughed in tearful question. She brushed away the wetness at her eyes and swallowed, choking back any further display of her fear. Somehow, Cole's calming presence and his assurances made it all seem so less dire. She lifted her skirt and tore another square from her petticoat as she had done before and folded it upon her lap to receive her infant daughter. When the diapering service was completed, Alaina handed the babe back to her father, though Glynis was only mildly appeased and continued to fuss. As Cole tried to pacify her with a gentle jostling, Alaina rested her chin upon his shoulder and imparted another bit of information in a low tone.
"I think we're going to meet another friend before the day is out. That was Gunn, who dragged you in here."
"Gunn?" Cole rubbed his jaw and rolled his head to ease the ache in the back of his neck. "Of course. How could I forget Jacques' bully?"
"I met him exactly the same way when they kidnapped me in New Orleans,"
Alaina commented musingly. Cole tilted his head and fondly considered the delicate line of her jaw before he came to any conclusions. "Gunn must have a touch befitting a surgeon. I've never noticed any evidence of abuse and see none now."
"I think Jacques said something like that,"
Alaina replied with a smile. "I'm sorry." Cole touched her lips with a kiss. "I seem to be quoting everyone today."
"That last didn't feel like a quote to me,"
Alaina murmured softly, staring up at him with eyes brimming with love.
"It felt quite like an original."
Glynis's cries soon turned into a full-fledged squalling and only subsided in hopeful expectation when Alaina accepted her return. The babe eagerly rooted at her breast, then whined in disappointment until Alaina, with a timid glance about the dimly lit cavern, opened her dress. When presented, the familiar nipple was latched onto with a lusty eagerness, and Glynis immediately quieted, and, in relaxing contentment, kneaded the soft white breast. Cole watched with his usual fascination for bare bosoms, little daunted by their plight of the moment. He placed an arm about his wife again, cushioning the stone at her back as they leaned against it together. "It's odd that I never discovered this cave was here before now," he mused aloud. "But then I've always hated the Red Room and only rarely entered it, even when Roberta occupied it."
"Cole, it was Roberta who murdered the gardener, and it was his child she carried. Mrs. Goth witnessed it all."
Cole accepted her statement with mild surprise. She must have been sorely pressed indeed.
"He caught her with the stolen money and wanted to share it."
"Then I can believe the fact. She was very possessive when it came to wealth."
"We mustn't tell Aunt Layla or Uncle Angus,"
Alaina pleaded softly. "No, I fear the shock would be too much for them."
"There's something else you should know. About Mrs. Garth."
"A very interesting woman," Cole observed ruefully, as the one mentioned flitted quickly from one shadowed end of the cave to the other, slipping past the large wooden door after the usual clanking of chains. "And a very busy one." Placing a hand on the muscular leanness of his thigh, Alaina drew his attention back to her.
"It's something that has to do with you, Cole."
Suddenly, mocking laughter echoed from the dense gloom from which Tamara had rushed, bringing their startled attentions to the small, neatly dressed man who stood there with short legs braced wide apart. It was Jacques.
Alaina quickly covered Glynis's head and her bare breast with a corner of the baby's blanket as the Frenchman strode forward to their cell. He was arrogant in his demeanour, confident with Cole behind bars. Her husband stiffened beside her, and with a glance she saw the muscles in his cheek had tensed and now flexed with his ire.
"And what do we have here?"
Jacques jeeringly questioned, halting before the gate.
"Dr. and Mrs. Latimer, is it not? How nice to have you both visiting here in my humble abode. And of course, I must not forget sweet Glynis, who suckles at your breast, my lovely Alaina. Oh, to be there, ma chérie. I would enjoy that greatly."
Cole's eyes were like cold blue steel as they met the man's amused smile.
"Apparently you didn't take my warning seriously when I gave it in the hotel."
"What was it you said now?"
Jacques feigned a look of deep concentration.
"Something about making sure that I would be judged by the highest authority?"
He chuckled at Cole's casual nod.
"We shall see who judges whom, Monsieur Docteur."
He leaned a shoulder against the bars of the gate as he made a show of tugging off the glove from his right hand. He withdrew a scarred and withered extremity and held it up for their benefit.
"A gift from your wife, monsieur, as was this."
He swept his hat off and brushed his hair aside to display the largely pierced left ear.
"You remember the last time we met in New Orleans, don't you, Alaina? I believe you said you would kill yourself before letting me touch you. Well, this time I have something better with which to make you mind your manners. If you choose not to behave, your husband could die a very slow and agonizing death."
Alaina trembled at his threat and sagged against Cole's arm, pressing close to his side.
"Is that the best you can do with a woman?" Cole sneered. "Frighten her into giving herself? Is that how you make all your conquests?"
His jibe shattered Jacques' composure for a moment. Then the man continued on as if he had not heard.
"Of course we plan to do away with the good doctor anyway, but if you cooperate, Alaina, it could go much better for him."
"So much for pardons," Cole scoffed. "You're still a bastard through and through."
"Would you like to see my credentials again, Monsieur Docteur? Here."
He pulled the packet from his jacket and tossed it through the bars.
"Peruse them at your leisure. Oh, and here's another set." He hauled out another packet, slightly different, but equally acceptable to the average lawman. "And here's a pardon from Mexico, and one from France. You see, countries vie to give me pardons."
His laughter filled the cave, and when his humour ceased, he smirked in self-satisfaction.
"Actually, I found a man who had a talent for a pen and a hatred for the world."
He shrugged carelessly.
"Alas, I gave him a chance to hate the next world, too."
He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness.
"You see how confident I am? I will build an empire here, so powerful that no one will dare touch me, albeit on the bones of the Latimers and their fortune. But I must take into account that both of you have taken much from me. Alaina, my hand and ear, and Monsieur Docteur, the woman I desired for myself. For that, Monsieur Latimer, I am tempted to see you gelded."
As he met Cole's tolerant stare, Jacques ceased his prattle, finding no evidence that he worried the other man. He paced to and fro for a moment, rubbing his chin in deep thought.
"You also seem confident, Monsieur Latimer."
He considered Cole with a furrowed brow.
"I wonder, could you be hoping for rescue? Could you be basing your hope on the arrival of—"
He stepped back and swept his hand to one side.
"This one?"
His uproarious laughter drowned out Alaina's dismayed gasp, trembling the air throughout the cavern, as 4 men carried a bound and gagged Saul to the opening of the cell where they dumped him. A full 6 ruffians with various bruises and cuts moved to stand around him, clubs ready in their hands. Saul himself was not without damage. Blood trickled from a swollen gash on the side of his head, and an eye was nearly closed. As one man held the gate open, 2 others rolled the trussed man into the cell. Cole had risen and was waiting to examine the black's injuries. When the gate clanged shut again, Jacques indolently observed the doctor's ministerings.
"A waste, monsieur. He will be dead in the morning. My men will see to that." "You could be dead in the morning too, Monsieur Dubonnet," Cole responded, freeing Saul of his bonds. He swabbed the laceration on the black's head as Saul tugged the gag loose. "Still confident, monsieur?"
Jacques smirked. Cole stopped dabbing at the cut and braced an arm on his knee as he squatted on his haunches beside the black. He glanced up with a wry smile. "When a mere girl can set upon you and do as much damage as you have displayed despite your army of toughs, should I fear overly much?" The barb struck its mark with accuracy, and the small man stiffened. Irately he gestured his men away, and as their footsteps were retreating, those of another approached. A rustle of taffeta announced Tamara's returning presence.
"We have them all now, eh?"
Jacques boasted with a triumphant laugh as he turned to her. Tamara strolled past the cell.
"Things have worked out for us very well indeed. I thought we had lost our chance when the good doctor found his way out of the river and came back to haunt us. But we've got him again, just where we want him. And this time, there'll be no one saving him."
Cole rose to his feet and canted his head as he contemplated the woman carefully.
"You were the ones who had me thrown into the river in New Orleans."
Tamara's brows lifted briefly as she gave a tiny shrug.
"Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, more or less. When it was found out that you were in New Orleans after I received word of your father's death, it seemed an opportunity that I could not pass up, and your uniform provided a way into the hospital so we could release the prisoners, a ploy we had used to ruin Alaina MacGaren's name. We did so want that property of hers, and we might have had it had the Yankees taken Shreveport when they should have."
Everything was going too fast for Cole to digest reasonably. He was openly confused as he asked,
"You were informed of my father's death? Why would you have been interested in him?"
"Cole!" Alaina's voice came from behind him, but Tamara cut her short.
"Never mind Mrs. Latimer. I'll tell him myself."
"Tell me what?"
Cole demanded, half turning to glance inquiringly at his wife.
"You don't remember me, Cole?"
Tamara drew his attention back with the statement.
"You were so young, and that was such a long time ago, though as you can see I've aged very little."
Cole grew even more perplexed.
"Should I know you?"
"Well, as I said, it's been such a long time you may not remember your stepmother."
"Tamara?"
He blurted the name out in surprise. She inclined her head slightly.
"Of course."
"And you're in with this pack of blackguards?"
Cole asked incredulously. His hand shot out angrily toward Jacques.
"With this good-for-nothing bastard?"
Tamara raised her head aloofly.
"He is my son."
Alaina gaped at Jacques, while Cole gave a derisive snort.
"Not any kin to me, I hope."
"No kin at all,"
Jacques answered sharply.
"Now, Jack,"
Tamara sought to soothe him for the coming revelation.
"You just—"
Jacques' dark eyes flashed fire.
"The name is Jacques, ma mère. I would be pleased if you would use it."
Tamara waved a hand aloft in a gesture of impatience. "Oh, Jack, you're getting worse than Harry about that."
Henri!
Jacques was even more incensed.
Henri Dubonnet! Mon père! Henri Dubonnet!
Tamara's eyes sparked with an ire of her own.
"Harry never sired a brat in his life."
Jacques drew himself up in outraged disbelief.
"You don't mean that I... and he..."
He turned a horrified look of disgust on Cole, who returned the compliment.
"Half-brothers."
Tamara cleared the matter of relationship bluntly.
"Same father, different mothers."
Ah!
Jacques threw up his hands in rowling dissatisfaction. He glared at Tamara.
"Why did you let me believe all these years that Henri was my father?"
She lifted her shoulders in a shrug, unruffled by his irritation.
"There was no sense in telling you while Frederick was alive. He would never have claimed you. He wouldn't have believed me, or you. Why, you don't even remotely resemble Frederick. It was my side of the family you took after. So I knew it would only lead to your frustration, having the knowledge you were his son and not being able to convince him. It was simpler this way, and you'll have the Latimer fortune through the child."
Jacques mumbled, not totally appeased.
"I should have suspected something was amiss when you ordered the Monsieur Docteur thrown into the river."
"It's better this way. Believe me, Jacques,"
Tamara assured him.
"We'll have the Latimer wealth and all that belongs to them through the child, and you can do as you like with the mother. She's in your hands."
"Like hell she is," Cole barked. "At least not while I'm alive."
Somewhat pacified with the idea of having Alaina after all these many months of wanting her and desiring revenge, Jacques laughed derisively.
"That, Monsieur Docteur, will be remedied shortly. She'll be mine and you'll be dead."
His dark eyes found the wide grey ones upon him, and he gave Alaina a brief nod as he promised,
"I'll have you before this day is out. Rest assured, ma chérie."
As Alaina fumbled with shaking fingers at her bodice, trying to close it beneath the covering of the blanket, Jacques turned to Tamara with another matter.
"You'd better get the men started if they're to catch the riverboat downstream at the bend. It's carrying some valuable cargo that I would hate to lose, and we're getting more orders now than we can fill. The more we seize and the more we sell, the richer we'll be, ma mère."
"We'd better keep a couple of men around just to ensure that big fella doesn't do anything foolish,"
Tamara suggested, inclining her head toward Saul.
"Do so,"
Jacques stated shortly.
"Gun can stay too, but get the rest started. They'll have a ways to go before they reach the bend, and they'll have to get into position before the riverboat comes around it. Our men on board will be expecting their attack."
The woman left to see to his bidding, and Jacques turned upon the occupants of the cell with a look of amused condescension. But his smile faded somewhat when Cole again took a place beside Alaina and pulled her close against his side. It seemed a direct challenge. Jacques jerked on his glove with a sneer.
"You'll have a little time together before I return for her. Duties have a way of pressing in on a man at inopportune times. But rest assured, before I return, I'll have found a place where she and I can have a bit of privacy."
As the man passed from sight, his laughter floated back to them, and Alaina clung desperately to her husband, while Cole whispered soft words of comfort in an effort to calm her trembling. Saul shook his head in worried apology. "Mr. Cole, I sure is sorry about being taken. They was waiting for me." "Where's Ole?" Cole whispered. "He was right behind me, but I guess he must have heard the commotion when they took me and decided not to come through the door. Or maybe he's gone back for more help." "You see, Alaina," Cole breathed against her ear, "there's still hope." "Oh, Cole,"
She wept against his shirt front. "I just couldn't go on living if anything happened to you." "Hush now, my darling," he soothed, caressing her soft hair. "Be brave. I assure you it is my last intention to let these miscreants carry out their plans for us." Cole glanced around as heavy footsteps intruded upon the silence of the hall. Gunn came into view, carrying a gleaming, brass-bound Winchester in his hand. His upper torso was bare, except for a brocade vest, which was several sizes too small for him. It was this that sharply tweaked Cole's memory. A bright red patch replaced the piece that had been torn from it, a piece that Cole had often handled in museful contemplation when he tried to decipher everything that he had heard that night at Briar Hill before its burning. The murderer of Lieutenant Cox had worn the vest then, but he had been a much smaller man than Gunn. However, Jacques was just about the right size. Gunn halted before the cell and stood, tipping his head from side to side as he perused Saul. He laid the rifle down well away from them and hunkered down before the black, who sat half-facing the gate. Saul turned as his shoulder was tapped.
"You, big man."
Gunn bobbed his head in self-agreement.
"Big like gun."
He thumped his fist against his chest, then reached through the bars to tap Saul's foot. Holding his hands up, he spread the fingers wide.
"This many take you."
He dropped one finger until there were 9.
"This many? Maybe not."
Gunn rose to his feet and looked Saul over ponderingly, as if he debated with himself over some issue. He suddenly grasped the heavy irons of the gate, and the tendons in his bare arms corded and popped as he heaved, trying to tear the bars apart. Satisfied that he could not, he stood back and gestured to the other.
"Gun, not break. Saul try."
Readily enough, Saul grasped the gate in the same spot and gave it his best attempt, but to no avail. When he gave up and moved back, Gunn laughed heartily and strode out of sight once again, content that the prisoners would remain in their cell.
The sun had set by the time Jacques returned. Alaina had all but yielded hope that Oli would arrive with help in time to save them from the villains, and while Gunn lounged in the shadows, keeping an unconcerned eye upon them, she could not try her hand, as Roberta had done, at picking the lock, even if some implement had been available for her to use. Behind Jacques, 2 men and Gunn strode forward, levelling the bores of their Winchesters directly at the occupants. Cole and Alaina tensed in sudden worry, and Saul scrambled quickly to his feet, for he too saw the imminent threat of bloodshed. Tamara passed through the midst of the large-bodied men and came to unlock the cell, while Jacques stood back and watched with a twisted smirk of a smile. Tamara gestured to Alaina.
"Bring the baby here."
Alaina clutched Glynis to her with such fervour that the child awakened and began to mewl softly. The mother's heated glare conveyed her answer. Tamara stepped back and directed Gunn.
"If Mrs. Latimer doesn't do exactly as I say, shoot him." She inclined her head toward Cole. "Just in the legs first. We don't want to lose him too quickly."
Tamara paused for a moment. Then she added almost as an afterthought,
"And if Dr. Latimer makes a wrong move, shoot the girl. Same goes for the black. Shoot the girl."
She saw the sheer hatred in Alaina's gaze and assured her tersely,
"As you see, my dear, you're all dispensable. I only want the babe. And if there's one of you whom you needn't be concerned about, it's her. Now bring her here."
Alaina slowly complied, and though her lips trembled with suppressed rebellion, she laid Glynis in the waiting arms. After locking the gate, the woman retreated a short distance away, then Jacques strolled leisurely forward.
She has what she wants. He jerked his head toward his mother. Now I will take what I want.
Alaina stumbled back to Cole, reading that meaningful leer in the man's visage.
Same rules apply, ma chérie. He smiled smugly. You can have your husband shot by disobeying me. You can go to hell, Cole retorted. I'm not about to give her over into your hands. You'll have to shoot me first.
Jacques shrugged.
Then I suggest, my dear Alaina, that you have your black hold him, if you want your husband to last out the night. I'll see him shot, and the black with him, if you do not step out of your own accord.
A bitter, wretched sob attested to the turmoil Alaina found herself in. She knew full well that Jacques would do exactly as he threatened. The rifles were trained almost hungrily on the pair of men who occupied the cell, just waiting for a wrong move. If bending to Jacques' will would allow Cole one more day of life, she thought then it was worth giving herself. After all, if he had a few more hours to live, he might escape entirely. Tremblingly, she pushed herself from Cole, but when he attempted to draw her back, she avoided his grasp, spinning away from him, and threw herself behind the black.
"Hold him, Saul," she cried through her tears. "If you don't want to see him killed, hold him. For God's sake, hold him."
Suddenly Cole found his arms seized by the black, and though he struggled violently, he was locked in the embrace of steel.
Sorry, Mr. Cole. Saul was put through an agony of his own, and he found little favour in what he had to do. Miss Alaina say hold, and I gots to. Jacques motioned Alaina forward as he opened the gate.
Now, come with me, Mrs. Latimer.
No! Cole roared, twisting and frenziedly trying to escape Saul's grasp.
I'll kill you if you lay a hand on her, Jacques. By God, I swear it.
Seeing her husband through a blur of tears, Alaina meekly obeyed Jacques, though Cole's bellow filled the cavern.
Alaina, don't!
The gate was closed behind her, and the key was turned with grating finality. Saul released his prisoner, and Cole threw himself upon the door, grabbing the iron bars and shaking them violently.
Alaina! Alaina! My God! Alaina!
Steeling herself against the desperate plea she heard in his voice, Alaina glanced back at Tamara, who was jostling the frightened and crying babe in her arms. The woman observed the proceedings with amusement, blatantly obvious on her face. As she met Elena's woeful gaze, she chuckled. Then, with the sounds of her laughter flowing back to them, she carried the baby to a quieter portion of the cave, out of sight, but surely not out of mind. The iron gate clanked noisily as Cole shook it, bellowing epithets at Jacques. His half-brother leered back at him and motioned the guards away.
You may go. He can't get loose, and I can order you back quickly enough if there's a need. But there won't be. Will there, Mrs. Latimer?
He presented the question to Alaina, who stood gazing down at the floor. Tears spilled down her cheeks, falling and making wet spots on her gown. She could hear the savage, agonized snarling of her husband as he jerked and rattled the gate. If one, by dint of will, could open the iron portal, then surely it would have been him, for at the moment he was like a beast gone mad. Jacques caught her arm roughly, bringing her lithe form tightly against him. Grabbing her hair at the nape of her neck, he forced her head back until their eyes clashed. "I hate you, Jacques Dubonnet," she gritted between clenched teeth. "Whatever you do to me, remember that it's only because you threaten Cole that I yield at all. I have not changed my opinion of you. You're still a little pest of a man." Eyes flaring, Jacques drew back an arm and slapped her across the face with enough force to send her reeling. Had he not held her with his other hand? "Damn you, bastard!" Cole shouted in high fury, and the air fairly crackled with his rage. Dazed, Alaina slowly straightened, tasting blood in her mouth. Jacques jerked her arm, his fingers biting into her soft flesh, and yanked her along behind him until they reached a small room formed in the interior of the cave. A dim lantern hung from the stone wall, and a pallet had been thrown upon the floor. Jacques swung her upon it and sneered as he began to loosen his cravat. "Take off your clothes and spread yourself for my pleasure, Mrs. Latimer. My hour of revenge has come." The maddened strength of the beast increased, and Cole's arm bulged as he strained at the bars. For a moment, Saul watched in awe, amazed by the ferocity of the man. The doctor's face was contorted with rage and sheer visible determination. Looking on, Saul could only come to the conclusion that if this was what it took to move heaven and earth and bend it beneath one's will, then a little help might hasten the matter along. Saul threw himself into the task wholeheartedly, adding his strength to Cole's. He had seen the bars give a little when Gunn had tried them. Perhaps there was hope after all. Saul's bare arms knotted into great strands of muscle which stood out like knots on a tree trunk. The metal groaned and seemed to give away a bit, and they both took heart, each firming their grip and trying harder, straining, heaving, corded veins bulging and faces twisted in weird grimaces. Beneath their combined effort, the rod bent with a rasping moan, then suddenly snapped, sending both men almost sprawling. Cole was at the door immediately, wiggling his lean frame through the widened hole. If Saul could not follow, then he would return for him, after he found Alaina. An almost silent hiss came from the wooden door, drawing Cole's wary but immediate attention as the slight, small form of Mindy stepped into the light. She was carrying Cole's Remington. Cole was beside her in an instant, demanding in a whisper, "Where is Ole?"
"River. Gone round cliff unto river. Many man come from cave. Ole, Peter, all men from house. Bragg, sheriff, fight them."
Cole tossed the pistol through the bars to Saul and ran into the shadows where he had seen Jacques take Alaina. As much as he could understand from Mindy's muddled speech, Ole, Brigar, the sheriff, and the men from the house had gone by way of the river to gain entrance to the cave. But somewhere along the way had been met by Jacques' men. The outcome of that confrontation was yet unclear, but none in the cave seemed aware of the attack. He ran like a cat through the night, as swiftly and as dangerously as one from the wilds of Africa, driven on by the torturing vision of Alaina struggling in Jacques' arms. A weak light shone from up ahead, and he was spurred on as he heard the rending of cloth and Alaina's muffled cries. The sound sent cold, merciless fury charging through every pore in his body, and he hardly cleared the corner of the tiny room, barely saw his wife straining away from Jacques' kisses before he threw himself at the half-naked man who, on seeing him, gave a cry of dismay and stumbled back. But Jacques was unable to avoid the forceful assault of the enraged beast who had appeared out of the blackness. Shivering and sobbing in relief, Alaina clutched the separated parts of her chemise together as she pressed against the stone wall in an effort to escape the frenzied thrashing of the men who were locked in mortal combat. Jacques' face was a twisted mask of hatred, and his foul, whiskey-laden breath slashed in and out between yellow, gritted teeth. He was small and wiry, but he had the strength of his insane rage, combined with the fear that he might be thwarted again. Then Cole's fist slammed into his jaw, and Jacques sagged limp, frustrating the doctor's desire for further castigation of the man. But
As he flung Jacques off with a snarl of disgust, there suddenly came a shot from the part of the cavern where they had been earlier imprisoned, and Cole, realizing that Saul was in trouble, caught Alaina's arm as she was yanking it through the sleeve of her gown and pulled her with him. He ran back through the darkened tunnel. Alaina managed to close her bodice over her meagerly clad bosom as her feet flew beside his. There was no assurance of what awaited them, and she was determined to retain a bit of her modesty. As they entered the main gate, they skidded to a halt, finding Saul standing off the two white men, as well as Gunn and Tamara, with the still smoking Remington.
"You fool!" Tamara shrieked. "There's 3 men here with guns. You'll never escape."
"Well, I got this here gun that maybe can take a couple of you with me. Maybe you first, ma'am, if'n you don't bring that child to its mama." Tamara faltered in indecision and glared at Alaina. Saul crooked a large finger at her. "Come on, that's Miss Elena's child and she wants it."
"This is only temporary," Tamara stated when she handed the child over to Alaina. "I'll have her back before the night is done."
"Over my dead body," Alaina replied with finality. "Saul!" The bellow echoed in the cave, drawing everyone's notice to the massive bulk of Gunn, who strode forward, his arms raised in a challenge. He had left the Winchester leaning against a barrel. "Saul, Gunn, fight Saul. You win, you go free."
"Kill him, you fool!" Tamara shrieked. "Kill Saul, he can't go free."
"No!" Gunn's voice rang out again. He turned to his companions and warned, "Saul fight Gunn. Alone. Anyone come, Gunn break." The twisting motion of his huge hands was aptly graphic. Saul tossed the pistol to Cole, and, as it came around on them, the 2 men, who had leaped forward to seize the doctor, stumbled back in haste. Cole retreated, keeping Alaina and the babe behind him, then gave a nod to Saul when their backs were to the wall. The black tore off the remains of his sleeveless work shirt and cast them from him, while Gunn rent the brocade vest in 2. Saul spread his hands wide. The gesture was like a signal, and both men charged, coming together with a clap as their chests met. They stood toe to toe and strained in a battle of pure strength. Neither could gain the advantage, and they broke apart and began to hammer each other with blows that would have shattered the bones of lesser men, again with no apparent effect. Like great black titans, glaring red-eyed with the heat of maddened battle-lust, they crashed together again and became a twisting, writhing, struggling mass of muscle. They were locked, shoulder to shoulder, head to head, their legs spread wide to provide traction. They took air into their lungs with wheezing gasps as they strained at each other, their backs arched. Then suddenly, Saul twisted, and his right arm snaked beneath the left one of Gunn. Locking his hands above the other's back, he levered downward. Gunn began to slip, but he would not yield. The arm bent backward and upward, farther and farther. Gunn gave a grunt of pain, and the snap of breaking bone echoed loud in the stillness. Gunn sank to the floor of the cave, and Saul braced himself on hand and knees, his head hanging between his arms as his chest heaved in deep gulps of air. Gunn dragged himself across the cavern to lean against the stacks of cargo, then rose to stand erect, his arm hanging at an odd angle and a dull, intent look on his face. Alaina turned as she heard a sound from behind them and screamed a warning to Cole. He faced the threat as an enraged Jacques, gun in hand, came tearing from the offshoot of the cave. He dove headfirst at Cole, and the Remington skittered across the floor as Cole was thrown backward by the sudden assault. Saul caught it up at a run and yanked Alaina out of harm's way as Jacques' pistol waved toward her. Cole's hand struck the gun up just as it fired, and the shot roused a long peal of echoes throughout the cavern. Cole caught Jacques' wrist as the muzzle swung toward Alaina again. The two men rolled on the ground, locked together as Jacques worked the pistol with blind intent. The bullets whined and thudded, while its explosions joined into a continuous thunder. A spout of coal oil sprang from a barrel as a bullet whined through it, and a lantern was shot from its perch above it. The lamp fell crashing to the floor, and in a moment a gush of flames roared up from the small rivulet of oil. Nearby was the menacing presence of a small keg of gunpowder. The gun clicked empty, and Cole released the wrist and, now unhampered, rolled onto his back, dragging Jacques with him. His fist again met the other's face, and the river pirate was spun away, whimpering as he clutched a broken mouth. Suddenly, a black arm seized Jacques from behind and dragged him backward, bawling in fear. With his good arm, Gunn wrapped the man in a tight embrace and held firm, though Jacques frantically sought escape. "Gun say soul go free. Gun never break promise. They go, we stay." Jacques shrieked a reply that ended in a quick tightening of Gunn's arm, then Jacques' head rolled limp, and when released, his body sagged slowly to the ground, his neck obviously broken. Gunn gestured to Saul. "Go." "Yes, sir." Saul was eager to comply. Cole swept the cave with a glance. He could see no sign of his stepmother, but his eye caught a new threat. The flames were working along the path of coal oil to the keg of gunpowder. He sprinted toward Alaina and Saul, shouting for them to run. As he caught up with them, he grabbed Glynis from Alaina's arms and pulled his wife along behind him in the direction of the tunnel. Mindy had hidden herself again by the door, waiting there to make sure they got out and had the portal open for them. A part of Cole's urgency seized them, and the bruised, aching Saul could hardly match the pace of Alaina's slim feet. Cole chanced a glance back over his shoulder and saw the fire was feeding around the bottom of the keg. He roared a warning to Saul, who flung himself upon Mindy as Cole dove for Alaina. He sheltered the small form of his daughter beneath him, pulling Alaina under him as well. Then suddenly, a deafening roar and a searing blast of heat swept through the cave as the small keg exploded. Barrels, drums, bales, crates ricocheted off the stone walls, bursting and spreading their contents for the hungry flames. Cole ignored the searing sting of flying ash that settled on his back and, hauling the others to their feet, urged them on into the tunnel that led to Roberta's room. Cole chose not to inform them that, as the heat increased below, the draft would build and the tunnel would become a chimney. Anything in it would be destroyed, and all too soon the house above them would just be dry tinder for the flames. They took the stairs at a frantic pace, Mindy in Saul's arms and Alaina being pushed ahead of Cole, who held their daughter in a firm grasp. The child was crying and frightened, but there was no time to console her. There was a thunderous crash far below them, and a shower of sparks spiraled up toward them, bringing the uncomfortable heat with it. "The door's been blown open!" Cole roared. "We've got to get out of here, or be roasted alive!" Alaina was winded, and her side ached. Still, she kept forcing her trembling legs to climb. It was much harder going up the stairs than it had been going down, and Cole pushed her ever onward, his hand on her buttock as he ascended the steps close behind her. Then smoke began to billow up, choking them and stinging their eyes. The mirror door was closed. Alaina took the baby from her husband and pointed to the timber on the landing below. Cole leaped down and twisted the latch as she directed, but nothing happened. Then, as they watched, the cables slowly slipped out of the guides and hung free and useless. The ends had been neatly snipped through.
Tamara! Cole roared the name like a curse. He should have known that she had left the cave and escaped up the stairs. "We're trapped," Alaina gasped. Saul stood Mindy beside Alaina, then stepped back and thrust a heavy foot at the portal until the recalcitrant door opened for them. They burst into Roberta's room, gasping for air, but in another moment they were sounding an alarm throughout the house. As they led the way across the front porch, Ole, Brigar and Peter and the sheriff were just bringing around a wagon load of trussed-up river pirates and the victorious field hands. Ole ran forward as soon as he caught sight of Cole and worriedly explained his tardiness. "When I come behind Saul, I knew it weren't no good in trying to get through that way, so I sent Peter to fetch the sheriff and Dr. Davy, then went by the river to see if I could find the entrance to the cave. By the time I got round the cliff, there was a whole barge-load of men on the river, and I had me a fine tussle with them till the sheriff come." "It's all right, Ole," Cole assured the man. "We're safe now, and the pirates are caught, thanks to you." As they watched, great gouts of flame began shooting up from the cliff face and far above it, announcing the conflagration to all who could see for miles around. A shrill whistle pierced the roar of the flames and grew lower in pitch as a small flame sprouted from the roof of the western tower and, widening, sent the lesser roof crashing in a shower of sparks down the side of the house. Unhampered, the flames shot high and howled as if in greedy delight. The windows of the house glowed red, then white. The panes shattered outward, sending a leaping spurt of fire up the bricks to lap hungrily at the eaves. The flames lit the roof, and Brigar caught Cole's arm pointing upward. High above them, on the narrow widow's walk that capped the roof, a strange figure pranced about in a grotesque dance. Her long black hair swirled about her head as the wind whipped it wildly about. She wore a blood-red dress, and several of the onlookers murmured Roberta's name in stunned awe. The three who had survived the cave ordeal knew the face, and it was not Roberta's. Tamara waved her arms as if supplicating the heavens as she shrieked into the night sky. Then, turning, she saw the mass of white, upturned faces below her and flung out an arm accusingly. Her high-pitched scream could be heard over the roar of the flames. "Latimer House is mine forever! You can't take it from me! None of you will have it now!" "She's out of her mind!" The comment came from beside them, and Cole turned to find Martin Holvag at his side. Then, Cole's gaze passed on to find that Rebel had joined them. Standing beside Brigar, she was twisting her hands and mewling fretfully.
"I know it's in there. I found Roberta's diary and she said she had hidden a treasure. It has to be in the house, but now it's burning up."
"You took Roberta's diary?" Alaina questioned sharply in surprise.
"Well, it was just lying there, waiting to be taken,"
Rebel whined.
"In my bedroom?"
Alaina snapped.
"How'd I know it was yours? So many rooms in that blasted house, it made me confused."
"That's the reason you came into our room that night?"
Cole demanded angrily.
"Looking for money that wasn't yours?"
Rebel's face crumpled, and she wrung her hands in distress as she looked plaintively up at Brigar, who was suddenly looking very disgusted. He turned his back and walked away, leaving her choking on whimpering sobs. A new flood of fire gushed through the house, whiter, hotter. The roof seemed to heave upward, as if it were some living thing caught in rowling agony. Then suddenly it crashed downward into the house, accompanied by a strange paean of wild laughter that could only have been formed by their imagination, yet the eerie sound rode the wind into the night. The night grew still once more as the Latimers retired to the cottage's master bedroom. Only a red glow in the sky beyond the treetops could be seen from the second-story room. It concerned them not, for it was here that Cole enjoyed the pleasure of watching his daughter playing, as babies do, with her toes. And it was here that Alaina almost shyly set a roll of banknotes onto the bed beside him. Cole glanced up in surprise as she did so.
"What's this?"
Alaina's cheeks pinkened. "You remember the 2,000 you wanted me to take from you in New Orleans?" Slowly he nodded. "Well, Mrs. Hawthorne gave the rest of it to me while she was here. She said she had kept it for me."
"The rest?"
"There's not 2,000 here now," Alaina explained. "I fear she used part of it to help purchase the gowns I wore when I came up here. You see, they were not used gowns at all, but new, purchased with your money."
Cole laughed incredulously. "You mean all that time you were refusing to wear the clothes I purchased for you, you were wearing others that my money had bought?"
Alaina nodded gingerly. "I didn't know it, Cole. Will you forgive me for being so blind and so proud?"
"My darling,"
he chuckled, pulling her down beside him on the bed.
"You have added spice to my life that I would have found with no one else. How can I be angry with you for anything? I can only count myself fortunate that you share my life and will continue to do so until we're both old and gray."
"It's my plan, my Lord Yankee," she whispered against his lips, "and my most heartfelt wish." Epilogue. It was late in the evening, nearly a month later, that Cole found himself alone in the parlour of the cottage. Alaina was upstairs with their daughter, and the house was quiet, except for an occasional sound of laughter drifting down the stairs. Cole paused by a window and stared in some wonder. By the lane in front of the cottage stood the lone figure of a man. He was thin and ragged, and a worn grey hat sagged upon his head. He perused the house carefully, then consulted a small piece of paper in his hand, but his manner was one of reluctance, as if he resisted approaching the door. In the settling dusk, his face was indistinct, but Cole was sure he had never met the man. His curiosity got the better of him, and he went to the door and stepped out to accost the stranger. As Cole approached him, the man straightened and thrust his hands into the pockets of his shabby coat.
"Do you have business here, sir, or wish to see a doctor?"
Cole asked. The man was young, perhaps less than 30, and his grey eyes seemed to challenge Cole before he replied, "Perhaps I have business here, sir." A hint of anger was evident in his voice. "Then again, maybe I don't. I was looking for a Dr. Latimer, and I was given directions to this place."
"You are speaking to him,"
Cole informed him, studying the man carefully.
"You are a Southerner, I take it, and though I see no horse or carriage, I must assume you've come a good distance to see me, yet I cannot fathom why. You are obviously not ill."
"I walked here." The statement was terse.
"I can see that you were a Confederate officer."
Cole gestured to the man's once grey coat with its faded gold braid and the hat.
"And you must realize that I fought for the Union. Could it be that you're looking for some kin of yours, perhaps?"
"No, damn you!" The stranger's lips grew white, and his voice was taut with rage. "I have no kin, thanks to you Yankees. I have no home either. When I went back there, I found it burned to the ground. Some Yankee had bought it for a pittance of what it was worth."
"I am sorry you have lost your home and family, and even sorrier that you seem to blame me."
Cole shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. Then, as the grey eyes flared their hatred, Cole stopped. He tipped his head to one side, and a strange light grew in his own eyes as he carefully studied the man.
Yet, I seem to find a hint of your purpose. Could the house you refer to be called Briar Hill?
Yes! The word came almost as an explosion from the man's chest, and he could no longer meet Cole's gaze. He turned away angrily.
And your name would be MacGaren, then?
Cole pressed. The man only nodded.
You say you have no family?
Now he faced Cole with a pained glare. My father and brother were killed in the war. My mother died of heartbreak. My sister has disappeared. You bluebellies said she was a spy and hunted her. I can only guess her fate in some stinking Yankee prison.
You seem to have considerable cause to hate, Cole observed. Could it be that you're Jason MacGaren?
Again the stiff nod.
Well, you are right. Cole went on casually. I did purchase Briar Hill for the overdue taxes and have kept them well paid since. I assure you it was all very legal.
Legal? Jason MacGaren shouted. Maybe legal, but not right. I have come to get the place back. Cole shrugged.
I'm afraid you may have some difficulty there, Captain MacGaren. You see, I bought the plantation for my wife and had the title placed in her name.
You shame me, sir. Jason gritted through clenched teeth. He shook himself and fought for a new grip on his emotions.
But then, I have known much shame of late. If beg I must, then beg I will.
He crumpled the piece of paper in his hand and hunched his shoulders against the cool breeze. He stared into the distant haze as he continued. The house is ashes. The outbuildings empty and rotting. The fields are gone to weeds and need tilling. Will you not at least let me sharecrop it and rebuild it? Cole considered the man who waited an answer with angry hope unquenched in his eyes. A long moment passed before he reached out a hand and rested it on the other's arm.
Captain MacGaren, you will have to discuss this with my wife.
He stepped aside and motioned for the man to proceed.
Come in. Have a bite to eat with us. She may agree to what you suggest.
He glimpsed the man's reluctance and laughed softly.
At least come in and have a brandy. It's a precious long walk back to town, and I'm sure my wife will be pleased to meet you.
A sour smile twisted Jason's lips, and he gave a shallow shrug before he yielded and walked up the path to the front porch. Cole led him into the parlour and apologized as he poured a liberal brace of brandies.
My wife is upstairs. It won't take a moment to fetch her. Excuse me.
When he was out of sight, Cole took the stairs 3 at a time, but he paused before their bedroom door and laid a tight rein on his broad grin. He was calm and offhandedly casual when he entered.
Alaina, we have an unexpected guest who wishes to discuss a matter or two with you.
He lifted Glynis from her lap and forestalled his wife's questions with a shrug.
Just go down and talk to him. I'll bring Glynis.
But Cole, she protested, smoothing her hair. Who is he? What does he want with me?
He'll tell you that himself. Now hurry before he decides to leave.
Cole descended the stairs behind his wife, watching her with a grin flitting uncontrollably across his lips. As Alaina entered the parlour, he leaned against the doorway, waiting. Jason sat hunched on a small stool, staring at the snifter cupped in his hands. When he heard the swish of petticoats, he came to his feet, yanking off his hat. Then he turned and gaped. "Jason!" Alaina's cry was a whole chorus of joyful notes. "Oh, Jason!" Brother and sister were in each other's arms before the universe had spent another second. The man closed his eyes and hid his face against her hair as his arms fairly squeezed the breath from her. When he raised his eyes to meet Cole's smile, tears streamed from them unheeded.
"You're a damned Yankee, Cole Latimer."
His voice was hoarse and choked.
"I don't know if I can stand you for a brother-in-law."
Alaina leaned back against Jason's arm and smiled through her own tears of joy as she caressed his stubbled jaw softly with her hand.
"You have no choice in the matter, Jason MacGaren."
Her voice was low and trembling with happiness. No choice at all. Lament. O my home, your wisdom exceeded far my meagre understanding. I have won. I am thrice blessed. You were with me all along, and only slept, awaiting this rich soil to spread your roots and grow. You have taught me this, and I no more shall fear the scent of change, the loss of yesterday. Upon its charred remains I will build today, and lay the foundation of tomorrow, and never more regret the smell of ashes in the wind.